Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Moscow, present day. The Russian suicide pen, a Mont Blanc, was upstairs. Should have kept it down here, he scolded himself, even with Alyona around. If he was right about these cars, there was precious little time. He slid shut the drawer on his office desk and gently tipped Alyona from his knee. Up, she insisted, up, up. Her hands were extended, fingers flapping into palms, but he was distracted by the monitors. Alyona mashed her face into his thigh with a squeal, imprinting his pant leg with sticky red stains. He looked down in panic, only to realize the stains were strawberry jam, which he himself had slathered on her breakfast toast. Normally, this would have made him furious. Not now. He tickled her belly, and she laughed so hard she curled up around his feet in giggles. "Go find your mother, my sweet," he said warmly, yet with firm undertones Alyona could not miss. The toddler scampered off, running too fast, as always, nearly catching her head on the doorframe on the way out. He heard her dash out toward the kitchen, where a tea kettle had begun whistling. Back to the camera feeds. The two black cars had come to a stop in the drive. No government plates, but he knew. On the lead car, he saw the telltale triangle of dirt smeared on the top right corner of the rear passenger window. The brushes at the Lubyanka's motor pool car wash did not reach that spot. The Russian did not once consider going with them. He'd made up his mind on the matter long ago. But why had they given him this choice? They should have a rope in my mouth by now, he thought. His arms should be pinned to his sides, shirt and pants off, rough hands searching the lapel and pockets. And yet, he stared at the jam Alyona had deposited on his pants leg. He dredged his finger through it and brought a sickly sweet dollop to his tongue. 10 a.m. A slow Saturday morning at his dacha. He'd missed his ritual morning walk because he and Vera had stayed up too late, drunk too much, and, consequently, slept too late. The men outside were growing impatient since he hadn't come out, he sensed. They'd driven up to the house along the drive, tracing his normal path into the woods, their cigarette smoke seeping through cracked open windows. For a few seconds, the Russian watched the cars idling outside, trying to read the energy. And what he felt, he did not like. "Vera," he called, "I have visitors. Take Alyona into the garden to pick strawberries. We might have some with lunch." Vera appeared in the office doorway, her gaze settling immediately on the screens. "Is this about Athens?" she said, an edge in her voice, as Alyona tumbled in behind her. "Because it would be decent of them to finally explain why they asked you to come home so quickly." "I don't know. Take Alyona outside," he commanded. "We'd just had Alyona all set in her school, and—" "Outside," he snapped. On the screens, 5 men had emerged from the cars. She looked at him worriedly. With a small sigh, he stood up and shooed her out with a peck on the cheek, whispering, "I'll come get you when they're gone." Then he picked up Alyona and swung her around and buried his face in her sweet hair, all thick and lustrous again after the treatments, and he remembered why he had done what he had done. He took one more long sniff and kissed her head. He had no regrets. He'd make the trade again. He'd make the trade 1,000 times. He set her down. "I love you, my Klubnichka," he said. "I'm not a strawberry, Papa," she giggled, wagging her finger at him with a riotous smile. Alyona followed her mother through the kitchen and outside into the garden. His lip quivered at the slam of the door. Alyona could not shut doors any other way. The first knocks hit the front door. He flung open the lower drawer of the office desk. Ripping out the false bottom, he found the large envelope stuffed with smaller ones. One envelope held a letter for Vera. It was a formality, loveless, but kind, even generous, he'd like to think. 20 envelopes were addressed to Alyona, bound together with a rubber band and labeled with a note bearing the following instructions. She is to open one on each birthday from her 4th through her 18th, and then when she turns 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60. Another envelope bore the name of his grown son, and contained a letter written with as much love as his disappointment could manage. Hidden inside the folds of that letter was another smaller envelope, addressed to an apartment in Athens and affixed with an abundance of postage. "Please drop the other letter in the mail for me," he had scrawled in a postscript to his son. The knocks, which had grown louder as he reviewed the letters, now stopped. On the monitors, he saw one of the men start working on the lock. In the bathroom, the Russian jimmied the collection into Vera's makeup bag. In his panic, he worried the letters would be discovered in the inevitable and painstaking search to come. Why had he not seen to sewing them into Alyona's clothing, perhaps a jacket, as he knew he should? But time was up. The front door squeaked open as he huffed upstairs to the spare bedroom. He sat at the old dusty desk, listened to the footfalls in the foyer, the hushed murmurs, the sounds of men padding up the stairs. For a fluttering moment he wondered how he'd been made. He could not know. He doubted the Americans ever would. The Russian threw open the desk drawer, picked up the Mont Blanc. "My daughter is here, you animals," he bellowed in the direction of the stairs. "For God's sake!" A young heavy, his hair shaved close on the sides like a punk idiot, burst into the room. A second man followed close behind. Their eyes widened at the sight of the pen. "Shame on you boys," he said. Slipping the pen into his mouth, the Russian bit down into the barrel, sinking his teeth into the cyanide capsule snuggled inside. He heard Jack's words from long ago Bogota. "3 breaths, my friend. Cup your hands over your face." He did, taking the air in gulps. 1, 2. On the third, they were over the desk and on him, crashing into the wall, cursing, shouting, grasping. Rolling him over, one of the men unfastened the Mont Blanc from his mouth. The Russian was already dead. Singapore. In the moment, Sam Joseph did not dwell on the awful significance of Galikov's words, the blood that was sure to be spilled, the lives that would soon be wrecked on their account. That was all for later. He first had to memorize them, and his recall had to be perfect, precisely as the message had crossed Galikov's lips.
Sam was using his childhood bedroom as a memory palace, stashing each word in order into different colorful storage bins, the ones under the bed where he'd kept the Lego. But to commit the message to memory, he had to be certain he'd heard it. And even though Golikov was seated next to him at the baccarat table, he was having one hell of a time with that. The two sub-miniature strontium-powered mics had, shocker, performed beautifully at Langley, only to malfunction upon arrival in Singapore. So he had no backup. The analyst's profile on Golikov had indicated that he spoke English fluently. Not true. He'd been forced into a meet on a casino floor, the type of camera-clotted surveillance environment that was precisely the opposite of where you'd like to meet a Russian. And the casino floor plans used to choreograph this brief encounter had specified that the high-limit baccarat rooms were tucked well off the casino floor,
at least when he was gaming on his own dime, but now the racket was endangering his op, to say nothing of the cameras, and there was precious little margin to exploit. He asked Golikov to say it once more. This time, the Russian's tone was still abraded with the texture of sandpaper and broken glass, but the gruff English had thankfully slowed to an annoyed crawl. Sam smiled, as if the Russian had shared a joke, and then leaned away from Golikov to bank the message while examining his cards. He had $10,000 of taxpayer money in the pot. On this matter, the warnings from DO Finance had been stern, if ultimately toothless. He was required to pay attention and instructed to lose as little money as possible. Under the lip of the table, Sam's left hand placed his key card, labeled with his room number, in the Russian's lap. At the same moment, his right hand tossed his cards to the dealer, and he whispered, 2 hours. He wouldn't have executed the pass if he thought he'd been made, but for a flickering moment, as the Russian deposited the card in his pocket, uncertainty overtook Sam, and he wondered if someone was watching. Golikov bet player on the hand and lost. He bent his cards and flung them across the felt lawn of the table and tossed back 2 healthy fingers of scotch. Enough, he said, his hand slicing the air. Done. He tipped the dealer, patted his hands on the table, and stood. With friendly nods and good luck wishes to Sam and the other players, he stalked off. Sam caught Golikov's eyes bouncing around the room. Appropriately afraid, Sam thought. Mark in his favor. Only the worst mental cases, the sociopaths and megalomaniacs, didn't sweat the treason. Baccarat was not Sam's game. It was all superstition, no skill. He'd already lost $50,000 of U.S. taxpayer money in 16 minutes. The next few hands would put his remaining $20,000 in play. In that instant, he was far more concerned with the finance paperwork than he was with the implications of what Boris Golikov had just shared. Over the next 10 minutes, Sam worked himself back up the hole, down a mere $30,000. Then, with a stingy tip to the dealer, one he could justify operationally to the nags and finance, he took his leave. He exited the high-limit room onto the main casino floor, an expansive atrium swelling with tables overhung by soaring gold sculptures and humming with energy. Sam scanned for obvious heavies or any compatriots from the Russians' trade delegation, but it was so very busy it was impossible to know if the opposition had him or Golikov made. And he didn't think there was a way to change that. He bought a coffee and strolled through the casino. He made a few stops, bathroom, blackjack table for a few hands, one of the bars. Nothing amiss. He was feeling good, despite what the Russian had told him. That still hadn't sunk in, and further, Sam was operational, ticking through a tightly scripted plan built with 2 goals in mind: protect the agent and collect the intel. Analyzing the intel was someone else's job, and his mind was already overcrowded, running hot. There was space only for the air pressure of the moment and what it meant for the weather of the op. Gin and tonic in hand, untouched, he went upstairs to his room, where he pitched the drink into the sink. The room service tray went into the hall, DODOD sign on the knob, a napkin tucked under the door. In the brief seconds of indirect discussion they'd managed at the tables, Sam had proposed this as the safety signal.
All clear. He shut the door, careful to keep the napkin in place, peeking out. From a compartment hidden in the side of his suitcase, he removed a thin pouch lined with a material that resembled aluminum foil. Unzipping it, he thumbed the cash and set the pouch on the cabinet near the television. $100,000, the down payment authorized if the Russians' information was gold. Wellspring of another war with finance. On the coffee table, he arranged a bottle of Russian Standard, 2 glasses, and a spread. Olives, nuts, chips, popcorn. He tossed the pens and notebooks into the desk drawer. No notes during the session, CIA had decided, might put Golikov over the edge. And if the Russians trying to sell us what I suspect, the chief had said, guy's gonna be pretty spooked already. Sam settled in to wait, and he was bad at waiting. He knew it, and so had the performance review board, though they'd written it up using slightly different words. Struggles with impulse control. His foot was tapping the carpet at a solid clip. He had nearly picked the popcorn bowl clean. Then he had finished it, setting the bowl in the closet, out of sight, to avoid the appearance that he'd started the meal before his guest. He took up a sentry position at the desk, where the food was well out of reach. An hour later, Sam stood upright at the click of the key card and the clack of the handle. 2 men he did not recognize entered the room. They wore suits. Their eyes darted around, searching for threats, other people, weapons, items he might turn into weapons. They moved fluidly, like men who entered other people's rooms with some regularity. Sam had edged back toward the desk, with its lampstand made of marble. "Get out of my room," Sam said, with another half-step toward the lamp. "You are Samuel Joseph," the blonde-haired one said in heavily accented English. Not a question, but it answered Sam's. They were Russians. He considered which man to start with. Both were about the same height and build. He scanned both sets of eyes, looking for weakness, and decided, the one with dark hair. But the dark-haired man drew a pistol fitted with a suppressor and pointed it at Sam. "You move, I kill you. I no hesitate. Sit down, Samuel Joseph." Sam did, heart in his throat. They had doubtless used the room key he'd passed the Russian at the table. If they'd made Golikov, what did they need with him? "Much vodka for one," said the blonde-haired guy, lifting the full bottle of Standard to nail the point. "For one American, I think too much." He eased into the chair across from Sam. Still standing, the dark-haired guy moved behind him. He heard the zipper of his suitcase, the heaping of clothes and shoes across the floor. "Drinking problem," Sam said, twisting his neck for a look at what the guy was doing. He was greeted by the unfriendly end of the dark-haired guy's pistol, which jerked. "Turn around." The blonde-haired guy snapped his fingers. "You look here, otherwise mess you up." "I think you're in the wrong room," Sam said. "Why you talk to Boris Golikov?" The second whir of a zipper meant the one with dark hair had found the money pouch. Sam watched Blondie's eyes widen slightly, then his hand beckoned for the cash, which he flopped on the table. "This for Boris? This is a casino," Sam said. "It's for gambling. And who the gosh is Boris? What Boris say to you at tables? Who is Boris?" Sam said. "Look, we not patient guys," Blondie said. "You see us, you know. You work for CIA. Also, we know this. And we know Boris wanna have a chat. Now, you sit by Boris tonight. We see this. And here's thing, we gotta know what he say. Gotta know. You tell us what he say, tell us full, and we walk out, clean and dandy." Here hands were wiped together for emphasis. "But you play foolish, and we got some problems, okay?" "Boris is the Russian who was at my table?" Sam asked. "Guy who got cleaned out, that right? I've got no idea why you're in my room, or who he is. Now get out." "Samuel Joseph, now, don't play foolish. Tell us now what Boris say to you." "I don't know your Boris," Sam said. Blondie glanced right through him, at his partner, and Sam knew the look, Had seen it on agents, on security investigators, on players across a poker table. A man who'd made a call. Blondie picked up one of the snack bowls, lofting it toward the ceiling. Humans tend to keep an eye on objects thrown into the air.
Watching the nuts spill across the floor as if in a trance, Sam sensed a flash of movement behind him, felt a prick in his shoulder. Heat flooded his body and limbs. When the warmth reached his brain, his head began to feel quite heavy, as if his neck were unsuitable for support. Then Sam was slumping forward, crashing into the bottle of vodka. Langley, Virginia. Artemis Aphrodite Procter was squinting into the reflection of the rising sun shimmering orange across the surface of her beer. She slapped her card onto the bar with instructions to keep the tab open, collected her glass, and eased into her usual booth to wait for Theo. Procter was a regular at the Vienna Inn, but she was typically a night owl, and though she was also a well-known reprobate, this was her first time ordering booze during the breakfast rush, hand to God. Half the glass went down in the first gulp, the remainder at the jangle of Theo Monk pushing open the door. When her old friend reached the table, she hoisted her empty with a shake. "My tab's open." Theo squinted into the glass and sniffed it with a wry smile. Returning with two, he wheezed into the booth, sliding one across to Procter. He thumbed the fabric on her rumpled tweed blazer, which he'd been wearing yesterday. "Walk of shame? I wish. Left the office an hour ago." Regarding the sunrise beers with disapproval, a waiter unknown to Procter deposited menus on the table. Without picking one up, Theo ordered toast, bacon, and eggs over easy. "I'm drinking my breakfast," Procter said, and shoved the menus to the table's edge. "Still no word from Singapore?" Theo asked, after the waiter was out of earshot. Radio silence. Stations working their stringers at the sands. Plenty of explanations. All bad. Theo's silence signaled his agreement. He turned his gaze out the window and put back a good deal of his beer. She'd been drinking with Theo on and off and all around the world for about a quarter-century. Drink made him a chameleon. Chatty or silent, morose or joyful, kind or cruel. He might assume any combination or measure, an occasionally anarchic blend of them all, during the same drinking session. The silence had become more pronounced in recent years. Their friendship extended back to their farm days, and over 25 years they'd said most that needed saying, and an awful lot that didn't. Theo's food arrived. He was dredging the bacon through runny yolks when Procter, empty in hand, stood, took 2 steps toward the bar, and stopped. She set down the grass and called for a coffee. "Probably wise," Theo said, when she'd slid back into the booth, "not to be soused during your first briefing with the brand-spanking new director Finn Gosford and his deputy director for operations Deborah Sweet." "I don't know, Theo," Procter said. "If I'm sober, I might just tell the DDO how I feel, which is that it's unreally believable, those two running the place. And what a gosh of a first Russia briefing. I mean, they've been on the job, what, a week? A single week, and we've already got a dumpster fire." "Doesn't take long to torch a dumpster, Artemis, you know that," he said, idly considering the blackened piece of bacon he was sluicing through the eggs. "When was the last time you talked to either of them, anyway?" she asked. He wiped a spot of yolk from the corner of his mouth and looked off into the middle distance, thinking about that. Maybe 6 months after Afghanistan. Finn was a certified hero, of course. World was his. "Hero," she mothered. "Really? You've tried," she snorted. "There's a difference." She looked longingly into her empty glass. "Last meaningful thing I said to either of them would have been just after Afghanistan, at the hospital in Landstow, when we were laid up. I didn't go to either retirement party." "You weren't invited," Theo said, exacting his revenge. "There's a difference." "Were you?" "Of course not." Procter sipped her coffee, while Theo put his toast to work as an egg mop. "Maybe Sam's on a bender," he offered, crust dangling from his lips. "Car accident. Ran off with a person of ill repute with a heart of gold. Stole the cash for his reptile fund. Coked up. You don't know Sam, and you're also a dumbass. He's lying low, dead or being held by Russians.
Odds on lying low drop with each passing hour. Theo took another bite of toast, changing the subject with a grimace and a nod. Did the new occupants of the 7th floor get a brief on the Singapore op this week? He asked. It's been so busy I can't even remember if it was covered when they were up in New York. They got the gist of it. Maybe not all the details. Well, I'm sure they'll be understanding, Theo said, a smile beginning to crease his lips. After all, Finn and Debs are our old chums. For the first time in nearly 2 days, Procter cracked a weak smile. Theo slapped his napkin onto his cleaned plate. Let's go. We should sync up with Mac and Gus before we jump into this meat grinder. When they entered his 4th-floor office, Mac Mason, the chief of operations in Russia House, was in the intelligence officer's most natural position, hunched over a computer, reading the cable traffic. Mac had tan skin and big, friendly ears, and hair that had been gray as long as they'd known him, which was as long as Procter and Theo had known each other. He'd also been in their class at the farm, and then in Afghanistan, they'd killed and nearly gotten killed together. When he swiveled around in his chair, she could see that he'd been sorely tempted to put his fist through the computer screen. Unlike Procter, Mac had apparently gone home for a few hours last night. She could tell because his white shirt was starchy, even if his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Procter and Theo took up around his table, but Mac just stayed put, glancing in a perturbed silence between the computer and a painting of a prowling wolf on his wall. "What's up?" Procter finally said. At that moment, Gus Raptis, fresh from a cut-short tour as chief of station in Moscow, and another comrade from their farm class, walked into the office. "You reading this?" he asked Mac, the tunnel of his stress apparently so dim that he did not acknowledge Procter or Theo. "Very mayhem," Mac growled. "What the hell is going on?" Procter finally barked. Gus turned to her, his face lit by confusion veering toward rage. "Buccaneer is dead, that's what. Scrap of SIGINT overnight. A fragment, admittedly, but we picked up a Kremlin flunky telling a buddy that an SVR officer recently home from Athens killed himself during his arrest. In the Intercept," Mac said, swiveling to his computer to read the cable, "the flunky says rumors were floating around that Buccaneer had been brought home on suspicion of espionage." Raptis shucked his glasses to the table. "Gosh," he said, "gosh." And that was deeply unsettling to Procter, because this was only the 3rd occasion in nearly as many decades that she'd heard Gus Raptis curse, and she remembered them all. In Afghanistan, bullet in his shoulder. In Georgetown, maybe 15 years earlier, when he slipped on the ice last time they managed to get him drunk. And now, in Russia House's quiet, recycled air, contemplating the disaster unfolding before the Bratva. Bratva, their foursome's collective moniker inside CIA. The Russia House Mafia. Mac Mason, chief of operations. Theo Monk, counterintelligence. Gus Raptis, now shuttered in a Langley holding position, but until recently running the fieldwork in Moscow. And finally, Procter, in Moscow's ex-overlord of the dirty, glorious covert action programs targeting Putin and his cronies. The Bratva's paths had zigged and zagged in the years since the farm. Somehow, they'd managed to mostly stay friends. "Still no word from Singapore?" Procter asked. Max shook his head. "Station thinks the Sings will cough up the casino surveillance footage, but it may take some time. Otherwise, silence."
He had joined them at the table, spreading across the chipped faux wood surface the anodyne talking points they'd all prepared late last night for their meeting with the director today. Mac clicked open a red pen and began to slash at the text. "Look, guys, in 1 hour, we've got the first official 7th floor Russia briefing for—" He hawked something up his throat, anticipating the names. "Our old friends, Director Finn Gosford, and his Deputy Director for Operations, Deborah Sweet." Mac delivered the titles in a sarcastic sing-song lilt. He swiveled over to his trash can and spat. "And, lucky us, we come bearing nothing but problems. A busted Bren in Singapore, a missing case officer, and 1 dead asset in Moscow." "They are going to flay us for all of it," Gus said. "They'll flay us for just being here," said Theo. "It'll be hard to pick just one grievance," Procter agreed. "There are so very many." Langley. The reunion, in truth a bureaucratic spanking disguised as an innocuous-sounding briefing, Director's Special Update, Russia, commenced promptly at 9. The war party was thinner than the typical Russia briefings because Gosford's chief of staff had said he wanted only the 4 of them. Leave the little people behind, please. Procter, Mac, Gus, and Theo wandered into the 7th-floor anteroom outside the director's office. The room, watched over by agents of the DPS, the director's protective staff. The sitting area guarded the main hallway, cutting through the director's suite. The furniture was new, fruits of a recent renovation, and unlike most waiting rooms at CIA, the newspapers and magazines, to Procter's great astonishment, were current. Still, it felt alien to Procter because it was now Finn Gosford's waiting room. It was his office on Langley's 7th floor. If you traveled back in time, Procter thought, and told me we'd be here waiting for Finn, I'd have said it'd be more likely that one morning I'd wake up with my face stapled to the carpet. Given her line of work, though, that was not impossible to imagine. No, it would have been more likely that she would occupy this 7th-floor office, and hell would have to grow glaciers for anyone to give her the director's chair. At the moment, she couldn't find a place to sit. The first week of any director's tenure is jam-packed with background briefings, so Procter and her friends found the room and adjoining hallway gobbed with analysts. With nowhere to sit, they stood along a wall until, after 20 minutes, a group from the Near East Mission Center shuffled out of the conference room, looking shell-shocked, as if a bomb had detonated in the middle of the briefing, or, as Theo would later quip, the director had caused a major embarrassment. Gosford and Debs crossed the hallway from the conference room into the director's office. "We'll do the next one in here," Finn called out to one of the special assistants. And with that, Procter and her friends were told to go right on in, leaving the room full of nervous analysts, whose fidgeting and tapping and murmuring recalled the rising comprehension of steers on their way to slaughter. Procter was often an unwelcome presence in a room. The feeling was a familiar one, but she could not remember it striking with such muscle. There were no smiles, the eye contact was reluctant, drifting toward evasive, and the handshakes were stiff. Not a blessed hug for an old comrade, and fish cold, as if Procter had smeared across her palms, or was playing host to a fungus visible from some distance away. Greetings delivered, with everyone already exhausted, the Bratva took seats in front of Gosford and suite. Or, as Procter had known them back in the day, Finn and Debs. Both of them looked pretty much the same, Procter thought. They looked good, and that was disappointing. Finn and Debs were the type of cherished enemies that you hoped, a decade on, would have slabbed on a great deal of weight, or lost their hair, or maybe a limb, to diabetes or gout, or the vagaries of some exotic and excruciating infection. You wanted to stumble upon this type of rival at a reunion and find them careening downward, perhaps with a night's distance to rock bottom, so you'd have the pleasure of watching. But looking closer, Procter saw it was even worse. Both seemed somehow more tanned and less wrinkled. Botox? Had to be, right? The bags they'd once carried under their eyes had been deposited at the Bratva side of the table. Gosford had kept his jet-black helmet of hair, and Debs her frosty shoulder-length bob. The value of Gosford's watch probably exceeded his new government salary. Debs, who was sporting a tight suffragette white dress that stopped short of mid-thigh and seemed to have a very cape attached at the shoulders, looked tauter to Procter, as if in the intervening decade her old friend had finally declared victory over about 15 pounds of Midwestern chub.
There were much deeper reasons to hate them, but these were all Procter required for right now. And then Gus, well, poor Gus made the meetings first, but by no means only, mistake. "Finn," he said, "welcome back and congratulations." "Director," Gosford corrected, regarding Gus behind fingers steepled in the manner of a professorial jerk. Procter felt Deb's eyes boring through her. She looked up and tried to smile, and to her surprise, Deb's tried to smile back. But their bent lips were more grimace than smile, like two constipated folks in a face-off, and Procter eagerly surrendered when Gosford began speaking. "I know that we all have a shared history, but it is important that you and Deborah as your superiors. I am the director, and Deborah is the DDO, and it would convey crass cronyism if we did not maintain the professional hierarchy." No one nodded or offered any recognition of this statement. Procter had the feeling that if the offer had been put on the table, a couple of them might have quit on the spot. "That being said," Gosford said, breaking the silence to lean back and flap his tie, "this is insane. Let's admit it, shall we? Say it aloud. Insane. No other word. All of us together again. Small world, small world. Has it been since Afghanistan? It must be. Over a decade. My. Well, we'll have time to catch up later. Nonsense, Procter thought, and thank God for that. But I'm afraid I'm back to back today. Now to business." Mac and Gus led the charge describing for Gosford and Debs the facts as they had them on the mysterious death in Moscow. When they were done, Procter would cover Singapore. "It's your op, Artemis," Gus had said, with the tone of a man flinging a hot potato. "You should take that one." The briefing careened from stilted to bad to worse. Right around when Mac clarified a question from Debs about their certainty that Buccaneer was actually dead. "Pretty certain, ma'am," he'd said, belatedly choking out the ma'am part. Gosford flicked to angry, a pattern that mirrored some of his behavior when he'd run the counterterrorism center a decade prior. Then he had claimed credit for operations in which he'd played a minor role, shoveled all problems to Debs, and occasionally lost his marbles on subordinates for slights, most of them minor, and quite a few of them, but not all, entirely imagined. Finn Gosford was a politician, a word that curdled in Procter's ears like vile slander. "Good grief," Gosford said, "and how many assets are left?" Mac turned his gaze to the ceiling, running the math. 2 more internal reporters, 3 outside, maybe a half-dozen cases on ice, inactive for a year at least. "And this Buccaneer had been our best?" Gosford said. "Far and away," Procter replied, and Gosford looked at her with shock for having taken the elaborate liberty of speaking. "Before they sent him to Athens, he was our most senior asset inside SVR. "I remember that source from last week's briefing documents," Deb said, rifling through a stack of papers. "You know this Singapore business we'll discuss in a moment recalls what Remora told us not 3 days ago."
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh,
cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Does it not? Stop you right there, Gosford barked. Stop, stop. Who is Remora? He fought, had always fought, to instantly moor conversations that were drifting beyond his reach, and he didn't seem to much mind whether the boat capsized in the process. One of my cases, Theo said, his face blanching. A colonel, the deputy chief of the SVR's 5th Department. They're Europe guys. We met him a few days ago, Deb said, leafing through more of her papers. She flicked a pair of mustard yellow frames over her face when she came to the one she sought, licked her thumb and flipped a page. Her face was still buried in the report when she said, Remora offered vagaries about threats against Americans in Asia. It was not. Debs cleared her throat and tipped her head toward Gosford. Actionable. A look from Debs seemed to convince Gosford that here should end that line of inquiry. So he said, I hear we have a problem in Singapore. Debs slid the glasses off her face and pointed them at Procter. She'll get you up to speed on that. And I'm under the very bus, Procter thought, looking up. About right. She started with a few minutes of setup, how a Kremlin insider by the name of Golikov had, through a cutout, passed a letter to Moscow Station. He was on an East Asian junket, a Russian trade delegation trawling through the region searching for partners willing to help them bust sanctions. And we know he's a degenerate gambler. So I've heard you sent a headquarters-based officer, Gosford cut in. Why not use someone local? I didn't want to risk burning someone in the station, nor did I want the Singhs involved. They are leaky as gosh. Goodies tend to find their way to Beijing. And instead, you thought it was safer to use a disgraced officer to handle the bump, Debs said, one with a gambling problem. And, poof, he's gone missing, along with well over $100,000 of taxpayer money, not to mention a head full of our deepest secrets. Hey now, Procter said. Hey now. Sam is or was a professional poker player, not a gambling addict. He had pristine cover for travel to Singapore and a plumb reason to sidle up to Golikov at the tables. Which is what happened then, Deb swung in again. Did he defect? Is he on a bender? A gambling spree? What? Fact was, there was no use in arguing with them. Lordy, she knew they had their reasons, mostly Deb's. Procter did deserve some hell for what she'd done to the poor woman in Afghanistan. But now, the shoe was decidedly on the other foot. A foot now wearing a gigantic and doubtless quite fashionable jackboot, good for squishing and stomping. They hated her, pure and simple, and probably the others too, though with far less zeal. Gosford and Debs were politicians, and Procter was a politician's nightmare, a competent extremist, inoculated against nonsense, unwilling to kowtow, even when it made very good sense. The other three Bratva would grovel if required, and though her tastes were eclectic, she'd yet to work up the stomach for that. A lot of people hated Artemis Aphrodite, and each she considered marks in her favor. He's missing, was all Procter offered. Right now we don't know anything else. Deb said, let's recap. 2 options. 1. You walked a disgraced, gambling addict officer into a Russian trap. 2. He's absconded with a small fortune in taxpayer dollars and is likely at the tables right now frittering it away. The events in Moscow, Mac said, Buccaneer's death would hint at the former, a trap. Heads poked up or turned as the door cracked open, and a woman appeared. It was Petra Devine, chief of what was technically termed the Special Investigations Unit, but popularly known as the Dermatology Shop, CIA's mole hunters. As always and everywhere, an espionage outfit's chief mole hunter was an old woman. In this case, one in a shambolic floor-length dress topped by a weird gray vest, Coke bottle glasses, a bird's nest of curly gray hair, and jowls like a turkey waddle. Stone-cold church lady vibes. Though in Petra's case, that waddle didn't need to flap for too long before you knew that she wasn't going to be tickling organ keys or running the fall potluck. The chief derm was typically a woman of unquestioned loyalty, decades of service, and zero political acumen. The derms built elaborate matrices to track anomalies in the intelligence reporting, searching for a common denominator or hidden clue to a mysterious loss. Procter had seen Petra's matrix, an elaborate map of a road to nowhere. Procter watched Deb's lip curl as Petra shambled in and took a seat. "I thought we took you off the invite list for this meeting," Deb said. The woman looked Debs over for a moment, then said dryly, "Oh, and why would you go and do that?" Gosford shut one eye to stare at Petra, as if perhaps this were the sort of creature best seen through a scopatelli, micro, or rifle, take your pick. And Procter thought for a moment he was going to force an apology, as he had done to Gus at the meeting's kickoff. Part of her hoped he would, because that would send the meeting nuclear, a real scene, and its mushroom cloud would tower over the spat between her and Debs. Instead, Gosford cracked open his other eye, blinked, and said, "She's fine, Deborah." Petra mumbled something, smiling at her gigantic black shoes while she took the empty seat next to Procter. Procter caught a whiff of a singular smell carried from her clothes, dog dander. "You were talking about traps," Petra said, "and that's probably what it is, because it never goes like this, not naturally. Sure, the gosh hits the fan in this business, well and truly and often. We all know it. But we have too many problems all at once. Buccaneer is elaborately recalled from Athens, then drops dead a few days after his inglorious return to Russia. And, the same day, your boy Sam Shed, taking Procter's shoulder into her badger grip, goes AOL in Singapore, after a futile attempt to hear out a Russian with very important news for CIA. The business doesn't work like this. And, since you are all tap dancing around the obvious, let me articulate it for you. We have a big problem." "Amen," Procter thought. "No one has any proof of that," Deb snapped. "There are other explanations, a commo breach, tradecraft errors, dumb luck." Ignoring Debs, Gosford gave Petra an icy glare and said, "And what do you suggest we do about this problem?" "Take a good, hard look at things, sir. Honorific delivered like a kick in the shins. Run a full and proper investigation to locate the breach. You want a witch hunt? Show trials? Am I hearing this right?" Gosford said. He had his chin propped on his hand to stare at Petra. "Turn the place inside out during my first week on the job? On what basis? We all know how awful those get. There'll be a panic, leaks. In the end, we'll probably find nothing. Just burn the place down to watch the fire." "Can't know you'll find nothing until you look," Petra said. "And I'm telling you, I think we have a problem." "Oh, Lord," Deb said, "enough of these dark fantasies." Gosford's attention had wandered off. Checking the 3x5 card holding his daily schedule, he glowered, first at the card, then over to Procter. "We need to stop this meeting here," he said. "Find the case officer. Keep the DDO's office apprised of any updates. That is all. Dismissed." Procter had never been in a CIA meeting that concluded with a formal dismissal. She almost chalked up her second laugh of that grim morning. They shuffled.
He listened to the report for a few moments until the voice on the other end, spooked by the silence, said, "Are you still there, Rem Mikhailovich?" Rem shut off the water. Yes, go on. While he did, Rem, at this hour in his bathrobes, slapped the pills from his hand onto the countertop and sorted them into two piles. On the left, those that would make him drowsy. On the right, those that would not. To the left, the orange one for sleep, the yellow for his back, the foul-smelling brown one for his blood pressure. These were swept from the counter back into the plastic case with the compartments for each day of the week. Balancing the phone between the ear and the crick of his neck, he swallowed the pink stool softener for his hemorrhoids, the green for his arthritis, lighter green for his thyroid, and the sweet-smelling little red octagon for cholesterol. The colonel's report had concluded by the stool softener. The line was silent, save for Rem's gurgles and swallows, concluding with the clink of his glass on marble. Have a driver outside my apartment in 10 minutes. Rem hung up and went to the bedroom. Ninel, in bed, looked up from her book. You are going out? Yes. You look cross. I am. She clapped shut the book, flung off the bed covers. I will pick out a suit. He watched the dark city float by the windows of his car. The jet-black suit that Ninel had selected matched the night sky and the car's paint and its leather. He was camouflaged, a faceless bureaucrat sliding into the Moscow night. The suit was an older one, purchased in Rome when he'd been resident there. Finely cut, it still clung nicely to his frame. Since that tour, Rem had added cataracts, arthritis, and, thanks to his father, congenitally high blood pressure, but not a single pound. The car came to a stop under the light of a street lamp. He caught sight of dust on his shoes and stooped down gingerly to wipe it away. Ninel had picked the shoes, too, but it had been ages since he'd worn them, and she'd forgotten to polish them in the rush. It could not be helped. Ninel saw the big picture. Rem saw everything else. And the only thing Rem could see now was the danger facing his top American asset, known inside the forest as Dr. B. It was the reason the director, the week prior, had permitted Rem to stay on beyond mandatory retirement. Rem had read the ops note from that week's meeting with Dr. B no fewer than 10 times. He'd quizzed his handling officer on Dr. B's body language, intonation, and facial grammar, each a plank in the emotional architecture of the SVR's most valuable penetration of CIA ever. The summary. Dr. B was stressed and concerned. This was obvious even from the written ops note, but not panicked. Dr. B was too cool for that, though the asset was appropriately worried, as was Rem, that the week's drama imperiled their shared mission. Rem did take some measure of pride that the chaos had not halted Dr. B's production. He'd been able to share a stack of Dr. B's reports with the director just that morning, including a few CIA analytical pieces and minutes from the American National Security Council's deliberations on Russia. The requested China Hall, Dr. B promised, would come next, perhaps by autumn. Tremendous risks had been taken that very week to protect Dr. B, and Rem feared, no, he knew, that many more would be necessary in the weeks and months to come. But that was for later. Tonight, Rem had work to do. He had a damage assessment to conduct. He had leaks to plug. Soon, Moscow was an orange ribbon of light behind his car. Rem was glad he'd not taken the other pills. He was already so tired. In happier times, St. Catherine's had been a convent. The nunnery was painted a sunflower yellow that glowed eerily in the darkness. The buildings were fronted by rows of white columns. Rem had selected the convent because it required little of the mundane facilities work that typically accompanied the establishment of an informal prison. The most difficult part, in the end, had been relocating the nuns, who put up a more savage fight than he would have thought possible from a half-dozen septuagenarians. In the end, the matter went to the director, who called the chief of the presidential administration, who doubtless shook some cash at the patriarch. The nuns were dispersed to a convent near Nizhny, and their old chapel became the holding chamber for a specially fitted box.
The somber stone cellar was outfitted as an interrogation chamber, though Rem did not like that word. These were merely conversations, he believed, even if the other person was occasionally upside down, hauled up by their arms until they lost consciousness, or locked for a spell in a dreamlike world of perpetual light and noise. From Rem's vantage, Samuel Joseph's mouth was curled into a joyful smile, but that was merely a contortion. He was upside down. His feet were strung from the rafters. An interrogator stood beside him. For a moment, Rem watched Samuel dangle from side to side, broom of hair gently sweeping the stone. The American had been spirited from Singapore on a ketamine-dribbled itinerary of vans, shipping containers, military transport planes, and helicopters. He'd been at St. Catherine's for all of 2 hours, most of it upside down, shaking things loose to get him started. "Bring him down," Rem ordered the interrogator. They sat at a wooden table spattered with oily stains. Here, he thought, the nuns must have prepared their food. Samuel sported a loose gray jumpsuit. His eyes were red-rimmed and hollow from the ketamine injections during transport, and his cheeks were flushed with blood from hanging upside down. Rem called for tea, and they drank in silence. Samuel did not meet his eyes. When Rem had finished his tea, he spread his palms on the table and shifted his weight in the chair with a wince. "Gosh, hemorrhoids." "You met Boris Golikov in Singapore," Rem said. "I met a man named Boris, briefly, at the tables, small talk. I did not know his name until your men kidnapped me. This detention is illegal." "This," Rem interrupted. "What did he tell you?" "My detention here is illegal." "You said that already. What did he tell you? What did he give you?" "He asked me about my whiskey." "What were you drinking?" "A Macallan." "How old?" "I don't know." "What sort of man doesn't know the age of his whiskey?" 10 years. "What was Golikov drinking?" "A Springbank." "That's what we were talking about." "That's all we talked about." "What did he pass you?" "I told you, nothing." "Why did you have $100,000 in cash in your hotel room?" "It's a casino." "You did not wire money into an account at the casino?" "I prefer cash. Feels real to me." "You are a CIA officer." "I am not. I am a Foreign Service officer." Rem laughed. "Ah, yes. But you were on a tourist passport in Singapore. As I've said, I was in Singapore to gamble, not to work. Long way to travel for cards. Las Vegas is, what, a 3-hour flight from Washington? I like to visit new places." Rem paused for a moment as he considered the man before him. "How is Artemis Aphrodite Procter doing these days?" "Who? You do not know her?" "What a shame," Rem said. "She is a treat, a gem of your wretched service." Rem shifted forward in the chair. "I understand from our files that you were interrogated in Syria, however briefly. Now, we trained the Syrian security services, so perhaps you are thinking you will resist what we are going to put you through. But you cannot. And here is why. There is no clock. We can hold you forever. No one is coming. They do not know where you are, nor who took you. Oh, of course they suspect it, but they cannot prove it, and there is no trail leading from Singapore to Russia. So, we are going to hold you here for however long it takes until you give us what we want. You tell me why you were in Singapore and what Boris Golikov told you, and I will personally drive you to the U.S. Embassy. That can happen tonight. It can happen in this moment. You just have to tell me. We are not monsters, and you know how we operate."
The Spy Flicks, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous ternal. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. The spy flicks would have us Russians jerking out fingernails and electrocuting kidneys and sensitive areas of the body, and beating you senseless with leaden pipes, and maybe putting a bullet in your neck for good measure. As though we were the American mafia. And do you know what? After a few weeks of what we're going to put you through, you'll be begging me for the relatively clean experience of electrocution, or some light cutting. You will plead for a beating with a pipe, because unless you cooperate, you will travel into a darker and far more sinister forest. You will hear nothing, or it will be so loud you will hear nothing else. There will be no light, or so much of it you cannot see. You will be lonely, so alone, and when you are not, you will wish you were. You will lose all sense of place and time and satisfaction and truth and beauty. You will beg for someone to cut you so you might feel something. Rem stood and gripped the back of the chair. So, that was a lot, and so very dark. Samuel, I am former First Chief Directorate, an artist, not a thug. I must say I don't care for this piece of the work, but I have my reasons, distasteful though this all is. So, out with it. Golikov, what did he tell you? He told me he was drinking a Springbank. Rem looked up at the camera above the door. We're done for now. Put him in the box. Sam's box was a frantically still world of blinding light and cloaking darkness, frozen silence and roaring noise. There were 6 lights set into the ceiling, behind thick plastic. Crackers, bread, and hunks of pickled fish arrived at random on a rubber plate, set on a rubber tray bearing a rubber cup filled with water. A rubber bucket toilet sat in one corner. It did not overflow, and yet he could not recall anyone ever emptying it. He wore a gray jumpsuit with 18 frayed threads coming off the pant legs. He'd counted them dozens of times. Inside the box, he could not quite fully stand. He could lie down, though. He could sit against a wall. His box was a square. 10.5 steps, heel to toe, brought you from side to side. The sides wore a thick cloth fabric. There were no visible screws or rivets. When the lights were on, he could make out tiny red stars printed on the fabric. Once, in the upper corner of the box to the right of the door, he'd spotted a fraying slice of fabric. When he'd pulled on it, the door opened and they told him to stop.
He'd not spoken to a human in so long that he just kept on yanking. He was hoping for a fight, for a chat, for, as that old man had said, someone to make him feel something. And two men burst through the door. They jabbed his shoulder, and when he woke up, the fabric had been repaired. His memory, his existence, had been reduced to the box and that night in Singapore. He came to believe he'd had no life before this. CIA did not exist anymore. Neither did Procter. Neither did Natalie. Life was a busted up in Singapore, and this cell, which he assumed was in Russia but of course could not know. Sometimes he wondered if his box was in a room down the hall at the Sands. They knew who he was, of course. He'd crossed paths with the Russian services in Syria years earlier, as the old man had said. They understood he was CIA. But to keep him like this? The only way out was to hold back the one thing they wanted. If he told them what Galakov had shared, they would never let him go. They might not anyhow. But once he'd told that old man what Galakov had said, they could never let him leave, not even in a box. The only way home was to hold it all deep inside. When the crackers arrived, Sam would dip into the memory palace of his childhood bedroom, crouching to slide the colorful bins from beneath his bed, opening them to reveal Galakov's words, each in its precise order, spoken in that brief moment at the table. He would silently speak the truth to the cracker. He would eat it, then he would begin counting the little red stars. Langley. The bureaucratic torture of Artemis Procter was excruciating, and, until the very end, administered at a sensible arm's length, to avoid the mess. The first prick of the knife was Procter's formal elimination, no reason offered, from the director's Russia updates. The next was to slash for Moscow X-crew to skeletons. Procter had a team of analysts and techies she'd corralled for special projects, and the 7th floor commandeered those. The anodyne email she received explaining that it was critical to centralize such enterprise resources inside the directorate. On a Monday, they all sat in the Moscow X spaces. By Tuesday lunch, those bullpens and cubicles had been stripped down to the last stapler. Procter wasn't due for a polygraph for another year, but security made her sit for one anyway, pairing it with a laborious background investigation that involved calling friends and relatives and neighbors. She had tried to keep a low profile. Now she had government creeps slinking around the subdevelopment, asking if Artemis Procter threw ragers or snorted coke on her back patio. The investigation didn't worry hers. She had nothing to hide. But she was wildly agitated, and that was precisely the point. By late spring, 24 Equal Employment Opportunity (EEO) complaints had been called forth from the mists of her long career, all of them focused on what the chief considered her idiosyncratic and brutally effective management style, which in the complaints was described as conduct creating a work environment that is intimidating, hostile, or offensive to reasonable people. Procter had been up for promotion to the Senior Intelligence Service, but after the EEO complaints and the background investigation, her package was pulled from consideration. In a rather nasty gesture, the formal note explaining the panel's decision referenced a Russian blackmail attempt from a few years back that had concluded with her unceremoniously assaulting the officer making the pitch, just after he'd shown her a bunch of compromising photos snapped while she'd been drugged. Professional lapse was how the note described it, one in a long string leading up to the present operational planning for Singapore. Though as yet her old friend's name and office were not associated with the torture, Procter saw the hand of Debs on all of it. Here, more than a decade on, was Deborah Sweet's revenge. Of all the indignities she suffered in those months, the violations of her office were perhaps the most galling. Her shoestring, gutted Moscow X shop was transferred to the ground floor, the basement, smack across the hall from the hot dog machine. Then security paid a surprise visit and wrote her up in violation of Agency Regulation 32-498, rules and processes regarding the possession and storage of weapons on agency property. "It's just a baseball bat," she'd said to the guy, "and look, it's decorative." The truth was that the bat, signed by every member of the 1997 Cleveland Indians World Series team, had been used as a weapon, just not recently, nor inside headquarters. "What do you have against Cleveland?" she asked, and never did get a response.
Visitors were sparse in those grim days, limited mostly to the occasional guest on a flyby after a hot dog run. But during a rare meeting, the color drained from one guy's face and he set down his dog entirely. Procter spun to see one of the photos perched up on her empty bookshelf. She was going to explain it was a prank her friends had played. "It's not mine, I swear it," but she could only laugh. Plus, Debs wasn't even her friend anymore. Word got out, though, and security wrote her up for that one, too. A violation of Agency Regulation 16-20, materials prohibited on agency premises and information systems, ATL, alcohol, tobacco, illegal drugs, restricted content, etc. Gosford was well within his rights to fire her, ease her out with a pat on the back, or send her on a useless, pointless assignment far from headquarters. That happened all the time with senior officers approaching 50 with 20 years overseas in the bank. But a mercy killing was clearly not in the offing. It would have cut short the entertainment. Procter did consider quitting, not for shame, but to deprive Debs of her satisfying revenge. But she would not give up while Sam was still missing. Procter lived by two rules: protect your agent and collect the intel. Singapore had been a total failure on both counts, the first most of all. The pain of Deb's torture aside, Procter would stick it out as long as she could be helpful in bringing Sam home. Mac, Gus, and Theo, though by no means favorites, were faring better than Procter inside Gosford's Thunderdome, and they brought their Russia House components to bear in the search for Sam. Procter spent hours on video conference with Singapore Station, sifting through every available scrap of intelligence, every lead. She went down all roads, though in the end they led nowhere. She tasked Knox officers under non-official cover, inbound to Russia, to work their networks, rustle up any clues as to Sam's whereabouts. She hounded Moscow Station and the embassy to press the Russians for answers, and she continued to do so through back channels even after seventh-floor mandarins decreed that she stop pronto. But by early summer, CIA still didn't have any idea where Sam was. The trail went cold in Singapore. Was he in a gutter, Russian prison, on a spiritual journey in the Himalayas? Petra Devine and her luckless derms continued to preach to the few who would listen that CIA had a problem. Procter tended to agree, but there was absolutely no proof. And from what she could gather, the derm shop had been wrecked, same as Moscow X, now a backwater, with Procter in the role of chief hermit. This is the whimper of the end, Procter thought, running a team of analysts in the basement, within sniffing distance of the hot dog machine. Even Procter, whose imaginative capacity for suffering was quite developed, struggled to comprehend the rate and depth of her decline. There was still the last bit to go, though, and that ball got rolling on a Tuesday in late June, with a summons to Gosford's office. That morning, the sunlight on the march from the distant purple lot, her GS-15 reserved parking privileges had been forfeited amid Deb's shakedown, had been bright and pure. She hadn't been a convict in the prison yard, gazing into the blue sky, brilliant and unreachable. She hadn't been invited up to the 7th floor in going on 10 weeks, and the invite, extended via a phone call from one of the director's special assistants, was curt and wildly nonspecific. She figured this was it. Tired at last of batting at the mouse, the cat would now sink fangs into her neck. She waited in the anteroom outside the director's office. "He's running behind, Miss Procter," the essay would pop in to say. "No, Miss Procter, no need to leave. It'll be any minute now." Procter wore her best jeans with a tweed blazer over a newly dry-cleaned white blouse that only sort of hid her lucky bra,
the neon yellow one with the little neon green palm trees on it. A pair of aviators peered across the room from their perch atop Procter's nest of curly black hair. Each time she wandered into the bullpens for an update, the SA scowled at the clock and then at Procter. "I have work to do. I can come back," Procter offered. "No sweat." The SA tugged on his lower lip, expression souring at the mention of a scheduling change. "I'm afraid that will not work for the director's schedule," he said dourly. After an hour, one of the caterers wheeled a picked-out spread of pastries, bagels, fruit, and muffins down the hall, parking it just outside the cramped kitchenette, presumably for later collection by the agency dining room staff. Now, Artemis Procter had been known to partake when chocolate muffins were involved, even more so when she was wildly depressed, an emotion she did not consider real or valid, but was nonetheless experiencing in spades as of late. And the spread, the poor spread, was sitting there all by its lonesome. Procter stood, stretched, walked over for a look-see at the muffin situation. And there was one chocolate, wouldn't you know it, in pristine condition. Procter put the muffin on a plate along with some fruit and returned to her seat. Later she'd admit that the taste was not right. The texture was chalkier than you'd have liked or expected. But she was hungry. Low-grade rolling anger had her famished, and the muffin vanished in about 5 bites. She settled in to wait. A few minutes later, the SA appeared to shepherd her into the birch-paneled office. Debs was at the table. Gosford was writing something in a notebook at his desk, the MLP secure phone receiver pinched between his ear and shoulder. Deb's smile was strange, she thought that even then, a swirl of smugness and pure disdain. While Gosford finished his call, Debs patted a chair at the table and said, "Have a seat, Artemis." Sitting across from Debs, Procter heard a gurgle, then felt a kick from inside her stomach, like something wanted out. Then it made another noise, almost human, a shout from inside her body. "What was that?" Debs asked. "I'm just hungry," Procter said. Hanging up the phone, Gosford joined them at the table. When he crossed his legs, little red roosters peeked above his shoes. Had they still been friends, she would have made a comment about the cocks on his socks, but they weren't, so she looked away to avoid the temptation. He leaned back, head supported by the heel of a hand, the Gosford cue for an imminent monologue, God help her. "You've had quite the run, Artemis," he said. "You should be proud. But, after reviewing your latest performance review and the mountain of citations and complaints, I think we can both agree that it's time for a change, time for your next chapter, time to move on from CIA." She'd known it was coming, had known for months, and yet it still felt painful and raw. They were pulling her guts through her throat and had skimped on the anesthetic. "I can't agree with that. I don't think there's another chapter," she said. "I think this is the last one." "Oh, come now," Gosford said. "I am sure you'll figure something out. The private sector can be quite rewarding, financially and otherwise. No Beltway bandit worth its salt would bat an eye at your colorfully checkered experience. Quite the opposite. There are surely more sordid adventures to be written in the life story of Artemis Procter. The setting, though, will not be inside these walls." "You need a scapegoat for Singapore," Procter said. "That it?" "That implies innocence," Deb said. "You're just fortunate we're not sending you to the program first, telling people you're in bum-really Yemen while you're actually drying out in a taxpayer-funded drunk tank up in Maryland, which, let's face it, could be helpful." "Now, hey now," Gosford said with a glare at Debs. "I realize there is no value in Monday morning quarterbacking you, Artemis, and even more, I understand that my disapproval will have no impact." Her stomach made that noise again, but now she couldn't be sure if it was causing the disgusted look to ripple through his face. "Plus," he continued, "you are, what, a year or so from 50? Until then, we'll send you on a long domestic temporary duty assignment, a TDY, with 0 responsibility. After, you'll be able to collect the full FERS special pension, isn't that right? You've got plenty more than 5 years banked in the field. You're golden.
Go out and travel the big wide world and have some fun. Gosford smoothed his tie and smiled and stood, trying to end the meeting. Procter stayed in the chair. Her stomach turned over with another wet gurgle. With great effort, she swallowed. She was soaked in sweat. "Just let me keep what's left of Moscow X," Procter said. She prayed with an even tone. "Until we find Sam. Or a spot in the field where I can be useful. Most of this will get sorted in the field anyhow. I want to help. And I can be useful to you by helping bring him back." Gosford just looked at her all piteous and glassy-eyed and said, "Put you in the field? Not after Singapore. And, at any rate, the important work takes place at headquarters, Artemis." "What?" Fragments of a laugh escaped after the question mark. They looked at each other, eye to eye, with little smiles twisting on their lips, as if their obvious mutual disdain for one another were perhaps amusing. Gosford stomped back to his desk, grabbed the green line, and told his SA to patch through his next call in 2 minutes. He slammed the phone into its cradle and pointed at the door. "We're finished here, Artemis. Dismissed." He pretended to read a note card plucked from his suit pocket. Procter shifted in the chair. "Despite our differences, I have a track record in the field," Procter said, "a strong one. I'm a GS-15 and overqualified for more than half our stations. You could put me anywhere to help get him back." Her stomach yelped again. Sweat was beading on her hairline and upper lip. "Our differences," he mused with venom. "How rich. You planned and oversaw an operation to bump a Russian official using a disgraced case officer, resulting in the probable death of the Russian, the disappearance of our officer, and a catastrophic loss of operational funds. A gosh stew served piping hot by the debauched wanderlust and all-around bugaboo Artemis Procter." Gosford laughed, then looked off out the window and muttered, "You people," which Procter found odd because "you're one of us really people, Finn, you and me, we come from the same place." His nose wrinkled in disgust, as if Procter were oozing a rancid potpourri. He was flicking around the note card holding his schedule. Procter was torn. Sheer stubbornness kept her planted in the chair, while the sickness slithering inside her had her frantically planning an exit. Her eyes came to rest on the intelligent star, framed to decorate the wall above his desk. The star had not yet been hung on her previous visit, during Gosford's first week on the job, amid the fallout from Singapore. Long ago, she'd made her peace with how the Afghanistan debacle had netted out. No use reopening the wound. But now it was quite literally in front of her face. Procter never spoke of her star. She kept it in the very drawer where it belonged. Want a medal? Join the really army. This really guy. A grifter consultant huckster who'd been honored for shooting himself in the foot, who was now CIA director and had promoted her farm washout former friend Debs, a useless mop of a case officer, greedy, difficult person and consummate political sycophant, to the position of DDO, leapfrogging Procter and all her friends who toiled inside for years, who'd earned their spurs quietly without getting rich. Her enemies had ridden back into town to kill her. Procter had also just messed her pants. And, with that as perhaps the agreed-upon signal, the muffin made its second jailbreak, this time up out of her stomach to the sweet freedom of the carpet at her feet. The brazen double escapes a new low watermark for Artemis Aphrodite Procter's quarter-century inside CIA. Some of it was on her shoes. She slid off her blazer and, in a vain attempt to censor the mess, tied it around her waist. The shock on Deb's face stopped short of her knowing eyes, and Procter was back in Afghanistan, watching the base facilities crew clean up after what she'd done to Debs. Procter figured it was ipecac in that muffin, at least that's what she'd have used. Gosford had a hand over his mouth. He stood by his desk, having arrived perhaps by leaping backward like a startled cat. "Artemis, go to a doctor." "I'll be okay," she said. "Debs poisoned me, is all." She stood, promptly keeled over to dry heave, then swished about halfway to the door. The double-tap firing and poisoning had sapped her will to fight.
She turned to them, understanding that parting thoughts from a former friend with a stain on her pants in the rough shape of the Indian subcontinent were unlikely to be well received, but she had her conscience to consider, plus she wouldn't see either of them ever again. Someone ratted Sam out. That derm, Petra, is a pain in the ass, but she's not wrong. We have a big problem around here. Are you kidding me? We should junk that useless derm outfit, Gosford said, regaining his edge. With Gosford and Debs, the urge to fight, to respond, was irresistible, mechanical even. Action, reaction. That's a stupid, really idea, Finn, Procter said. Someone knocked on the door. Excuse me? Gosford said. Another knock, more insistent. Gosford yelled for one more minute. His eyes were blazing. Deb's face was a mask, but those eyes, well, very her. They might well have been smiling. What would be a stupid idea, Artemis, Gosford said, is turning this place inside out chasing phantoms. Now I would like you to apologize. What? This time the whole laugh escaped. Come on, apologize to me, right now, for being rude and insubordinate. I'm not going to do that, she said, because it is a stupid idea. It's rather difficult if you can take the heat. Procter's defrocking commenced promptly after a cleanup session in a 7th-floor restroom. Finn's initial offer of a breezy glide into retirement had been retracted in the wake of her mess, refusal to apologize, and choice of profanity. In an office the size of a broom closet, she signed her resignation letter under the watchful eyes of a decrepit support officer, who then had her work through a stack of documents the thickness of a phone book, the gist of which was that Procter would receive a visit from the goon squad, or worse, government lawyers, if she ran her mouth. They didn't even give her the blue bag, the classy thank you present for decades of service, with the flag and the medallion and the certificate with the president's autopin signature. 2 security officers escorted her to her office, where they collected her passports, the black diplomatic in true name, the 4 blue tourists in aliases. They returned her impounded baseball bat. The supervised pack-out did not take long, because Procter's lodgings were Spartan, always and everywhere. Plus, there'd been a recent wave of consolidation scouring for any straggling inappropriate images that had been hidden around. Into the keeper box went a twisted scrap of metal from a Mitsubishi Pajero, a carpet from the old souk in Damascus, and a cherished picture of Vladimir Putin falling on the ice during a hockey game. Next was the sole photo on her desk, a shot of her smiling and laughing with the Queen of Jordan. She gathered a stack of awards, meritorious unit citations, and her own dusty intelligence star, dumping it all into blue and red striped burn bags for future incineration. Then she picked up the box, flung the baseball bat over her shoulder, and rode the elevator upstairs, security officer on each flank. She walked out of CIA for the last time. Artemis Aphrodite Procter, newly inducted member of the uncleared masses. A nobody. Because when you're out, you're out. At the exit, she handed one of the officers her blue badge, circled around the turnstiles, and strolled, box tucked under her arm, bat on the shoulder, across the prairie of Langley parking lots into the wilderness of civilian life. Langley, a bender beckoned, but the firing had occurred on a Friday, and Fridays in the summer and fall, at least since Afghanistan, meant baseball. That she had been canned technically disqualified her. It was, after all, a CIA intramural league, but if anyone questioned the participation of the Cold Warriors center fielder, their protests were registered in silence. Procter was a known brawler, ejected already this season from 2 games for arguing calls with the umps and a 3rd for sliding into second, spikes up, while successfully disrupting a double play. She unceremoniously clanked her bat bag on the dugout bench. Theo, the Cold Warriors' first baseman, wrinkled his nose at her beery smell and said, "You bring me one?" "No drinking at the ballpark, Theo, you know that." "Right." He bent over to tie a cleat. Just before and after. She'd gone home for a shower and a few drinks before driving to the field. Sitting out wasn't really an option. 10 years earlier, they'd jerry-rigged a park and a pickup league at the base in Shashkin, Afghanistan. The initial catalyst had not been Procter or her bratva or even CIA, but two Marines who had played single-A ball before enlisting. CIA participation had begun as something of a joke. Theo, for example, went 1 for 49 that season, and Procter wasn't much better. Her batting eye had become glaucomic since playing the game as a child. But over time, and certainly now in the Langley Intramural League, the games had become a pyre for the sacrifice of stress and grudges, of all the petty slights and useless energy vacuuming bullshit that defined life at CIA headquarters. Throughout the years, it had been unspoken, though collectively and firmly agreed, that the absent were best honored if the rest of them just kept on playing. In Shashkin, they'd regularly thrown first pitches shortly after the conclusion of rocket barrages against the base. One of the Marine teams took the field for a Friday night game after losing their second baseman in a Taliban ambush on that Tuesday. Sam had been the Cold Warriors' third baseman, and they had played the season opener 5 days after his disappearance. Tonight, as her friends filed into the dugout, not one asked her how she was, or why she had shown up for a baseball game mere hours after concluding in disastrous fashion a 24-year career at the Central Intelligence Agency. That would come later over drinks at the Vienna Inn. First, they had business with the Counterterrorism Center predators. Procter trotted out to center. The night air was bathwater on her skin. The glow of the lights was the sky torn open to heaven. The evening breeze carried the scent of popcorn and clean dirt and cut grass. She chewed a wad of gum like a maniac. She had a good buzz rolling. There was no past, no future. She was playing baseball with her friends. Gus, the Cold Warriors' starting pitcher and the most natural athlete among them, could hurl in the low 70s and had in his quiver a reasonable if inconsistent curve. In an intramural league, he was nearly unhittable. The Preds pitcher, a lanky young analyst who worked on jihadi financing networks, had also brought his stuff. By the 6th inning, league rules stipulated 7 innings, no bonus play. The Cold Warriors' catcher, a reports officer, was complaining of groin pain. "I'll catch," Procter said. "I'm quite familiar with the catcher's crouch." She winked at Gus, who laughed. "You won't be catching me," he said. "My arm is gassed." That left Mac to pitch the 7th. Procter spent the bottom of the 6th in the dugout, sitting by Mac on the bench, working on a bag of sunflower seeds in a glorious and companionable silence. The third baseman, an analyst who had taken Sam's spot, sidled up and for a few moments sat quietly, though Procter could sense that he had words for her and that she did not want to hear them. Gus grounded out to short, 2 down. She spat. "Oh gosh," she thought, "he is going to say something." "Artemis," he said. She looked up with a frown. "I wanted to say that I heard, and I'm sorry." His voice was weak, like he was speaking into a running vacuum. "Yeah," she said. "Okay. Gosh," the third baseman went on. "What happened?" "Save it," Max scolded. "We're playing baseball." He kept his gaze fixed on the game, mouth churning through seeds. Theo, as usual, struck out, this time looking. 3 down. Procter began donning the catcher's gear. Theo traded bat and helmet for his glove and the plain red proletarian cap of the Cold Warriors. "Gosh, I'm very bad," he muttered. "I suck." Theo did suck, a feature of his life more than a bug, extending well beyond the confines of the baseball diamond to his marriages and drinking habits. Off the field, Procter was all too happy to remind him of these failings, but in the dugout she just slapped his back as she strolled by on her way to the plate. Mac's inning was shaky. A targeting officer called Tobin, the Preds catcher, came to the plate with 2 down and runners on 2nd and 3rd. After a ball outside, Procter hustled to the mound for a word. "He's too comfortable in the box," she said, taking an ownership stance. "Soundtrack's gotta be chin music, McIntosh. You keep missing outside. He's going to poke out his bat and dribble something down the line past Theo, and we're in a difficult spot." She slapped Max back too and trotted back to the plate. Next pitch came in high and tight, nearly skinning Tobin's elbows when he lurched back and out of the box. "Holy gosh," he said, glaring at Procter. "Tell Mac to ease up. It's just a game." "No wonder you got passed up for your 14, she said, smacking her glove and easing into her crouch. "You're an idiot, Tobin." She signaled for a fastball in. This time, Tobin swung and missed, and his exaggerated, intentional, the bastard, backswing clocked her in the helmet, rocketed off her mask, and sent her plug of gum into the dirt. "Lord Almighty," she said, and spat. "Oops," said Tobin. "Sorry." And, "You've already had one spanking today. My bad." She picked up the mask, shouldering past him on her way out to the mound. "He's still crowding the plate," Procter said. "He's been warned, and now we've got to deliver. And first base, well, first base is open, Mac." "Ribs," Mac whispered into his glove. "If you can manage." She slapped Mac's back with her mitt and took up behind home. Tobin's elbows were luxuriously draped over the plate, taunting them, an affront not only to her and her friends personally, but to all pitchers and catchers everywhere for all time. She punched her mitt, rearranged the mask. "Scoot really off the plate," she said. "You own the box, not the plate. You are an infringer, Tobin. You are line-stepping, and you have been warned. Why are you here, running your very mouth, after what happened today?" Tobin said, unmoved, check-swinging as he waited for the delivery. "You should be out somewhere, drunk." To his credit, Mac put some sauce on it. The fastball scored a direct hit on Tobin's left kidney, and he bent like a hinge at the waist and dropped the bat with a grunt that made Procter grin. He just stood there in the box, hands on his knees. Procter picked the ball from the dirt and threw it back to Mac. "Take your base, Tobin. Move along." She gave him a playful slap, too. "Go on." It spoke volumes about the spirit of the league that the Cold Warriors had thought nothing of beaning a coworker, that both benches were beginning to spill onto the field, and that Tobin was quite obviously keen to rush the mound and fight a fellow officer who was, in fact, his superior. Procter took a measure of pride in this, because if you couldn't lather yourself into a murderous rage over a game of baseball, then what were you, really? Tobin righted himself and charged the mound.
And the cords of her rage drawn frighteningly tight since Sam's disappearance, the hopscotch of workplace humiliations, and, at last, today's firing twanged inside her, and she was on Tobin's heels, sprinting to protect Mac, who had his fists up, bobbing, waiting. Procter overtook Tobin before he got to Mac, jumping onto his back to ride him into the dust of the mound. She figured she had about 2 seconds before the teams collided in the infield, and they pulled her off. The only sound was the ringing noise in her skull. Mashed into the dirt, her nose excavated smells of dust and leather and blood. She climbed on Tobin, wrestled his hands from his face, and punched him square in the nose. After the brawl, the game sputtered to a maddening conclusion, a scoreless tie. No one apologized or tried to smooth things over, which Procter did appreciate. The umps abandoned them, and the two teams melted back to their dugouts to pack up. "Feels like a 10-drink night," Theo said, zipping up his bag with a flourish, holding an undershirt against the skin of his clawed-up cheek. They went to the Vienna Inn, the 4 of them, and for the first round, in their usual booth, spoke only of the game and the fight. Well into the second, Mac at last nudged her to tell the full story of her meeting with Gosford and Debs. She spared no detail, up to and including the impromptu cleanup session in the 7th-floor restroom and her ignominious final trot out the door. She finished her beer, on to the 3rd. Tonight Mac was buying. And Gus, God bless him, he always said this like his teetotaling wasn't assumed. Gus said he would drive tonight. Have as many as you like. "We gon' fit in your Corolla, Gus?" Mac asked. "Last time you had the twins' sweaty lacrosse stuff in there. Bit tight. Bit smelly." "I've got the minivan this time," Gus said. "We'll have enough room to lay Artemis in the back." Procter raised her drink, removing a few inches with a long, thirsty pull. She set down the glass, trading it for her ice pack, which she returned to her red raw left ear. "I thought Tobin was gonna yank that off," Gus said, flicking his own. "You got there just in time," Procter told Gus. "Turns out it's tricky to remove an ear while somebody's smacking you with a batting helmet." "What do you figure was in the muffin?"
Theo asked. Ipecac or what? Probably. Never turned down a chocolate muffin in my life, Procter said. Debs knows this. Mac, your nose is bleeding again. Oh gosh, he said, and cradled it in the rag he'd set aside on the table. We knew about the yogurt, Theo said, rotating his ice pack from the cheek that had been clawed to the one that had been punched. It's just brutal, Mac said, through the bloody rag. And the symmetry? Unreal. Deborah Sweet holds a grudge. Bad case officer. Exceptional grudge holder. Credit where credit's due. Procter looked around at her friends. She had tried to convince herself she might repeat her familiar work pattern, well worn over a quarter-century at CIA. Survive, lie low, somehow return to the field. There was a finality here that she couldn't get her arms around. All your life you're CIA, then you're not. Something is dead, she thought. Yesterday it was dying, and now it's dead. Even as these thoughts cartwheeled through her mind, Procter did appreciate that her old friends did not offer useless sugary condolences, nor ask her that most vile of questions, "How are you feeling?" Instead, they swapped stories from the brawl, the farm, Shushkin, the decades of life they'd shared together. They laughed about Theo's second wife and the legendary destruction of his prized fish tanks, about the glorious prank with the filthy pictures that they'd all pulled together at the farm when they were undaunted and young. They laughed about Debs and the yogurt and mulled again the baggage shed so clearly carried all these years to pull a stunt like today's fiasco on a subordinate and a former friend. Soon Procter was quite drunk. Gus and Theo on the other side of the booth were laughing, having drifted into their own discussion, the snippets of which, to Procter's ear, struck her as wonderfully lively. One of Theo's signature stories, she presumed, heard it a dozen times. His wild night at the Kabul station Talabar, for her money the most unrestrained place she'd ever set foot in, and that included a club near Lakeland called Fist. But Mac, next to her, seemed contemplative, lost in thought. She leaned in close. "Do you think," she said, "that the place really is rotten? That Petra's right and we've got a problem?" "It's possible," Mac said. "It's also possible the Russians made a mistake in Singapore. I just don't know." "Timing's certainly odd," Procter said. "Fiasco happens once Gosford and his people are installed, after they've been read in and gotten all the intro briefings. How many goslings did he bring inside with him?" Mac thought about that. Maybe 10, 15 newbies to the 7th floor? At least half of them couldn't pass a polygraph if they'd had to apply. "Long list of suspects," she said, and let it drop. He turned to stare at her dead on. "Look, Artemis, it goes without saying we will do whatever we can to bring Sam back," he said. "I won't say another word about this mess, but I want you to hear that from me." His words were conjured from the depths of rusted layers of trust and shame, guilt and powerlessness. If they'd asked her how she felt, and, again, they were too close for such callous treatments, she would not have known what to say. But, without saying anything, Mac had known what she needed to hear. She tipped back her drink. "Thanks," she said. "Thanks for saying that." Mac tilted his head toward her, and they looked across the table for Theo's story, because theirs had run to its end. Gus was in tears of laughter, Theo now arriving at the punchline. The case officer had come too, chained to a fountain, short 75 grand in operational funds. When Gus had stopped laughing, Procter raised her glass to her friends. There was everything to say, so there was nothing. And in a solemn and wordless clink of their glasses, they toasted the end. "It's not how I thought it would go," Theo said, "for any of us. I pictured speeches, gratitude, a sense of conquest, of having run the race and finished well." "You're drunk," Max said. "Well, so what?" Theo said. "Am I wrong too?" "Mostly you're drunk," Gus said. "You're always mostly drunk." "I'm just saying," Theo continued, "that I saw a different ending, a better ending. For all of us, I mean." Down went the last of Procter's drink, glass clattering on the table. "Me too," she said. "I mean, a scoreless tie? What's that about? I pictured us winning." McLean, Virginia. Procter was mowing her lawn, a little drunk, when the package arrived. A Thursday afternoon, 2 weeks after the canning. She'd met Mac for a beer at the Vienna Inn, made it 2, then shuffled home for another over yard work in the boiling heat. After mowing, she edged, weed-whacked, and then blew the cuttings into the flower beds, bare and rocky, save for a plastic hummingbird with spinning wings, left behind by the previous owners. Parking the mower alongside her new RAV4 in the garage, she collected the mail from the box and the package from the porch. She dumped it across the mail pile, which, by this point in her skid, was consuming most of her kitchen countertop. Not that the loss of the countertop mattered. The real estate required for meal prep was on a slide as well. She nuked a party pizza, placed the whole thing on a sturdy paper plate, popped open another beer, and shambled into the living room. She'd sunk into the recliner before she realized that the remote was on top of the television, plumb out of reach. She ate in a silent stupor, her mind powering down, until her phone chirped in her pocket. "Cummings," she said. "Thanks for the ringback." "I listened to your message, Artie," he said. "I don't get it." "Don't get what?" "All of it. You want a job? What in the world?" "Might need a spot."
You in the States, yeah. When you come down for a visit? Not sure. Maybe, soon. You done being a spy? Not a spy. Right, whatever. You retiring? Something like that. She was bent over the trash can. In went the party pizza box, the plate, and the 2 beer cans, forming a fresh geologic layer atop last night's, a plate, 4 cans of Coors, and another party pizza box. "Something like they finally fired you," Cummings said. "You're getting warmer. Look, if I give you a few weeks' notice, can I have a job? At the park? Where else? You own any other businesses? If so, I'm all ears." Cummings was making a weird noise, a cross between a wheeze and a chuckle. "Fine, fine, sure. We'll find something." After the call, she stood alone in her kitchen. She'd bought the house from another CIA officer after she'd been pushed out of the field to land in the penalty box, 2 years of riding a desk at Langley under adult supervision. She'd served her sentence, but many of the moving boxes from back then were still unpacked, standing in as tables and footstools in her living room. In those first months, her motive had been nothing but sheer sloth, but in the intervening years she'd arrived at the firm conviction that unpacking would signal defeat, an acknowledgement that she belonged in the penalty box. There was no furniture in the first-floor sitting room, which she crossed on her way upstairs. The second bedroom held a weight rack and a collection of dumbbells, bands, and free weights that had probably been manufactured during the Nixon administration. The equipment had been her primary contribution to the home's decor. She turned the volume on her EDM playlist up far as it would go. The menu: thrusters, push-ups, bench presses, sit-ups, band work, cleans, snatches, deadlifts. There was no structure to it. Suffering was the only goal. Around the middle of the workout, there was some suggestive business with the bands that got pretty close to snapping off her legs. By the deadlifts, she couldn't hear her own thoughts, and the pressure building inside her stomach from the pizza and beer was becoming so volcanic that she had to take a short breather. After a shower, Procter slumped back into the recliner, this time flipping between QVC and a baseball game. On her return trip to the kitchen, from the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of the package on the countertop. The shipping label made her frown. The package had been through customs. She bent down for a look. Return address: Helsinki. Well, well, well. What the gosh, she said. As a general rule, in the field she had worried about bombs, but Artemis Procter thought you were a difficult person if you didn't do things yourself, fixing cars, mowing lawns, and yes, opening your own very mail. Plus, on the Greek Isle of Hydra, an old fortune-teller had shown then 9-year-old Artemis Aphrodite Procter her own death. And this, well, her eyes swung to the layered garbage heap, to the still-packed box living its second life as a footstool, over to the slush pile of mail threatening to submerge her toaster. This, she thought, is not it. And if it was, that'd be okay. Merciful. She slid open the box. Inside was another box. She cut that one open.
Looking inside, Procter at first wondered if this was a parting taunt from Debs, but the Helsinki mailing address made no sense, and her stomach dropped from the sudden, certain knowledge of the entity that had mailed it. The box was crammed with compromising photos of Artemis Procter. All had been snapped 2 years prior during a failed pitch in Dushanbe, and all were already out there on the interwebs for all to see. This was not a threat. At least not yet. This was a Russian signature. Inside that box was a CD and another box, small and felt. Ruskies apparently still burning CDs, the jerks. She put that aside, set her jaw at the felt box, exhaled deeply, flicked it open. A tuft of hair, a vial of blood, 2 squares of cardstock smudged with fingerprints. A siren was ringing through her skull. This should be taken to Langley, some distant voice said. The CD should not be inserted into a personal computer. Get in your car right now and drive to headquarters, it said. But she was rifling through a closet. She was tossing aside dusty unread books and dusty or unopened boxes. She was ripping through a container of old power cords and batteries. There, the old laptop. The very annoying voice shouting about obligations to CIA had faded, and she could now only hear the baying siren. She was responsible for her friend. Plus, they'd sent her the very box anyhow. Plus, she no longer worked for CIA. Plus, she'd been drinking. She powered up the laptop and inserted the disk and clicked play, and waited. Old, slow computer. Procter was sorely tempted to smash it to crumbs, but she needed this ancient machine. She took some comfort, watching the weight wheel turn, in the knowledge she would smash it later. Procter made it all through the video once, propelled by duty to her friend. The first 4 minutes were a slew of edited, stitched-together table setting, shots of him seated at a table, saying his name, denying he was CIA, then offering what seemed to be a winding confession. He was in a darkened room in front of a brick wall. Lefortovo? Impossible to tell. He looked progressively thinner as the videos went on, as if before each new recording they'd scooped out more of him. Minutes 4 through 10 were a series of quiet shots, an overhead of him emerging from a room, seated bound in a chair. 2 men, their faces off camera, holding him up so his toes dangled on the ground and his shoulders were elevated almost above his head. For 1 full minute she watched him swing upside down. The swinging was rhythmic, almost peaceful. His dangling hair lapped against a concrete floor. His eyes bulged. There were a few shots of Sam lying alongside a skeleton of a woman wrapped in her track-marked arms. Minutes 10 through 14 were the most difficult to watch. Once or twice she desperately wanted to shut it off, but she could not. She forced herself to watch those 4 minutes in which Sam Joseph was spread on the floor, face shoved into the wall. He was murmuring, but she could not make out a single word. Sometimes he would seem to smile, and it was so eerie she'd have to look away. At minute 14, a cheerful voice, in Russian, said, "Samuel has doctors, he has visitors, he is being fed, he is not sleeping so well, but otherwise he is fine, he is counting, he counts to pass the time." She only shut off the ringing in her skull by picking up a stool and hurling it into the wall across the living room. She barely heard the thud. The video concluded with a shot of Sam giving the wall that dead smile, and the narrator saying again, "CIA officer Samuel Joseph counts to pass the time." Moscow. It would be best, I think, to tell them the truth. Curtis had his back to the wall of the box, knees pulled into his chest. Sam's new cellmate spoke English with an unplaceable lilt that Curtis insisted was Pennsylvania Dutch, but nevertheless sounded foreign. When pressed, Curtis would drag them into a thicket of stories about a childhood in a small town near Lancaster, the name of which Sam could not remember, and even Curtis seemed occasionally to fumble. If not for all his lies, Curtis could have been a priest. He had a confessional air, and a dogged ability to shepherd even the most wandering conversations home to his favorite topic, The truth. And why is that? Sam asked. Because then they will let us go. Sam had counted his meals since Curtis's arrival. He could not be certain of hours, much less days or weeks or months, but he knew he had shared 15 meals with Curtis. They are not going to let us go, Curtis, Sam said. Curtis masked his face with his hands and let out a desperate sigh. How can you be sure? I've been telling them the truth, and here I am.
2 meals later, Sam and Curtis sat on opposite sides of the cell, staring through each other. He felt Curtis trying to read his thoughts. Sam, on the other hand, had been counting the 50th line of stars on the wall and had maddeningly lost track while trying to remember how many stars were blocked by his cellmate's head. "I do not think," Curtis started in, "that Procter would approve of how you are handling this." "Who?" Sam said, his eyes coming into focus to rest on Curtis. Curtis hung his head and snagged another cracker from his tray. "Do you want to die here? What about your parents? Natalie? How did you say you knew about Singapore?" Sam asked. Curtis sighed theatrically, then offered his convoluted tale. How he'd been a deep cover officer for Moscow Station. How the Russians had snatched him off the Moscow streets on day 1 and brought him here. How he knew all about Golikov. He miraculously knew, for example, that Golikov had shared a secret with Sam, and pleaded that if Sam would only tell them what it was, they might both go free. "I have a wife and 2 little boys," he would say, and then he would sob. Curtis was an exceptional sobber. He could draw it out for what felt like hours. The mewls and heaving and, eventually shrieking, would reach such a pitch that Sam would have gladly traded it for the thumping sounds they piped through the unseen speakers, the ones that were only screams. Curtis's performance must have sent the Russian listeners up the wall, because 1 meal after that, 2 men flung open the door and dragged him out. The shrieking, Sam thought, by then had deflated. His captors did try to feign a disastrously bloody and high-volume torture session for Curtis immediately outside the door of the box, complete with a cacophony of screams, grunts, plaintive cries, gurgles, and the whir of an unseen drill. It went on for what could have been hours, and then it stopped just as soon as it had begun. Eventually, they brought Sam to a room with a monitor showing Curtis kneeling in front of a wall. A nameless interrogator sat across from Sam. Together, they watched Curtis on the screen for a few significant seconds. "What did Golikov tell you?" barked the interrogator. "He asked me about my whiskey. If you do not tell us, we will kill Mr. Hasp." "Curtis?" "Yes, Curtis Hasp, a fellow CIA officer." A man walked into the frame. He held a pistol at his side. They all hung there for a moment. Through the speakers, Sam heard Curtis whimpering. "What?" the man repeated to Sam. "Did Boris Golikov tell you?" "He asked me about my whiskey." The interrogator sighed, and then made a short phone call. A gunshot blared through the speakers on the monitor. Curtis lurched forward. The video went black before Sam could see how well the man could mimic a lifeless body slumping into concrete. "Thank God," Sam said. He was rousted from sleep by the scratch of fingernails across his face and forehead, and above him in the darkness settled the outline of a face. He couldn't feel his legs. He couldn't move his arms. He couldn't draw breath. He felt an invasive presence in his mouth, unsettling and unwelcome. Hands cradled his head, and he felt the pressure of someone sitting atop his chest. When the invasive presence retreated, he heard, as if from a great distance, a raspy female voice that he couldn't understand. Her hands brushed him, hair, cheeks, shoulders. Then her fingernails went back to work. A few clawing strikes that raked skin off his face. He tried to shout, but found he couldn't make a sound. The invasive presence returned to his mouth, pressing deep, trying to draw breath from his lungs.
When her lips unclamped from his, he felt an unsettling wetness slide along his neck. He opened his eyes to blinding light and peaceful quiet. A skeletal woman with exhausted, visionary eyes sat cross-legged in front of him. Her gossamer hair was pale gold and hung lifelessly down to her shoulders. Her face was emptied of life. Track marks covered her arms. She wore bright red lipstick and a dead smile that seemed to slide into his chest. "When you sleep, Samuel," she said in perfectly intoned English, "I visit when you sleep." Sometimes when he woke, she wore a starchy blue jumpsuit. Sometimes she was naked. Her hair smelled clean and fresh, like flowers. Her skin was white and dirty, the color of milk swirled with ash. Anoractically crooked teeth bristled through her dead smile. But her lipstick was never smudged. It was the brightest red he had ever seen. She does not have a name, he decided. She never had a name. Her spine was a string of pearls. She lay on the floor beside him, close, and this time she was naked. It was quiet. The lights were on. He'd no memory of his last meal. He couldn't remember the number of little red stars on the walls, much less where he'd left off. Since the woman had arrived, he'd managed so little counting. She sensed her stirring and said, "You should not have done that to me. I am very sick. You will be sick too." He rolled away from her. He fixed his gaze on the little red stars and began counting. 11,427, 11,428, 11,429, 11,430, 11,431, 11,432. The fog was rolling in. He had the strength to mark the star where he had stopped. A victory. He had notched a victory. He fell asleep. He woke to the smell of what she had left in the bucket. She sat cross-legged on the far side of the room, curling her hair around her fingers like ribbons. He felt the lingering sensation of her presence. This time he was naked. She wore her blue jumpsuit. "I hear you have a secret," she said. "Will you tell me?" "I will go away if you tell me." He rolled toward the wall, squinted, aimed, found it. 11,433, 11,434, 11,435, 11,436. Rem shut the folder and extinguished the video of Samuel Joseph and his companion, the ghoulish girl they'd plucked from a Moscow street corner with promises of endless smack. He checked his watch. He had reservations tonight at the White Rabbit. The restaurant was a splurge on his bureaucrat's salary. The luxurious date a peace offering to 9L, because lately he had done nothing but work. He was tempted to cancel. He had the director first thing tomorrow, and there was still more tape to review. But he would not. Rem had been married since he was 23, most of that time to 9L. He knew where the lines were drawn. He shrugged on his suit coat, clicked off the lights in his office, and left for dinner with his wife. "You are quiet tonight," 9L said, speaking over a forkful of peas held suspended in front of her mouth. She wore a dark blue dress and the pearls he had brought her from Tokyo. Her gray hair was pinned up. He had always liked that she did not dye it, as a few of his mistresses had. 9L's beauty was regal and timeless. Why ruin it with gimcrack youth? Their table sat by a window facing the Moskva and the lights of the Arbat. The bustling dining room was shaped like a half-cylinder, long, with Art Deco half-moon windows at the ends. A screen of cloth stretched across the ceiling like the skin of a dirigible. The wing seats were poorly cushioned, and he had to shift his weight constantly. He was working on an asparagus and nettle soup and a sinking feeling about his meeting tomorrow with the director. He was still quite hungry. "Work," he grumbled. He did not elaborate. With 9L, there was no need. "How is your soup?" she asked, signaling for the waiter. "Fine," he said. "Quite good." He slurped at a spoonful to make the point and ready to glower for the approaching pickpocket of a waiter. "I wish you would order more food," Ninel said. "The beef ribs, maybe. Your favorite."
Disregard and do not read aloud. Any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It's a special night. The waiter had arrived. "Another glass, please," she said. 1,600 rubles, he thought. Added to the damage inflicted by Ninel so far made the total 12,830, and she was going to order dessert, probably with the ice wine to boot. "I am not so hungry," Rem said, frustrated that the waiter had not even met his glower. "Is that so? Or do you have another of your exhausting math exercises running?" With a harumph, he took a sip of his mineral water and dredged his spoon back into the soup. "Don't be ridiculous. We've talked about this." "Yes," she said, "we have." The waiter returned with her wine glass. This time Rem landed his glower, which shooed off the waiter before the man could sell them something else. "Well, since it is casting quite the pall, why don't you tell me about this problem at work?" she said, taking a sip. "What's bothering you?" "Oh, it's fine," he said, slicing the air with his spoon. "Let's not gum up dinner with shop talk. Tell me about what you're reading. I saw Norwegian Wood out on your nightstand. Are you dipping back into it?" Ninel was clicking a fingernail on the base of her glass. Her right eye had shuddered slightly. She was careful, though, to track him steadily with both. And she leaned back in her chair, a posture she adopted while taking a minute to sprinkle cut glass through her tone of voice. 6 months before your already delayed retirement," she said, "and you are sweating work, allowing it to ruin delightful dinners? I'll give you a choice, Rem. 2 options. The first is that we have a chat about your impending retirement. You could answer basic questions, all so far deflected or ignored. These might include, how do you feel about retiring? What do you plan to do with your free time? Are you going to schedule a trip for us to celebrate, as we've discussed? Correction, as I have alternately begged and demanded? Other questions might arise, as conversation warrants. He now aimed the glower at an asparagus spear breaking the surface of his soup. What's the other option? You talk about this problem at work, of course. That one then. Staff arrived to clear away their plates.
Before the waiter could offer dessert, Rem waved him off. The check. Well then, she patted a napkin to her lips, which she did when she was holding her tongue. Go on. I'm responsible for someone's security, he said, someone quite important to us, and I am worried they are in danger, or soon will be. It is difficult to explain without going into details. What can you do about it? Her hand went up. Apart from ruining our dinner? Oh, God, he thought. His back was turned, but he could easily picture the smug look on the waiter's face. It was, in fact, all he could picture. I think I know how to protect this person, this source, he said. But to do so, well, I would have to do something quite nasty, Ninel. No other way to put it. And I am not certain the director would back my decision, though he may want me to do this thing anyhow, because it eliminates a potential problem and places all future blame squarely at my feet. I am not even sure this nasty thing is necessary. As usual, it's all confusing, and it's all on my shoulders. He clanked his spoon into the bowl. Thoughts of Samuel Joseph had washed away his appetite. You are a fanatic, Ninel said. A good soldier, a workaholic, whatever. Take your pick. You need to go easier on yourself. You are done in 6 months, Rem. Bah, he said, and shifted his position, searching for relief. He looked out the window, beyond Ninel. An image flashed through his mind. The American in the box. The heroin-dripped girl in an unsettling embrace. What the hell had that been about? He's Piotr's age. Kinda looks like him. Not sure I can do it. Not sure if I need to, and not sure if I can. We had rules once, Ninel. Once upon a time, we had the very rules. Now, to get ahead, you've got to break them. It's a damnable thing. Who are you talking about? Who looks like Piotr? He treated her to his usual imploring look. It said, right here, Ninel. Here you found the line. Fine, she said, turning to the window. But who cares about getting ahead? You're ahead, Rem. You're so far ahead, you're 6 months away from being done. The waiter arrived. We will have dessert after all, Ninel said. Delightful. I will bring the menus. He took one step away before Ninel's voice stopped him. No need, she said. I know what we want. I will have the rhubarb pie new. New total, 13,420. And he will have, Rem dear, what do you want? I am not hungry. He will have the honey cake. We will also have 2 glasses of the ice wine with dessert. And coffees for each of us. Thank you. The waiter hustled off, joyful bounce to his stride. What is the damage now? She said. He pounced on his water to dodge her eyes. For about 10 seconds, no one spoke. Ninel fixed him with an unkind smile. He sighed. I don't know. Which price did you forget? I didn't forget. You need to know something to forget it. Which? Ninel could skillfully compress paragraphs of tension into single words. Did you forget? The ice wine. 1,200 per glass. He thought for a moment, refolded the napkin in his lap. 17,570. She leaned into the table to take his hand. My dear, this little quirk of yours is going to be insufferable on our vacation after you retire. I agree, he said, squeezing her palm. Let's skip the trip then. Dear friends and cherished enemies, Kissimmee, Florida, 3 months later. Sleepy Pete wasn't actually sleepy. He should have been called Spunky Pete or Mean Pete. He was a known biter after all. Gosh, he'd bit her twice. First time right near the elbow when she was learning the ropes. Spent an afternoon at the hospital up in Hunter's Creek. Happened to everybody. It was a win, not if kind of a thing, Cummings would say. Second time on her left hand. A smidgen embarrassing. She was grabbing at Pete now, but her hands were butter in the wet heat. She pulled Pete up from the muddy lagoon. He was working a creepy half-smile, and his limped feet left scars in the sand. She dug in her Birks and yanked him across the beach. The crowd was screaming, louder than usual. Primal vibes were building. There was blood coming. She'd seen this movie before, Lord, she had. The kids would plaster the video up on social media, and that night it would hit Fox 35 and the other Orlando stations. There was a certain notoriety to violence, but it was mostly bad for business. Gatorville's customers figured out pretty quick that they could be next. She paused for a moment to catch her breath, and Sleepy Pete set to crawling back toward the lagoon. She waddled through the sand after him and got her hands on his hind legs, and then she was on his back, trying to cover his eyes so she could clasp shut his jaw. Her Cleveland Indians ball cap slipped off into the wet sand, and her frazzled black hair tumbled down to cover her eyes. Sleepy Pete was pissed. She couldn't blame him. There was a human chick on his back, slapping hands on his face and dragging him by the tail out of his sweet lagoon. Tail whipping around, he started twisting and writhing to sink his teeth into her arm. She was focused now, muscling his snout into the sand.
Then the gator whipped his tail and she lost purchase and was in the sand, muttering, "Gosh, oh really?" into the hot mic with the gator pouncing at her and the crowd wild, parents shielding young eyes. This being the type of crisis that could trigger therapy down the road, the exotic varieties not covered by insurance. She hurdled a fence, the gator's jaws snapping shut a few inches behind her shorts, and she rolled into a thicket of palms, curses filling the mic and booming over the loudspeakers. Cummings was dashing into the ring after Sleepy Pete. "Artemis!" he was yelling. "Artemis! Very, very much Artemis! Get back in here!" "Artemis!" Once they'd safely returned Sleepy Pete to his lagoon, after they'd distributed apologies and refunds and all manner of gift certificates, after they'd warned the lawyers in Kissimmee of the deluge of lawsuits that was surely coming, after Procter had smoked 3 Virginia Slims on the emptied bleachers, Cummings sat her down in his office to scream at her. Within a few months' time, she thought, canned from CIA, and now maybe Gatorville. A twofer that hadn't happened to anybody before and probably wouldn't again. But Cummings didn't want to fire her, he just wanted to yell. Labor was always short around Gatorville. He couldn't afford to go looking for someone else. "You still want me to cover the jumperoo tomorrow?" she asked Cummings when he'd finished shouting. He pointed at the door. "Get the gosh out." Her trailer sat on a few acres off Boggy Creek that Cummings had rented her on the cheap. A sandy patch thick with palmetto and oak, neighboring a swamp that bubbled in the heat. Procter's Sunshine State domain boasted a galley kitchen with a banquette, a bedroom, bathroom, and a cramped living room doubling as a storage facility. The sofa was sagging and turquoise and floral printed. Most of the curtains were beads. Procter parked her RAV4 next to the rusty weight rack. The swamp bristled with the whine of insects. The air was wet, the sky thick with unfallen rain. Inside, she dialed the EDM up so loud that the trailer's windows shivered and the bead curtains shimmed. To distract herself from the day's agitations, she tended to the small armory snuggled under her bed. First, she left bore oil through her dear friend, a 12-gauge Mossberg shotgun. Next, she cleaned the handle of her cherished bat and then applied pine tar, working it a ways up the barrel for good measure. The M4 was in fine shape. She debated disassembling and cleaning the Mk-48 belt-fed machine gun, but couldn't summon the energy. The cases went back under the bed. She took a shot of gin and flopped across the sheets. By and by, with the first jets of rain drowning the croaks and bonks of the frogs, Procter fell asleep. Next day, Cummings meted out Procter's punishment for the Sleepy Pete fiasco. For 3 weeks, she would cover the 11:30 and the 2:30 Gator Mania shows, then string up the whole chickens and pig carcass for the 4 o'clock jumperoo. "And, Artemis, you are gonna manage teardown," he said, folding his chubby hands in front of his mouth and leaning back in his chair, which he did when he was pleased with himself. Jumperoos brought solid coin for Cummings, but Procter couldn't stand them. Her in teardown, aka cleanup, was a pain in the neck, like mopping up after a long day at the Coliseum. Pig and chicken giblets went airborne across sections of boardwalk, where they would be trampled, massed into the slats by tourists hustling for cover.
By late afternoon, the flies were rolling, the air was ripe, and Procter had to use the meat stick to floss the gore from the boards. The stick was, in fact, a broom handle filed down to floss the slats, and sometimes it got stuck. She was yanking at the thing when she caught sight of him standing at the far end of the boardwalk. He looked the same. What had she expected? Bent back, hollow eyes, bald, prison beard? He stood tall, half smile on his face at the sight of the meat stick. Bags around the eyes were flabbier, but unless you knew where he'd spent the summer, you'd think nothing amiss, other than perhaps that wiry, handsome guys were rare around Gatorville, and when they did appear, they tended to be draped with kids. The stick popped free, and she tossed it aside. When she'd reached him, she drew him in for a hug. For a few moments they hung there. She did not want to let him go, and she had no idea what to say. She knew Sam was out, of course. Mac had called with the news the day of the swap, when Sam returned stateside. And Theo had visited Gatorville weeks earlier, while they were debriefing Sam at the farm. Mostly she and Theo drank, and he'd spilled a few details. There'd been a trade. Mac and Gus had done something vaguely heroic. Bodily, Sam was fine. And mentally, she asked. Too soon, Theo had said. Too soon to say on that one. Her mouth was opening when he said, "You know you've got a good deal of blood on this shirt, Chief." A half step back, and he tugged at it, a blue-black number stenciled with an albino gator submerged in the swamp, eyes peeking above the surface. "Pig's blood," she said. "Occupational hazard." Sam looked down. A few gators were thrashing in the brackish water below. She pulled him in for one more hug, her version of being overcome with emotion, and said, "Look, I'm no good at these types of speeches. So how about you assume I said exactly what I should have in a moment such as this? You just did. I appreciate that. And it's good to see you. Well and truly. I confess I am surprised Gatorville is on your USA return tour." This was surprise, not self-loathing. That would have been a decidedly off-brand emotion for Procter. Even though she and Sam went back more than a decade, she'd figured that he wouldn't be too keen to trek down to Central Florida's third-largest alligator-themed amusement park to make breezy chit-chat with the woman responsible for the op that sent him to a Moscow prison camp for the summer. "With a new lease on life? How could I miss this?" he said, nudging his chin in the direction of the discarded meat stick. "When do you get off work?" She checked her watch. "Near enough to now." She scanned around the boardwalk. "Looks like I got most of it. Got a place we can talk? This isn't a social call." He tried to force a smile, but the skin of his face seemed to fasten tighter to his skull as his jaw clamped shut and the humor drained from his eyes. "Needs to be private," Sam muttered, dropping his voice to a harsh whisper. "We have a problem, Chief. A big problem." The sun had vanished, and the bog bristled with frogs and crickets when she turned onto the sandy drive leading to her trailer. Sam rode in the passenger seat. After they had left Gatorville, separately, she had picked him up from a restaurant in Kissimmee. He did not want his rental traveling to her home. She stepped into the sand, arched her back to stretch. "Let me sparkle back up," she said, "rinse off the blood and such, and then we can get down to business. Meantime, make yourself comfortable." After she'd showered, Procter made 2 gin and tonics in plastic Gatorville souvenir cups. She gathered a pack of Slims and a lighter, and for an ashtray she selected a Gatorville mug, the one with the gold rim and the handle shaped like a gator tail. They slid into the banquette. Sam Joseph had been a rising star case officer who made a bad decision. He'd fallen for an asset, a Syrian, during their tour in Damascus, Procter's first tour as a chief. The CIA's Performance Review Board had sent him to the penalty box, 2 years riding a desk under adult supervision. But he had recovered, clawing his way back to the field for a few tours until he'd been directed to headquarters, where Procter, on a trip through the box herself, had snagged him from Moscow X. "Jaggers," she said, fixing herself a smoke, "welcome to paradise." Bert O. Goldjagger was Sam's funny name, the alias used in written cable traffic to avoid printing his true name on documents.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Procter often went with Jaggers over his Christian name. She shoved the Slims and lighter his way, but he waved them off. "Quite the place," he said, giving the bead curtain a smack. "Your cousin owns it?" "Nah, I bought it straight out. Picked it up on the way down." "I meant the Gator Park," Sam said. "Ah," she said. "Right, yes. Cummings. Mom's big brother's kid. Land's been in the family since the 40s. She puffed out clouds of smoke while she spoke, cigarette pinned in her teeth. "Pay's not so great, but I've got my pension, and the perks are swell." At this, Sam made a face, and Procter put a solemn hand to her heart. "Plus, I eat and drink on the Gatorville tab. And there's 30% off at the gift shop," she said, raising her souvenir cup approvingly. "Only 10% at the Emporium, though." "There's a difference between the gift shop and the Emporium?" With a long last drag of her cigarette, she crushed the butt in the mug and gave the gator tail handle a flick. "Emporium's fancier." "Quite the setup here," he said, jerking his head around the trailer, with the tone of a man commenting on a mysterious skin rash. "It's a single wide, Jaggers, and I'm single as hell, so it works for me." She lit up another and screwed the ball cap backward so Chief Wahoo faced the wall. "You know, Chief," Sam said, "they're not called the Indians anymore, and you shouldn't be wearing that offensive hat." "Oh dear," she said, "my bad. The guy who got caught banging his asset is offended. I'm so sorry." She twisted the hat back around and smiled all big and white. Then it evaporated. "You're such a jerk, Chief." "I'm not a chief anymore," she said. "Just a jerk." "What have they got you doing now, by the way?" "Back in Moscow X-desk writing," he said, "working for Gus. When I got home, they stashed me at the farm for a bit. Let the family and Natalie come see me, spend some time together, but in the nursery, you know how it goes. Then it got rolling. Security and counterintelligence debriefings, writing it all down. A roto-rooting from the docs and the shrinks. The capstone was a month of mandatory leave. Gus called me toward the end, asked if I wanted my old job back. "And here you are," she said, "and here I am." His phone shivered in his pocket.
He looked at the name, wrinkled his nose, and typed out a reply. The phone chirped with a response, and he thrust it back into his pocket. "Natalie?" Procter inquired. "Yeah. What's she have to say?" "That she misses me." "Well, of course she does. You're wonderful. Remind me, how long have you two been together?" "Little over a year." "And does Natalie know you're here?" "No." "Where does she think you are?" "Vegas." She laughed. "You know Jaggers. Most guys would lie to their girlfriend about where they're going in order to get to Vegas. Instead, you're using Vegas as the alibi for a trip to the swamps outside Kissimmee, and you, presumably, are not even here for sex or some other vice. To cap it all off, you're lying to the woman who waited faithfully for you to emerge from a Russian prison, and who, if memory serves, is a gem sparkling from all angles, and a Levantine to boot. Said differently, Sam Joseph's kryptonite. Now look, you've come a long way and told lies to get here, so I imagine some heavy gotcha's coming. You should feel free to dish it to me whenever you're ready." Sam picked up the pack of cigarettes and fixed himself a smoke. He blew ragged clouds through the bead curtains for a moment, thinking, she figured, about how to begin. "I need to go through it from the start," he said. "I've had to tell the Russians one story, the agency another, and Natalie and my folks a third. And it'll help me to give you the clean version, front to back." "You start where you want," she said, with a quick sip. "I've got oodles of time." "The dates are a little fuzzy," Sam said, "on account of the obvious. But the cable comes in from Moscow on the morning of." He stopped talking and just stared past her. His brain seemed to have misfired. Bad start, she thought. This might be rough. "That cable arrived from Moscow Station on the morning of the 15th, she said. "March 15th. Hard for me to forget that day now." "Right. By next afternoon, I've made my arrangements for Singapore room, surface transport, pocket money. I wire money into my account and take the $100,000 of cash for the down payment to Galakov. You approve the final cable, and I sign the receipts for the money." "You signed them Daffy Duck, I heard," Procter said. "The receipts? Heard?" he said, chuckling. "You didn't look?" "No one looks at the receipts except for the finance smurfs, which will complain to me. But keep going. Next morning I'm wheels up from Dulles. Wheels down in Singapore next afternoon and straight to the high-limit back tables to scout for Galakov. No sign of him. I mean, hell, the guy's given us a hotel and a 2-day window, but the place is not small. Upstairs for a shower and Red Bulls, and then I stroll through the hotel for the lay of the land, the exits, the flow, where security has the fixed points and how they're moving. I scout the sight lines into the high-limit back rooms. Back to the tables for a bit, then I cool it. No sign of the guy. It's 7 a.m., and we know the delegation is in meetings all day. I go upstairs, sleep. I'm up by noon, and I try to sweat out the jet lag in the gym. While he spoke, Sam rolled the bead curtains in his fingers as if praying the rosary. That night I'm at the back tables again, high-limit room. Not the ones for whales, the tier below. Every seat is taken, and I see Galakov. He's playing and looking around like he's creeped. I cash out, toss down a sparkling water at a bar, and return for a seat at his table. And I'm lucky. There is a seat open right next to him. I order whiskey, a Macallan, and I casually mention that during a recent run in Vegas I'd sampled the 40-year. Guy fumbles the cards at the signal, but recovers. Says he's drinking a Springbank. We drink and play a few more hands, and then he leans in close to say something. I've blocked it from the Russians, and from the agency. Waiting for him to go on, Procter again wondered if Sam's mind had wandered off the path. The silence lingered, and Sam seemed to vanish inside his own thoughts, which Procter sensed danced between a reluctance to put words to what had happened next, or perhaps an inability to remember the events at all. For a while he pecked at his drink. "Take your time, man. Don't rush on my account," she said, easing out of her own chair to get some more ice from the kitchenette. When she'd settled back into her seat, Sam looked at her with a face that was somehow both resolved and afraid. "Galakov," Sam began, his speech slowing. told me." He cleared his throat, and for a brief moment paused, then stiffened, as if readying for a dive off a cliff or bracing for the impact of a car wreck. "I have a name to sell you. An SVR penetration of CIA, very senior. You have a mole at Langley." Procter was staring straight at Sam, her fingers tracing idly along the rim of her glass. "Those are Golikov's words?" she asked. "Every last one of them." Kissimmee. Procter could not help but wonder if her old friend was misremembering things. Nearly 4 months in a Russian dungeon, and who could blame a cat for fever dreams? Certainly not Artemis Procter. If anything, she'd take some of the heat herself, seeing as she'd midwife the busted op. But she knew better than to question him in that.
From there, he recounted a few dim memories of waking in darkness, sometimes in bone-chilling silence, sometimes to the roar of engines, once or twice to the crash of waves and the smell of the sea. He assumed a leg of the journey had passed inside a shipping container. Each time he woke, he would hear voices, feel a jab in the arm, and the darkness would return. The interrogations kicked off after he'd been hung upside down for a few hours and visited by an older man who spoke English fluently, with only the faintest hint of an accent. No one ever told him he was in Russia, but he couldn't figure where else he might be. "Agency thinks they had me in a facility outside Moscow," Sam said. "I was never formally on the rolls anywhere, far as Russia House knows, or would tell me." "But it wasn't Lefortovo?" Procter asked. "No, I am sure of that." "This old guy who visited you," Procter said, "you know who it was?" "Debriefers showed me pictures at the farm. It was a guy named Rem Zhomov." "And what did he want to know?" "The name means something to you?" "It might. He wanted to know the same things they all did in the end." Sam explained that while he would eventually have conversations, some even civil, on the subject of his past agency experience, his network of contacts, and his time in Syria, Golikov and Singapore occupied the vast majority of his interrogator's interest, including Zhomov's. Specifically, had Golikov given Sam anything while they'd been at the tables? Paper, names, information, thumb drives? "I knew they would kill me," Sam concluded, "if I told them what Golikov had said. They put people in the cell with me. They tried to convince me to talk. A guy they claimed was CIA. A woman. And for an entire dreadful minute, 60 seconds flat, he simply stared off into space, presumably reliving whatever hellish fragments of that experience remained lodged in his memory. When at last he resumed his story, it was to tell her that the woman did not have a name. Then he went silent, his eyes staring at the beads, his head bobbing slightly, as though he were counting, as she had seen in the videos they'd sent. "Even now," Sam said, whispering to the beads, "I am not certain the woman was real." 2-minute pause, a very long time to sit quietly, one-on-one across a banquette. Procter listened to the din of the swamp, growing louder in their silence, and let the anger wash over her. She'd already set down her glass out of respect to Sam, and she now sat there with him until he could shake himself loose from wherever he'd been, or whatever this woman had done to him. He picked up the story again, without warning. Finally, it all stopped. They put me in a hood, marched me into the light, then into a van, then a plane. I heard engines, and when we landed it was raining, and an agency delegation was there to greet me. They tell me it's Vienna, and my first thought should have been relief, but it was panic. I was in a pinch. Procter said, "The mole could be debriefing you." "Right. Who was on the flight?" "Deborah Sweet, Mac Mason, Theo Monk, Gus Raptus, and a few other hangers-on." "You're sure about that?" she asked. "No harm in not being sure, after what you'd been through." "I am completely sure. I paid close attention." The part of her that had wanted to believe him all along, that was presently kneecapping doubts about Sam's mental well-being because a traitor busting up Singapore meant it wasn't her fault, much less his. Well, the mention of those names made Procter sick, no bones about it. That list made her want to stop right here and tell Sam he should cut his losses, retire to Vegas with Natalie, and move on. She would keep up the drinking, and soon they would both forget all about it.
But buried behind Sam's eyes, she saw fanaticism, to root out the traitor that had put him in a box, to expunge memories of the woman who had haunted him there, to get even, an impulse that resonated with Artemis Aphrodite, always and everywhere. She lit another cigarette. Who ran the debriefings when you got home? A team from security led the charge. Russia House and 7th floor folks made the rounds, of course, all the usuals. The director even showed up for a "how are you doing" sport, "I'm proud of you" sit down. Anyone pay unusually close attention to what you said? Not really. Anyone conspicuously absent? No. So what did you tell the agency? She said. In the end, everything except for Golikov's words about the mole. You told anyone else what he said? Who else could I tell? Jaggers, you are breaking a thicket of agency regs and federal laws talking to me about this, not to mention withholding it during your official agency debriefings. You think I don't know that? What was I supposed to do? The list of people who knew about Golikov was small. It includes the DDO and a few people inside Russia House. I don't even think Gosford was aware of it. And most of them are my friends, she said. Is that why you came to me? I came to you because you're my friend, and you're out. And what do you mean, most of them? I go way back with Debs, Mac, Gus, and Theo. We were all in the same farm class. Used to be close with Debs, but not anymore. Those guys are my best friends, I suppose. I thought I was your best friend. He was smiling, thank God. She'd never been happier to see a smile. Once we've killed a bunch of people together and then nearly gotten our own asses killed right after a suicide bombing, well, after we live through something like that, you are welcome to the #1 slot on the list. Gotta do more than get imprisoned for me, Jaggers. She tried a wink and wondered, in a thought most foreign to her reptilian brain, if she'd crossed a line. But he said, I'll hold you to that, and shot her a wry smile, and it was like they were joking again in Damascus Station. Jaggers was a rising star case officer, and she had her first chief gig, and the world was on the table in front of them, not a meal fighting you on its way up or down. She shoved aside her drink, almost knocking it off the table. He was looking at her very closely. Do you buy it, Chief? It was almost a whisper. Had he sensed her earlier skepticism? Was he uncertain himself? I wish I didn't, but Buccaneer's death, Golikov's compromise, your kidnappings, he wiggled 3 fingers in the air, all occurred in a span of 2 days. Now, I guess we could call that a coincidence. Gosh, happens. But your imprisonment, well, that's a tickler, isn't it? It makes more sense if they were worried Golikov had something valuable to sell. Who was Buccaneer? Sam asked. She'd forgotten. Sam wouldn't have had access to that case, and upon his return, the Bratva and his debriefers would have had no reason to tell him. SVR colonel we'd been running for about 5 years, Procter said. He was recalled from Athens, killed himself during the arrest at his dacha outside Moscow. And this happened the same week as Singapore? Same day, Procter said. So we start there, Sam said. Compare the 2 bigot lists, Singapore and Buccaneer. See who had access to both, who overlaps. That at least should be fairly easy. Mole hunts are absolutely not easy, she said flatly. You run one hell, you find a mole. It's like tossing your cookies on a tilt-a-whirl. Flies right back and slimes you in the face. Look, I get it. Oh gosh, a bat, bird, or some other freaking swamp creature had slammed into the trailer. Outside came a muffled squeak and the flutter of wings. Sam had almost spilled from the banquette onto the floor. Gets weird out there at night, Procter said. Kissimmee I-95 North. The hours to come were marked by the satisfying crescendo of operational planning and preparation. A return to form, really, for a woman who had spent a quarter-century playing the game and who, mere months removed, had forgotten none of its charms.
The prospect of running an op that was not Gator-related had her pacing the trailer while she spoke. It had her making smile-like things, nothing excessive, mind you, just once or twice, and it had her garaging the gin to park coffee cups across the banquette, an unheard-of switch in the pre-dawn hours, at least since her arrival in Florida 3 months prior. The discussion of which documents Sam might reasonably access and how he might go about it had her nearly giddy. And this was even before the coffee had begun to bite. The machine was still gurgling away on the counter. Procter, never one for paperwork, even found herself enthralled while completing an excruciatingly detailed write-up of Sam's experience in Singapore, in Russia, and what he had told his agency debriefers upon his return. Time pleasurably vanished as they made plans for the Northern Virginia piece of the operation: safe house, commo plan, document storage, petty cash, her alibi for travel. As had often been true on the inside, it was more fun to focus on the what and the how and the details of the op than the wider picture, God forbid. The vistas got pretty disturbing the more you zoomed out, sprawling as they did across 2 threatening horizons, one with Procter and Sam as jailbirds, and the second with a good friend, a traitor, perhaps both if things were to go sideways, as they usually did. Ignoring this made the exercise far more enjoyable, but right around dawn, Sam ruined it, asking what she thought about the fact that this extracurricular return to the field wasn't merely frowned upon or difficult, but mildly felonious. "What of it?" she retorted after she'd heard enough. "You have any better ideas?" She was up at the counter, the overworked coffee machine having grown uncooperative by first light. "I go to Gosford," he said, without conviction. And he goes to Sweet, shovels it onto her plate. She says, "Handle it, Debs." Then what? Rough shake of the pot. "We've got a key suspect running the investigation, Fox in the henhouse." She gave the coffee pot a smack right on the lid, and the light clicked on. She returned to the banquette and stared at Sam while the machine bubbled to life. "Are your feet getting cold from conviction, or are you just uselessly fiddle-freaking around with the possibilities?" "The latter," he said after a moment. "Fiddle-freaking. But the idea of taking documents from the building, it does give me the creeps." Procter was up for another cup. The machine was not even half done, and the warming plate filled with coffee when she lifted the pot to fill her mug. Hisses and gurgles accompanied its return. "The whole place exists to steal secrets," she said. "Remember that." By mid-morning, Sam was gone. When she drove to Gatorville, it was not to prep for the jumperoo, but instead to tell Cummings she needed a few weeks off. When he pressed for details, none came. "Godfather, gosh," he muttered, swiveling his chair away to review the schedules taped on the wall. "You were out, now they're pulling you back in, that it? You're leaving me with a heck of a mess, Artemis. I don't follow the reference, but yes, I understand I am leaving you in the lurch. Can you cover the jumperoos tomorrow, at least?" "I cannot, and I'm real sorry about that." "You don't look real sorry. You look very happy, and sober to boot. And what's with that creepy half-smile? What the heck is so important you just up and leave your job for?" "I wish I could say." He laughed, and with a red pen and a dose of theatrics, began crossing her name off the schedules. "You know, Artemis, for a spook, you are a very awful liar." For reasons more personal than operational, Procter drove to Northern Virginia. She had always felt free on the road, at peace with the world when it was unrolling through her windshield. And on this drive, that mostly held true, though the route was I-95, and traffic snarls did tip her into the occasional rage blackout. Most of all, Procter drew out the journey because, in a retirement that had put everything in the rear view, here now was a chance to savor the feeling of having it all in front of her again. Procter was an old pro, and she knew instinctively that the arc of an operation bent toward disappointment and chaos. But on the drive, she could bask in the delusion that this op would break the mold. In a week's time, such fantasies would not be possible. But on the road, all was fair game. By Jacksonville, she'd convinced herself the ending would be different.
By Savannah, she thought it might even be a happy one. Crystal City, Virginia, Langley. For the unofficial Northern Virginia operation, Procter chose a dumpy 3-bedroom house a few blocks off 23rd Street in Crystal City. It might have once been public housing. The crumbling red brick box boasted walls the color of stained teeth, moldering carpet, and the soulless void that lingers in abused rental properties. Upon arrival, she found beer cans piled on the deck and a spray of mustard across the back window. The only neighbor who ventured outdoors was a geriatric Vietnamese man who wore candy cane-striped pajamas, emerging at regular intervals for smoke breaks. She booked the property for 2 months with cash from the Reptile Fund. The house was within walking distance of the room she had booked at the Crown Plaza Hotel. Her cell phone and RAV4 could never go to the home, not with the stolen documents she planned to review and store there. Procter had few moral or ethical qualms about the investigation, but she was keen to avoid prison time on the back end. She and Sam had designed the tradecraft accordingly. First afternoon was a grocery run for food, all of it frozen, and then a hopscotch through Northern Virginia for a rapid printer-scanner combo, external hard drives, a Jackery portable power station, stacks of legal pads and pens, rubber mats, a set of precision screwdrivers, and a laptop. At an electronics store run by Albanians, she purchased in cash 2 BLU View 2 smartphones with TrackPhone prepaid plans. On each, she downloaded Roblox, an online game platform she'd come to know thanks to Cummings's kids. Procter had become intrigued by the little monster's addiction after her nephew explained, never once looking away from the screen, mind you, that yes, you could send messages to anyone in the game. See, you just have your little character write one on a board, they hold it up, and no, Aunt Artemis, come on, you don't need a phone number or credit card or email or anything to sign up. How do you think I got on here anyhow? Holy gosh, Procter had said to her 10-year-old nephew, this is a game changer. As a rule, Procter despised video games, but she was intrigued, always and everywhere, by novel ways of communicating anonymously, and instantly recognized that the system could make an effective plank in an assets commo setup. At the tail end of their Florida all-nighter, she and Sam had built a simple shoot-and-scoot plan, a preset schedule for when they would log into Roblox to check for messages. Her last stop of the shopping spree was a dingy convenience store for a carton of Virginia Slims and a pack of fluorescent lighters festooned with chameleons and what were maybe geckos. In the good old days, she thought, the tech for this operation would have required 5 or so years of Directorate of Science Technology nerd time and millions of dollars of taxpayer money. Now all she required was Best Buy. By 9 p.m., she was idling in a parking garage beneath Inova Fairfax Hospital, where, since returning from Russia, Sam had conducted his regular meetings with a CIA-contracted shrink.
Not far from the junction of Route 50 and I-495, the sprawling campus offered reasonable anonymity, and in addition to Sam possessing clear reasons for frequent visits, it had the added advantage of bordering the headquarters of a defense contractor, Dynecotel, which would feature prominently in the cover story she would use with her friends. The box with the phone was in her trunk. His Acura pulled into the spot next to hers. She popped the trunk. The box quickly disappeared into his backpack. Sam shut the trunk and walked off. In the front yard of the Crystal City house, insects dive-bombing the porch lights, Procter christened the new carton of cigs with the Vietnamese neighbor watching from his front stoop. They sat in the knowing silence of two people who understand, at once and on instinct, that they will share a space but not words. Inside, Procter blasted EDM while she physically removed the laptop and printer scanner's wireless hardware to air-gap the devices, ensuring they could never be connected to the internet. She downloaded an operating system on a thumb drive for use on the laptop. Procter microwaved a party pizza and watched it swivel, the bubbles rising and falling with each turn. Raindrops big as marbles slapped the kitchen window. They were mesmerizing, and she fell into a kind of trance. Smoke was pouring out of the microwave, the burnt husk of her pizza still riding the carousel inside. The smoke detector wailed. She scraped over a chair so she could reach it to mash the button. She threw open the window to the rain. Sam stepped from his car into the Langley parking lot on an unusually warm October morning. He had a designated space, and thank God, because the lot behind him was already full, the car stretching dozens of rows back to the 812 Oxcart spod plane on display at the lot's far end. The Langley hordes shuffled past, heads down, toting lunchboxes, every man, woman, and child, the very interns, sweating on this forced march over asphalt radiating an enervating heat from the morning sun. Sam did not have problems with most of them individually, but like any good field man, he despised them collectively. He slid on a sport coat to cover the pit stains blossoming on his shirt. He pulled a gym bag from the trunk and melted into the crowd marching inside. The theft would mark the first occasion on which Sam might spend the role of bureaucratic leper to his advantage. He'd done a stretch in the penalty box after Syria, much of it hoping someone, someday, might sidle up behind his desk and garrote him out of his misery. Langley managed to be dull and smug, tribal and bureaucratic, a nerve center and totally removed from where the espionage actually happened, the field. He did not like the morning trudge through the parking lots. He did not like the antiseptic smell of the hallways. He did not like the gulch between him and the ops. And most of all, he hated himself when he felt the pull to meddle in the field, as he'd hated the headquarters flunkies who'd done the same to him during his foreign tours. In Istanbul and Baghdad and Cairo and Damascus, they'd called headquarters the 10,000-mile screwdriver, turning the crank from the comfortable refuge of Langley's donut-scented recycled air. The 7th floor's intramural baseball team was even named the Screwdrivers. His irrelevance now was a godsend. The wide berth granted him on account of the spell in Russia meant his days were marked by very few managerial interruptions, and he was learning that the bureaucratic gutting of Moscow X prior to Procter's firing further offered him tremendous leeway in his comings and goings. Gus Raptis was chief of Moscow X now, but Sam rarely saw him in Procter's old office down near his cubicle in the basement. Gus had taken a temporary desk upstairs in the main Russia House vaults, away from the Moscow X lepers he now oversaw. This would be the first real step. With Procter, there had been only conversation. Now there would be physicality. There would be paper. His CIA job was, and always had been, stealing, but normally he'd taken secrets belonging to foreign governments, not his own, and the risk had always been brief stints in foreign jail, not a lockup alongside Rick Ames in Terre Haute. Political hacks could purloin all the classified material they wanted, but workaday intelligence officers had the book tossed at them. All morning a battle had raged inside Sam Joseph about the wisdom of this path, and he'd arrived over and over at the same place, in his box, counting little red stars, praying that the nameless woman would not visit him in his sleep, unable to figure why he was there at all, if not for some rot in his own service. Onward. With no sign of Gus and no more than a handful of others in bullpens across the vault, he got to work. The first tranche of documents would be straightforward. The entirety of the Singapore compartment, the Golikov cables, and the Big OT list for Buccaneers reporting, which would specify who inside CIA had access to his information. Thankfully, by dint of his role in Moscow X and Procter's recollection of her agency ID and password, Sam could access this haul digitally. For 2 hours, he printed the cables and emails. When colleagues strolled by, he flipped to baseball highlights on the unclassified machine. The printed documents went into the gym bag. Logging off, he collected his lunch from the fridge, slung the bag over his shoulder, and went to the gym for a brief, unfocused workout. After, he showered, bought a bag of pretzels from a vending machine, and went upstairs to commit a felony. It is a simple matter to remove documents from CIA headquarters. There are no checks at all. Sam merely strolled through the badge readers with the gym bag at his hip. No interruptions, no complications. He threw the emptied bag of pretzels away in the trash bin near the door. He drove the 20 minutes to Dr. Portnoy's practice on the Innova Fairfax campus, where he parked in a stretch of the blue garage that he did not believe held cameras. He'd spotted Procter's RAV4 on the way in. She was in the driver's seat. The trunk was cracked open. He flung it wide. The setup was precisely as Procter's Roblox character, which bore a striking resemblance to the actual Procter, had explained.
The printer scanner, plugged into the portable power station, was ready to accept the documents. He removed the stack from his gym bag, set them in the tray, and punched scan. He shut the trunk at the sound of the agreeable beep and whir. He would return for the originals after his appointment with Portnoy. He caught sight of a spray of her curly black hair through the glass. The rest of her was shrouded in shadow. That evening, in the Crystal City safe house, with the scanned files sprawled across the apartment floor, Procter set to work reconstructing the frenetic timeline leading up to Singapore. She built a chicken-scratch chronology, flipping through the yellow legal pads, cross-referencing dates, tidying events to see if names might be eliminated or punted down the list. The op had been planned with such haste, and her friends had been so geographically scattered that she could not clearly remember when each of them had first learned of Galikoff's outreach and Sam's travel to Singapore for the meet. Procter reread Galikoff's letter, which was appended to the cable. A Mexican-American businessman, a contact of Galikoff's working in Moscow, had initially passed it to the ambassador, who followed instructions on the envelope inside and passed it to the acting chief of station, Gus' former deputy. The money line, which had appeared in the cable: "I have information critical to safeguarding the security of CIA." To establish his bona fides, Galikoff had included the meeting minutes from a Russian Security Council deliberation on Ukraine. He'd written that Langley should figure out how to make contact securely. He would be traveling in Asia in the coming weeks.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Galikoff proposed the brevity code regarding whiskey, which Sam had used at the tables in Singapore. The cable and the transcribed letter had arrived in Russia House on the morning of March 15th, she saw. Here, Procter's memory took over. The cable had been flagged as high priority well before the daily meetings, but Mac and Theo had been out of the office. Debs and Gosford, too, still up in New York, though they were taking briefings. She remembered that because Gus, at that point, fresh from Moscow, still awaiting a more long-term role at Langley, and also judged the Bratva member least likely to send either Gosford or Debs into a murderous rage, had been dispatched to New York Station to be sure the new regime felt Russia House had played a positive role in the transition. Gus, she remembered, had been the first to flag the cable. He was an early riser.
typically working through the cable traffic no later than 7:30. That morning, she remembered, a note from him had been waiting on her machine, requesting that she give him a call, and leaving a number for his temporary desk in New York. Had Debs read the cable? Had it been briefed to Gosford? There was no reply, no traffic from either on the matter. Sorting through the cables, she saw that Theo had first formally weighed in on the morning of the 17th, Mac by mid-afternoon. Both had returned early from separate vacations. Mac had been with Lulu in upstate New York. Theo was off drinking on a boat and calling it fishing. By the morning of the 18th, she remembered, they had both been pulled into a dumpster fire emerging on one of Theo's cases. Procter had vague memories of Debs, and Singapore had been left to her. She made her notes in the legal pad, working between her memory, the cables, and the Golikov's delegation's travel itinerary. Procter sketched a small star next to the dates of March 19 and 20. To dispatch heavies to Singapore, Moscow would have been required to know Golikov's name and the basic outlines of his message by then. The timing worked, she thought, just barely. Procter tore 2 sheets of paper from her legal pad. At the top of each, she wrote the name of a compromise. The first, Golikov. The second, Buccaneer, the poor soul who had committed suicide before his arrest. Reviewing her reconstruction of Singapore and the bigot list for Buccaneer's reporting, she wrote the names of the officers with access to each, assuming the widest net possible. Outside, thunder rumbled, and the first spits of rain slapped the windows. Procter crossed out names if they did not appear on both. She wondered if the Buccaneer compromise, the attempted arrest and eventual suicide, had been a mistake on Moscow's part. If someone outside Zhomov's shop had gotten a tad overzealous, because it eliminated Moscow's station from the list. Buccaneer had been handled in Athens, his reporting sent directly to Russia House and the 7th floor. When it was done, she sat for a long while reviewing the names that appeared on both lists. Most were friends, current or former. Could she buy this list? No, she thought, not really. Easier to think Sam had lost his marbles. And yet... "We've got a big problem," Petra had said. Procter could accept the theory. She was not insane. But to accept this list? Stomach-turning. There were other names on it, but 4 stood out. Mac, Gus, Theo, and Debs. It was time to talk to her friends, she decided. Have a word. Lord knew she had reasons for words with all of them. The 2 papers she tore into ribbons. The ribbons she flushed down the toilet. The microwave clock's red block letters warned of approaching dawn, her stomach that she'd neglected her dinner. Procter tramped into the kitchen and downed 2 sleeves of Ritz crackers in a compulsive, agitated frenzy, watching the storm wash the parking lot into an oily puddle. Great Falls, Virginia. Espionage had been the Mason family business since his paternal grandfather had served with Angleton in Italy during the war. Mac's father had gotten his wars too, fighting in Vietnam and then joining CIA, where he became a legendary runner of Afghan Muji in the halcyon days at Cold War's end. As with most dynasties, by the 3rd generation, things got a little wobbly. For a spell prior to joining CIA, Mac had tried to abdicate his responsibilities. He wanted to try his hand as a painter. He would not often speak of that season, but Procter had surmised that at some point in the years after college, the combination of artistic failure and a cuff on the ear from his old man had driven Mac back to the family business. And Mac got his wars too, when 9/11 rocketed him into the counterterrorism game, and now when a second Cold War had him occupied with Russia, as his old man had been. Mac's first decade at CIA had been entirely mediocre. If anything, he was behind the curve, trading on his family name, with little genuine accomplishment. Gus, after all, had been running their base in Afghanistan even though they'd all been in the same farm class. But Afghanistan had changed Mac. He'd been rightly made a hero, and from there on out had decided to knuckle down and play the game he had so long resisted. Procter had been in his debt since Afghanistan, and had chosen to repay him by refusing to resent his success, though resentment, for more than a few reasons, would have been more than a little satisfying, and very well within her rights. Of all her friends' homes, Mac and Lulu's was the lightest, the most unburdened. The spirit here was one of parties, and even if you arrived, as she had, before the socially acceptable drinking hour, the place always seemed on the cusp of a celebration. Why was that? The Masons' breezy, semi-open marriage? The mid-century modern design, which Procter couldn't really describe save to say it had always felt to her that the house had hosted very lively parties well before the Masons' arrival. Lulu shuffled in with a tray bearing bowls of popcorn, pretzels, and nuts. Mac poured the scotch. For 2 hours they drank and laughed and told old stories, until, with a gentle nudge of his wife's knee, Mac said that he and Artemis did have some shop talk on the agenda. Lulu, an old pro at receiving polite ejections from her husband's conversations, left them with smiles and pecks on the cheek. Procter and Mac ducked into the back house, where he'd parked all the paintings he refused to work on and Lulu refused to let him destroy. Crossing the tile floor of a room that smelled of dust and old paper, they went upstairs to the box-clotted study, where the air grew even more stale. In Mac's hands rode the bottle of scotch and 2 fresh glasses. Phones had been left in the main house. Guiding them toward 2 easy chairs set under the window, he sloshed scotch into the glasses and, handing her one, said, "I really wish I'd had more notice before you came up here. We could have arranged something." They clinked glasses and sat. "Came together at the last minute," she said, "and I'm not up here for long." "And you're interviewing where?" "Dynacotel," she said. "Beltway Bandit, I know. Save it. I could use the cash. Insider threat roll." "Let me know if I can help," he said, "though I don't think I know anyone over there." "I will, and thanks. You and Lou are solid? Things good?" Good, all good. Lou's been busy with a few contracts. I've been stapled to the office." "Oh, come on." "What? Don't be a modest gosh. You're a hero now, least I hear." "Good Lord. Who's your source on that?" "People talk, Mac, people talk." He smiled his easy, friendly smile, the one he used to chat up assets, to survive in the jungle of Finn Gosford's CIA. Vanity, she thought. With Mac, you play to vanity. She continued, "I mean, the papers covered some of it, but I want details. The scoop, man. Tell me how the swap went down. I only got bits from Theo when he came to see me. I've still got my clearance, even if they ran me out. This is how CIA got Sam."
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10.
emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The version Procter heard from Theo came with the caveat that he was on a drinking junket advertised as a fishing trip. Expedition had been the term he'd used, and he'd been close enough to venture into Central Florida for a stopover at Gatorville. He showed up with 4 bottles of Seagram's, more or less setting the agenda for his visit, which was a blur. Brief snatches of clarity subsumed into the muck of drink and friendly banter. But one morning they did sober up sufficiently to hold a human-style conversation about the matter. Theo was helping her pin a whole chicken on the jumperoo line. Straining upward, his shirt riding up to expose his chalky white belly, he asked if she'd heard the whole story about Vienna, about what Mac and Gus had done. Theo pretended to spank one of the chickens. "Bad little bird," he said. "Bad little thing." He jerked on the pulley to send it across the water and reached into the cooler for another. "You wrestle these freaking lizards, Artemis?" "I do," she said. "I sure do." He gazed thoughtfully into the water as he sipped his beer and, for the second time that day, asked, "What kind of fish you have in there?" CIA case officers are an obsessive lot. Attention to detail, the sorting of facts and information are fundamental to the trade. Procter had known quite a few who indulged this talent outside the building as fanatical hobbyists. Many of the diversions could be useful, even practical. Sam Joseph had his poker. She knew a guy in the old Latin America division who'd run a professional woodworking business from his garage. Others, though, tilted pathological, hobbies and interests of the sort favored by autistic children. Memorizing historical baseball standings in one case Procter knew. And, in Theo's, an encyclopedic knowledge regarding the husbandry of exotic fish. "Theo, like I told you earlier, I have no clue. Maybe peacock bass?" "A what?" "I saw some full-grown unicorn tangs in the tanks in the shop where we snagged this." He thumbed the shoulder of his t-shirt. Stenciled atop a picture of a gator leaping from the water, jaws clamped around a strung-up pig, were the red block letters, "Bone Crusher Benny brings it bigly." And below, "Gatorville, Florida, USA." "That's the Emporium shop," Procter said. "I think I also saw a sunshine pleco. And there was a tank all set up to be an Amazonian biotope." "Theo," she cut in, fixing herself a smoke and blowing a cloud of it toward the brackish lagoon. "I know you traded in your wife for an aquarium, but me, I don't know gosh about the fish, and I don't care to. So, as I explained this morning, stop asking. Tell me what happened with Sam." "Well," Theo said with disappointment, "all summer we were getting our mess kicked in. Gosford and Debs were preparing to purge Russia House, I swear it, looking for more scapegoats because the White House was pissed. They weren't angry he was missing per se, they couldn't have given a gosh about Sam. It was more that they were worried about the possibility of a scandal if it came to light, and with those awful tapes the Russians sent you floating around out there, plus the risk they might mail them elsewhere to increase Sam's negotiating value, or to just create chaos and problems for us, well, a blow-up seemed fairly likely. Honestly, I think Gosford would have preferred the Russians kill Sam, put his head on a pike outside the Kremlin, and be done with it. But the Russians are not that merciful. At some point, the 7th floor geniuses realized they might want to solve the really problem and bring him home. Go really. With a grunt, Theo sent another chicken out over the water. "Why aren't they jumping, Artemis?" She peered into the water. "Only gator in there right now is one of the juvies who already ate today and isn't much interested in these chickens, or us apparently. The real fun starts when we open the other gate." She pointed her cigarette out into the lagoon, where the outlines of the gators had clumped around the submerged gate. 30 minutes until the next jumperoo. Bloodlust was in the air. "Keep going," she said. "More chickens?" "Yeah, about 10 more. And also with the story." "Well," Theo said, squatting down for another bird, "we come up with an idea to solve the problem. A White House flunky drove out to Langley for a conclave and said, right to our faces, figure it out. I want options, nothing off the table." He strung up the bird, regarding it with pride. "Who's there for the meeting?" Procter had asked, for no reason then other than context. "Me, Mac, Gus, Debs. The Brain Trust," Theo said, with a filthy and crude gesture of his fists. The chicken rattled across the water on a squeaky pulley. "And we're shooting the gosh in this meeting," Theo said. "It all has a very informal feel. And Mac throws out an idea. We kidnap one of theirs. Not rocket science, of course. We've thought about it before. But it's pretty very aggressive. Mac says we need to be aggressive so they'll stop bothering us. Hell of a meeting. One of the best ever." "Snatching a Russian," Procter said. "Kind of a big deal, right?" What was... Oh, gosh, Theo had slipped off the dock and was now shouting and splashing around down there like crazy. Procter saw the juvenile headed toward the racket, and with that she had plunged in to drag him over to the ladder, kicking back a few times at the gator, whose interest, she would later reassure him, sprouted more from curiosity than hunger. Once they'd clambered back up to the boardwalk, the dreary quotidian things that so often derail important discussions forcefully took command. Procter and Theo had to change clothes. Cummings, who had seen the tail end of the splashdown, had to be assured that no, she was not pawning work off to her degenerate friend. No, Theo was not feeling litigious. Yes, she would get herself sparkling clean to run the jumperoo. By the time the show was done, Theo was thoroughly drunk, and she was not far behind. "I'm not much of a swimmer, Artemis," he had slurred that night, raising his glass to her. "Not so aquatic." And this, given his love for fish, was simply incredible. The next morning, he'd been up early to catch a flight. He'd stolen one of her work hats, she discovered later, the bastard. Procter was surprised to find that Mac, a far more reliable narrator than Theo, told the same story. It picked up speed exactly where Theo left off, which was that the White House had indicated they were open to the CIA proposing a Russian intelligence officer as the target. If Langley could wrap its arms around it, the White House would iron out the legal side, ensure the ongoing covert action work with respect to Russia was molded for such an op. They required a country in which there were Russians of value to Moscow, and preferably where the local service was some combination of friendly, ambivalent, and incompetent. "Any guesses?" Mac said. "Has to be Vienna. Spy city," he said. And remora, Mac went on, with a long pull of scotch, was the critical node here. Procter remembered Remora, of course, though she hadn't developed, recruited, or handled him. He was one of the CIA's top Russian assets. A high-flying colonel, deputy chief of the SVR's 5th Department, Europe, Remora had been recruited by Mac and Theo 2 years earlier in Morocco. He was handled internally by Gus in Moscow. Gosford and Debs, Procter recalled, had developed a particular interest in Remora upon taking the reins, though here her memories were fuzzy. She could not recall precisely why they'd been so hot on the case. "Theo and I snagged the first breakthrough from Remora."
And Remora said he'd asked and been treated to hell if I know shrugs from everyone. SVR goons had been the heavies in Singapore. Running theory in his circles was that they'd gotten a little excited about dishing it out to an American and went overboard. Procter cut in. What did Remora say had happened to Golikov? Mac made a face. Butchered him in his hotel room like Khashoggi. Russian guerrillas had intercepted him, but he tried to run, there was a fight, and he died. They cut him up, allegedly, and smuggled the body out in the morning. Apparently, the parts were stuffed into a bunch of suitcases. "And how?" Procter asked, selecting her words with care. How did Remora explain the interest in Golikov to begin with? How did they know he was meeting with Sam? Mac's eyes narrowed in the direction of one of the boxed paintings, then shifted fixedly toward Procter. "I've had some doubts," he said, "about the chain of custody on this intel, I must say. I don't think Remora was lying. I merely wonder if the telephone game had become so muddled he was shoveling us gibberish picked up in the halls."
But, in any case, Remora said that a fellow member of the trade delegation had reported Golikov to one of the security minders during the Asia trip. Said Golikov had apparently been spotted filching classified documents from the embassy during the leg in Bangkok. Golikov's a well-known gambler and, according to Remora, rumor had it he was in serious debt. Anyhow, the guerrillas see him talking to Sam in the casino. They go upstairs to ask him questions and search his room, and then, boom, sideways. Remora also claimed the guerrillas snagged Golikov with documents on a few thumb drives upstairs. A tangle of Security Council minutes, various budgets, internal presidential administration memos, and a bag of content lifted from Bangkok. Golikov was there to do a deal. Guerrillas snipped it midstream. So it was a mistake to grab Sam? Procter asked. According to Remora. So why not just hand him back in Singapore, turn him loose? Well, and I'm speculating here, Artemis, I'd imagine that by the time they had him, that team felt they had to bring him to Moscow, and by the time they drugged him and smuggled him out of Singapore, beaten him, and doubtless had a very rough conversation about whether Golikov had passed him anything, by then there'd have been a debate inside the Kremlin over whether a price might be extracted for his return. Once he was in Russia, what could the Russians do, really? Admit to their mistake? That'd be off-brand. Look at Ukraine. Look at the Cold War. Look at 500 years of Russian history. Not going to happen. So that's the Russian motivation to send me the tapes. Advertise that they had Sam, Procter said. Marketing? Shake the bars so we sit up and take note? I think so, Mac said. Kindling a 4-alarm intelligence fiasco in Washington, well, that's all gravy for them. Sure, they look brutal for kidnapping our guy, but hey, Ukraine and all, the barbarism is old news, and it skyrockets Sam's value as a negotiation chit, because now they know that we know, and so on. But we have nothing to trade, Procter said. Victor Bout's gone, Hansen's dead, Ames is off the table. No illegals in the pen. Mac's scotch was still going, Procter's was not. So Mac downed his and stood to refill their glasses. Finger to his nose, Mac eased back in his chair and searched the room, scanning across the boxes of paintings as if taking some unspoken inventory. Precisely, he said. We've got nothing to trade for him. We had to change that. And we had an opening from the White House to be aggressive. Europe is Remora's stomping grounds, so we asked him for the roster in Vienna and his assessment of the political stature of each officer there. Found an advisor to the resident, a general with family connections in the Kremlin. Remora said he'd been in Vienna for a few months. Some boondoggle, he imagined, passing a pleasant summer in Austria. Remora knew where they'd put the guy up because it had been so very expensive. From there, it wasn't so tricky. Gus was out there with me. We just bagged him up. Guy walked from the rented mansion to the embassy every morning, roughly the same time. Special Activities Center let a snatch and grab out of a van. We took him into the mountains outside Salzburg, nice little private house, very comfortable. Kept him there until we could make the trade. I heard you were rough on him, Procter said. That it wasn't so comfortable for the Russian. Mac's smile was all proud schoolboy. You heard that, did you? From whom? People talk. He smiled again, this time with far less mirth. He wiggled his knuckles. There were aspects of that trip that I enjoyed more than I should have. I'm sure the bastard deserved whatever he got. She paused, taking a sip of her drink. And you? You deserve the intelligence commendation. I should have already said it. But congrats. You want applause? Mac said, smiling. Join the State Department, she finished. And you want a medal? Join the Army. He clinked his glass to hers. We think the same way about these very things. I'm not in this business for accolades. Well, it's gold for job security. Makes it harder for Debs or Gosford to push you out. Gus, too. That it does, for good and for ill. There was a silence. Then Mac said, Sam, by the way, seems to be doing fine, given the circumstances. That's good to hear, she said. If I have time, I'll see if I can drop in and say hello. He'd like that, I'm sure. They settled into another friendly silence. She remembered now that the op that had distracted Mac and Theo that week had been preparation for a meeting with Remora. Vaguely disturbing warnings, she recalled. Remora, she said. Did he also tell us something in the run-up to Singapore, or am I nuts? No, that's right, Mac said. Theo and I were getting ready for a face-to-face with Remora in France. Even Debs made the trip to Lacoste to join the meeting. Debs, Procter said, sitting up. That's bizarre. Tell me about it, he grumbled. She insisted, said she wanted to get into the field, roll up her sleeves. And what, exactly, did dear old Debs contribute to the discussion? Very little. I met Theo there for the fireside chat with Remora, who made the two of us wait a bit, naturally. Theo thankfully had the place all set by the time I showed. Remora can be picky about the hospitality. Debs joined at the end. Wanted to shake Remora's hand, I suppose, get a few stories she could bring to the Oval with Gosford. When was the meeting? Procter asked, imagining the chronology she'd scrawled the night before on her legal pads. It was within a few days of Singapore. Maybe 2 days before? 3? I don't remember the exact dates. Remora had a rumor he wanted to sell us. Vagaries about Russians targeting Americans in Asia. That, Procter said, gives me hives. Could we have done something with that? Not a chance, Mac said. It was all too vague. Even Debs agreed. I recall she said as much during that rough meeting on the 7th floor the morning after Singapore. I was in the Adirondacks with Lou when I heard that Remora had signaled for a meeting. I scurried back to Washington, prepped with Theo, then flew to France. In the end, I wound up cutting short my vacation for a useless tidbit. As if summoned by mention of her name, the motion-sensing light outside clacked on, and downstairs the door creaked open. Mon amour, purée, t'es là. Oui, ma chérie, Mac said. Nous avons fini. Prenons un verre. Artemis va rester ici ce soir, avec nous. Gosh, really? Procter snapped. Please, in English. It's been 20 years since my tour in France, and my frog talk was never so sparkly to begin with. McLean. Next evening, through the windows of the restaurant, Procter watched Gus' sparkling minivan pull into the parking lot. Washed it weekly, she was sure, probably on the way home from church. 2 things that mattered most to Gus Konstantinos Raptis: Greek Orthodoxy and the Central Intelligence Agency. If there was any room left, he had a wife, Connie, a former agency hand. She had done something with the analysts before the kids were born. Old man Raptis, like old man Mason, had been an agency man, earning his spurs running the Mudge in the 80s. Gus had been the top man in their farm class. He was steely and athletic, played lacrosse at Cornell, and Procter heard he'd been something of a top man there, too. Gus had it, the right stuff, the father stuff. This was not the loser son who piddles away the family glory. This was the heir, the successor to the legendary runner of Mudge and killer of Reds. The winning seemed to carry over into the home. Raptises were churchy and monogamous, never a visit to the penalty box, in work or in marriage. Until he'd cut short his tour in Moscow, Procter had always gotten the sense that Gus and Connie were deeply in love, enjoying a fulfilling intimacy, and generally upbeat about the future. In other words, aliens. Gus took a seat in the booth across from Procter. Dark hair, neatly combed, crisp suit, and white shirt. Always the white shirts, but probably from Jasse Bank or some other mall provenance. There wasn't much money, no family reptile fund. Connie didn't work anymore, and for 3 years their eldest, Nico, had been bleeding them dry. That Nico had driven a stake through the family was that most tortured brand of agency knowledge, the secret known by all. There were rumors Gus had dipped into his retirement to fund the latest trip to rehab at some new place out in California. Gus looked her over with those stern eyes, a minister's gaze, Theo would say when they were drinking, and the conversation rolled to their friend. "He sees our sins, Artemis. He wouldn't be friends with us if he could," she would reply. Procter ordered a burger and a beer, Gus a sparkling water. The guy managed judgment even in his ordering habits. When the waiter had left, Gus said he had 30 minutes, tops. "Why didn't you tell us you were coming?" he said. "This is no notice. Where are you interviewing anyway?" "Dine Cotel," she said, and gave him the same speech she'd given Mac. She asked after Connie and the kids. She answered with polite evasions, and then she gave up and steamrolled him. "I've been thinking more about Singapore," she said, "and I could really use your help on a few things." He said with a kind smile, "Why in the world would you think about that?" "Guilty conscience, I guess. That's a new one for you. You'd be surprised at the dark thoughts that pop into your mind when you're alone and wasted in a trailer. It's a challenge to wrestle your demons and gators at the same time. More of an either-or situation, turns out. Good grief, Artemis." His eyes softened, and he said, his tone sympathetic, "Tell me how I can help." "I'm just wondering if I screwed up," she said, "if I missed something and sent Sam into the pit. It's been eating me alive." The food and drinks arrived. Gus asked for a lime, and they sat twiddling silverware until the waiter brought it. A gas fireplace punched on. Gus watched the flames for a moment, sniffing the carbonation sparkling up from his drink. She'd never seen him take a sip of booze, perhaps the only non-Mormon employee of the Central Intelligence Agency about whom she could make the claim. Theo's sins were on display, front and center, primo shelf space, much as Procter's. Gus's sins were the hidden varietal, pride, greed, envy, things that only priests cared about, not the gosh that left you with a trail of marriages in a gutter or stringing up chickens at Gatorville. Only Mac had managed to tie the knot so elegantly. He'd recast his sins as virtues. Gus was stabbing the ice in his drink. He raised his eyes when he saw the waiter bearing down and rudely waved him off. Gus Raptus, a waiter's nightmare, unsmiling and cheap. Were those sins, she wondered? Well, let's put that insane notion to rest, Artemis. It's absurd. Much as I applaud the sudden and long overdue flickering of any moral compass inside you, I don't think it's pointing the right direction here. You're suggesting Golikov was a dangle? That it was a trap? You don't think it was? Procter said, placing the ball on the tee of their conversation. Golikov, Gus said, taking the swing, was the real deal. The outreach was too elaborate. It was the right mix of paranoid sophistication and civilian inexperience. That letter, his offer, was genuine. "You called me that morning," Procter said, "after the cable came in?" "Right. I was up in New York, briefing Deborah and Gosford. Had to be less than a week after Gosford's confirmation." "You remember briefing the details on Singapore to Debs and Gosford?" she asked. "Did it wind up in their read books up in New York?" "Now, Artemis, really. Please, Gus, just asking. Please." He sighed. "There was a briefing, yes, for Deborah. I was there to get her up to speed on our Moscow operations. She was keen for the lay of the land. She got the scoop on Golikov, the letter, all that? Same day?" "She did," he said, tone bristling like sandpaper. "I told her what we knew about Golikov, that the trade samples were solid, and that we wanted to know more. We hadn't made any plans to bump him for a chat yet, of course, but I said that as a matter of course, we would put something together and see if we could see what he had to say. I called Mac that morning. He came down from the Adirondacks, briefed Deborah with me. We covered the waterfront on Russia, of course, lots going on, but the Golikov outreach was on the agenda, right at the top." And here Procter logged an anomaly. When Mac had explained the chronology around Singapore, he had not told her about the stopover in New York, the briefing with Gus and Debs. Had he forgotten? "How'd Debs take that?" she asked. "Now, Artemis, really," he said, his voice rising, "what exactly are you driving at here? Care to explain?" Put it out there, she thought. Advance a theory and see how it plays. "We started having big problems soon as our old friend Debs took over. Odd, isn't it? Week 1 on the job, the Russia compromises start." She took a bite of her burger and watched his nostrils flare as she chewed. Procter had often wondered if, in the black weeks after Singapore, Gus Raptis had quietly suggested to Debs that he might take the helm of Moscow X. He was homeless in those months, having cut his Moscow tour short to sit stateside while Russia House tried to find a spot for him. Moscow X in its glory was primo real estate, and Gus required a foothold. Had he schlepped to the 7th floor with a coup in mind? Gus would never admit to it, though. He was a political animal, and in this jungle you had to be careful whom you ate, especially if they were your friend. Those who in the past had tried to eat Procter had found her to be poison going down. All had coughed her up, and Gus knew it. Rather than venture his own theory, though, he licked his lips, checked his watch, and looked outside toward his minivan. Satisfying as that notion might be, he said, there's about 100 explanations for what happened that week, and only one of them involves a mole. Gosh, she said, poking around for a response. Give me a break. But Gus just shrugged, yawned, and stood. Suit yourself, but it's the truth. Now Connie's expecting me, Artemis. Just one more thing. She gently took his wrist. I've been on a bit of a tour, Gus, as of late. Patching a few holes, hammering out the dents in my life, that sort of thing. You're a hero now, you and Mac, and I should have said congratulations to you when we sat down, for Vienna and for leading the charge to bring Sam home. But I didn't know what to say, you know? I got steamrolled and fired, and you two got accolades and promoted. His eyes softened again, and he did not try to tear his arm away from her. Just a few more minutes, she pleaded. Checking the time on his phone, scanning plaintively into the darkness, Gus sighed. He eased back into the booth.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Did we ever get anything on why they went after Golikov and Sam? She asked, repeating the question she'd put to Mac for comparison. Remora gave us a tip, Gus said, a month or so after you left. He told us that Golikov was apprehended with thumb drives of looted documents, that snagging Sam was a mistake. Working assumption has been he was going to sell the tranche to us and request to defect. Remora, she said, rolling the name over her tongue. If memory serves, he gave us that little warning before Singapore. Ah, yes, Gus said.
The meeting Deborah famously wedged into. "Why do you think she went?" Procter asked. "A story for the Oval," Gus said. "What else?" Deborah just joined at the end, after Mac and Theo did their dance. Mac primed Remora. Theo joined to reset the energy and initiate the deep stuff. The heart-to-heart, or, if necessary, give him a little slap to get things back on track. All the work was done by the time Deborah arrived. Might as well have been a photo op. "I forgot they have that little two-step," Procter said, though in truth she hadn't heard of it in the first place. "What you make of the intel Remora had for us? The warning?" Gus sniffed at the bottle of sparkling water. His eyes were bright and lively, as if behind them his thoughts were hustling to keep up with her. Gus wasn't a politician. Leave that for Gosford and Debs. But he was that species' closest relative at CIA, wielding effortlessly the potent blend of mirth and menace so necessary to thrive in the Langley jungle. That slice of Remora's information was vague, Gus said. "You think he's full of gosh?" "Only sometimes. He is a mercenary. He tries to sell us things. At heart, he's a snake. One of our snakes." "There you have it," Gus said. "Much of his stuff is solid. Much of it leaves us desiring specifics. I was a skeptic when he first came on our radar. But I've generally been won over. I handled him for a time inside Moscow, of course. One sec." Gus, scowling, began typing on his phone. In the silence, Procter began harvesting stalks of relevant information from the dim fields of her mind. A year earlier, Gus was fresh in Moscow, a bachelor tour for a married case officer, his loving wife at home. Spotted once, Procter remembered now, and never again, by Lulu while working a shift at the Nordstroms in Pentagon City. Connie Raptis hadn't worked in going on a quarter century, but there she'd been, bored and lonely with Gus and Moscow. There were, Procter recalled, 2 squirrely rumors that she'd picked up around that time, the type that lives in about 5 security computers and nowhere else. 1. That Gus had traveled stateside for an early polygraph. 2. Wicked whispers about a Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA warrant on a senior CIA officer in Moscow, permitting the Phoebes to monitor phones and email traffic. For a few months, Gus had been on a loose leash, meeting Russians in Russia, and while CIA trusted its people, sometimes the Phoebes didn't, and God knew what turds they dug up about poor Gus's journeys inside Russia. The rumors went away. Gus remained in Moscow until the dawn of the Gosford era, and Procter had forgotten all about it. But now she shone a new light. Simplest place for the Russians to recruit a senior CIA officer was in Moscow. She took another bite of her burger and, finding it chewy, spit it into her napkin. She shoved aside her plate and took a drink of her beer. Gus slid the phone in his pocket, smiled, and sighed. "Never knew you to be a picky eater, Artemis. Florida's made you soft. Speaking of, when's the Raptis clan coming down? Free tickets, I'll hook you up. There's gator jerky. Connie's more of an Epcot girl." "I don't know, Gus. That Mickey Mouse gosh is pretty expensive," Procter said, and left the subtle barb, like her grin, hanging. There'd been a time, back in the farm days, when he'd been buoyantly fun. That Gus had been taken outside and shot, only to be replaced by an austere, grayin guy chained to a host of family problems. A man who drove both legendary ops and a minivan through the Northern Virginia suburbs. Whatever Raptis had touched during his career had turned to gold, but now Procter saw only unmet potential. Gus would have been a fantastic wasp if he hadn't been so very Greek, a great romantic partner if he hadn't been so happily married, an exceptional drinker if not for the teetotaling. So instead of swinging right back after her shot at the Raptis family bank account, and Lord knew Gus had buckets of material, he simply scowled, his face darkened, and he checked his watch, though by this point he knew very well what time it was. "Here is my view. Remora may sometimes bring us garbage. Rumors, mumbo-jumbo, telephone games. I think some of that may have happened with respect to his messages regarding Sam's incarceration. Remora's intel was collected third-hand. How could something not be a garbled mess? Each of Gus's words were files sharpening the next. But here's the deal, Artemis. Remora, for all his flaws and his mercantilism, well, he has passed us gold. In person in France, in moving car pickups with me in Moscow, in his drop sites. It wasn't all gold, but enough was. It shined well enough. And you know what? He gave us intel the Russians simply would never willingly part with. A network of French illegals, a ring of American servicemen run by SVR in Germany. That is why I believed and believe his information about Singapore, and about that officer in Vienna that we snatched up. Now, perhaps you'd like to tell me why we're having this discussion in the first place. Your curiosity is very pointed for someone seeking absolution from vaguely defined sins, especially since you commit so many with admirable specificity. My advice? Start with those. The road to redemption will be straighter. You used to be more fun, Gus. He cracked a smile at that. Time's up, Artemis. Good to see you. Next time in Florida. He stood, slipped 3 ones on the table for his sparkling water, and walked out into the night. Procter shoved away her burger. When she paid the bill, she saw that, though he'd finished the entire bottle of Perrier, his money had only covered half. Moscow. John Tarman unbuckled his seatbelt at the turn. Moles slowed their Lada and mouthed a silent, "I love you." Tarman mouthed, "I love you too," and, clicking open the door, rolled from the car into a grassy bank. He'd rehearsed the roll dozens of times at the farm, on the streets of Washington, and even inside the tight corridors of Moscow Station, somersaulting between the cubicles at the tail end of a dead sprint. One constant, it always hurt. Tarman made a noise upon impact, rolling into a crouch in time to watch Moles inflate the jib, the jack-in-the-box, an inflatable copy of Tarman now standing in for him in the passenger seat. He shuffled into the trees as Moles turned the corner out of sight. He wondered if it would be their last night in Moscow. In this environment, you really could not get aggressively black and expect to stay in country. Things were bound to get ugly. He just hoped the Russians wouldn't kill their cats, or Moles, or him. Though even under the newer, nastier rules of the game, he did expect more lenient treatment than his old friend Sam had received earlier that year, when the Russians had nabbed him in Singapore and sweated him here in Moscow. Tarman had diplomatic status after all. Tarman slid his fingers over the...
Tarman trudged through the trees, emerging in the courtyard of an old Soviet-era apartment block that smelled of wet concrete and dog feces. He marched through the courtyard, reaching the street on the far side. He felt black and noted that the tenement, the courtyard, and now the street appeared as advertised in the casing report he'd memorized over the past week. On the far side of the street, he noted the presence of Claw's parked BMW. Tarman might well have had the license number branded behind his eyelids. The car was the safety signal for the meeting, all clear. Up the road, he saw a graffiti-flocked trailer, its hitch resting on a pile of concrete blocks. The trailer had not been in the report, he was sure of it. But Malls had cased the place 4 days prior, and it was not so unusual for vehicles to come and go. He was 16 minutes early. He made a brisk tour of the street, walking with a slight wobble, advertising the vodka bottle, and plopped onto a bench just outside the tenement, careful to avoid the patches of grime and bird droppings. He took a long slug of water and rehearsed yet again the flow and script for this brief encounter with Claw, an FSB colonel and prolific thief of Russian state secrets. Tarman listened to the reassuring rhythm of his own heartbeat. Moscow was his. 20 minutes later, and Tarman was growing impatient and worried. A woman had emerged from the apartment building. She was now pacing the street, smoking, yammering on her phone with someone about a television show. Tarman's Russian was near fluent, but even he struggled to understand her machine gun gutter dialect.
He fixed his eyes toward the alley up the street, where Claw would hopefully appear any minute. Tarman would walk to meet him, and they would stroll to another wooded area for 5 or so minutes. Brief encounter complete, he would wind back home. But instead, the world exploded around him. Shouts, footfalls, the slam of metal on concrete. The bystander was shrieking. Tarman stood, his instinct to run suffocated by the feel of rough hands taking hold of him from behind. 2 men, rushing out from an alcove across the street, snatched his bag. He was on the filthy ground, dirt and mud and God knows what else thick on his tongue. A hand pinned down his head. He was trying to explain that he was an American diplomat, a second secretary at the U.S. Embassy, when the men behind him lifted his arms high above his head. The chicken wing seizure, a KGB trademark from the Cold War's twilight, an era somehow more civilized than the present. Tarman glimpsed another herd of black-clad men hustling toward the parked trailer. They were frog-marching a man who looked like Claw. "I'm a second secretary at the U.S. Embassy," Tarman said again. But the pain in his raised arms had become white-hot, blinding. He blacked out. Rem's car clopped through Gate 3A at Lefortovo, toward the newer wing of the prison where the cousins of the Federalная Служба Безопасности, the FSB, the Federal Security Service, would hold the American. Rem's aide was there already. He stood smoking near the door, under a lamp casting a pool of eerie light onto the Ocker building. Rem stepped out of the car. "Bortnikov is already here," the aide said. "How is the American?" Rem asked. "He's in one piece," the aide said, stamping the cigarette into the ground. "For now." Rem waited for Bortnikov in an empty second-floor interrogation room. Interrogators sat in the chair nearest the door, the supplicant facing, so Rem took the interrogator's seat and folded his hands on the table. The room grew warm as the minutes ticked along. Sweat trickled down Rem's ankles. It beaded along his white hairline. Was spying a young man's game? He did not think so. It was waiting, more than anything. And Rem had again thoughtfully sorted his evening pills. He could wait a long time. Rem had been alone with the blinking camera in the room for 48 minutes when the door squealed open, and Bortnikov strode in. Rem did not turn his head. He waited. Bortnikov stood behind him. The man did not want the prisoner's chair. They hung there for a moment, Bortnikov facing the back of Rem's head, Rem facing the empty seat. Rem spoke. "This is the second arrest you've made based on my agent's information in 6 months. And it is the second to end in violence, in a manner guaranteed to make Langley ponder whether a mole is responsible. You are putting the best agent Russia has ever had in tremendous danger. We have had this conversation so many times, Rem Mikhailovich," Bortnikov snapped. "We have had it in your office, in my office, in the president's office. Why are we having it here?" Rem shifted his weight in the wooden seat. He wanted to stand, but he felt that standing would be some sort of concession to Bortnikov, and he tried to ignore the discomfort. "Each arrest puts my agent at greater risk, so each arrest merits the conversation anew. I agree that these traitors should be sidelined, perhaps even arrested. But the implementation of these arrests by your men has been boorish. The Athens resident killed himself this spring. Now am I to understand your men jumped the American before you were fully certain he saw the look-alike for their asset? If action is required, why could they not merely fall from windows or collapse into oncoming traffic, like normal traitors? We already have so many problems, Alexander Vasilovich." "We think," Tarman saw the look-alike. "You think." The whole point of the charade was to be certain, to know.
If Tarman didn't see the look-alike, the American will go home and tell Langley their asset, our FSB colonel, whom they know as Claw, was rolled up before the meet. When we want CIA to believe your men followed the traitor to the site. Do you understand this? We want them to believe that an error of tradecraft compromised their asset, not a mole. If Tarman missed the look-alike, CIA will presume, correctly, that we arrested their Claw weeks ago. That Claw was compromised by an insider at Langley. I choreographed the op, Rem, Bortnikov said. Spare me the lecture. Rem wanted to turn back for a read of Bortnikov's face, but he resisted the temptation. A light above began flickering, buzzing like the wings of a heavy bee. And, like an insect, Rem gazed toward it as he spoke. I wonder, though, if you do require the lecture, Alexander Vasilovich. In 2 steps, Bortnikov closed the distance and banged his fist on the wooden table. He stood over Rem and put a finger so near his face that he could smell the man's fish dinner. Then, gathering himself, Bortnikov stood straight, wiped his nose, and spat. If your agent is such a hotshot, why have they provided only 2 names? Give me more to work with. If I fed you more names, you would arrest them, and my agent would be in even hotter water. Soon we wouldn't have an agent anymore. Everything is a nail to you, Alexander. Your brutish nature will be your downfall. Pride will be yours, Rem. And come now, me, brutal? Look at your treatment of Samuel Joseph earlier this year. Torture would have been merciful compared to what you put him through. I'll have to be far more restrained tonight with this Tarman. He's under diplomatic cover, and my masters are telling me I've only got tonight with him. Well, give him a scare, deliver a message before we send him packing to Washington. I hear he has cats, Rem said. 3 of them, quite large, like raccoons. The Tarman woman, Molly, was apparently quite fond of them. Gave us a hell of a time. Got in our way, so we couldn't deal with them cleanly. He rolled up his sleeve to expose a clawed right forearm. Is that from the cats? Bortnikov grimaced. I'm afraid I don't know. Foreign Intelligence Service Review Board, Director's Case, 24-6, Dr. B, Annual Evaluation, Module E, Outlook, Objectives and Collection Requirements. Special Investigator. Check, check, yes, all good? Okay, this is the final module of the Annual Case Review for 24-6. Let's...
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Rem Mikhailovich Zhomov. Enough. It has been 83 minutes. I gave you 90. My back is tired. Special investigator. The director has been very clear, Rem. I know that. I wouldn't be here unless he twisted my arm with painful clarity. Finish your questions so we can both get back to work. Special investigator. The last module of the review is the most contentious, as you know. Gen Rem Mikhailovich Zhomov. It always is. Special investigator. And it obviously concerns the, how should I put this, restrained approach you've taken to managing this case. There are those in the security apparatus who believe Dr. B is not being pushed in the right direction, who say that opportunities are being missed. We've received the name of only 2 Russian assets of the CIA, for example, the resident in Athens, the one known by CIA as Buccaneer, whom we recalled from Greece and who killed himself in that horribly managed arrest, and the FSB colonel known as Claw. And there is a certain, how would I put it? Good God, I understand there's no real value in shooting the messenger, but even so, it can be fun. So be clear and do not tempt me. Ask your very question, and just read it from the paper. If any nameless figures among the cousins, perhaps ones with names such as Bortniko Sadajinovich, wish to challenge my perspective, they know precisely where to find me. Or they can lobby the director, who has so far seen fit to trust my judgment on this case. Fine, Rem, fine. You're not making this easy on me, you know. I'm only doing my... Just read the question for the module. Please, describe your objectives for the case in the coming year. A wonderful question. Thank you for asking. Dr. B is the most valuable penetration we have ever run inside any Western Special Service. Ames and Hansen don't hold a candle. We're talking about an asset who might function similarly to Philby if he'd hung on. So the order of the day is source protection. Keeping Dr. B in harness and in the game. There you have it. The objective. Survival. The architecture of the case, the COMO plan, the collection requirements, the unique mechanism through which we engage the good doctor, well, it has all been designed for longevity, hasn't it? If we'd run this case through the normal processes and departments, Dr. B would already be in prison. It would be 1985 all over again, the very year of the spy, with a dozen or more arrests and disappearances. Every 2 weeks, Bortnikov would have a new captive and a few more chances to punch CIA officers in the head during interrogations. The CIA's dermatologists would know something was rotten. Dr. B would eventually be cooked. What, then, is the longer-term objective, Rem? If the priorities in the coming year are not collection so much as preservation. The success of Russian culture and civilization depends on American weakness and division. And the Americans are destroying themselves, are they not? American politics are dysfunctional and polarized. Their economic life is fundamentally twisted and unjust. The culture is sick. There is no unity, no shared sense of purpose. Americans are increasingly soulless and decadent and self-referential. This rot is happening both bottom-up and top-down. And it's happening independent of us, but we can help speed things along, can't we?
hasten the decline. Our information operations, for example, help feed the rot from the bottom up. The top-down approach is where Dr. B comes in. It has become fashionable to predict the death of human intelligence, but it has its value, does it not, in a world where we still have humans. We can wreak all manner of digital havoc, but we cannot turn an enemy institution inside out unless we've got hold of some of its humans, preferably those very near the top. Dr. B is our Trojan horse to wreck CIA. There are destructive mechanisms that will be available to the doctor in the not-so-distant future. Budgets can be slashed or frivolously redirected. Competent officers may be fired en masse. Any number of intelligence-sharing agreements with allies might be shredded. Lunatics, sadists, and incompetents might be placed in key posts. Selective leaks of CIA misdeeds and rumors and crimes might undermine its credibility and weaken its political footing. Reforms kneecapping Langley might be proposed sub rosa. And yes, of course, dozens and dozens of assets might be compromised. None of it will be possible if Dr. B is pushed too hard, or in the wrong directions, or too quickly. The good doctor is the rare case in this very business where future value exceeds that at present. Now, do you have what you need? I need the one-line answer, Rem, for the summary. How do you want it to read? Gen Rem Mikhailovich Zhomov. Repeat the question. Please describe your long-term objective for the case. To destroy the CIA. Now, time's up. Clarendon, Virginia. Langley. Sam awoke a few hours before dawn, gripped by fear that the nameless woman was snuggled beside him in bed. Her distinctly sweet smell flooded him before he could even open his eyes. The taste of her lipstick was muscular, overpowering the sour dryness left by sleep, and he thought his tongue could feel a few chalky flakes deposited along his bottom teeth. Lightheaded, with the sheets around him churned and dampened by sweat, he sat up and looked around for the little red stars, but it was too dark to see the walls. He listened to her breathing, and, as always, pawed frantically across his skin, checking for any lingering sensations or marks. He did not feel pain. His underwear was on. His skin was dry and smooth. Sam's heart began the slow climb down from his throat. He could only be certain he was not in the box when his eyes came to rest upon the dim glow of his bedroom windows. There hadn't been a single window in Russia, but here in his home in Clarendon, was a window. This could not be Russia. This could not be his box. There had been a time when he'd had blackout shades. No longer, and never again, as long as he lived. Natalie was sleeping peacefully next to him. For the most part, he did not like sharing a bed with her, but he was grateful for it on mornings when the woman haunted him. Unlike most ghosts, she was at her most terrifying around first right. He swung his legs out of bed and sat there for a few moments with his head in his hands. Natalie rolled over. "How did you sleep, Habibti?" she murmured. "Fantastic," he said, leaning over to plant a kiss on her forehead. "Really great." In the shower, Sam moved through the memory palace of his childhood bedroom, but this time the Lego bins held numbers that he had reviewed with Procter on Roblox the night before. He did not like to think about what would happen if he forgot them or put them in the wrong order. And if he got them right, well, he did not like to think about that either. He and Natalie ate breakfast at the dining room table. He had met her.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. She made a face. Maybe a range check on your salmon. I'll swing by Kazan's on the way home. The usual? Perfect, he said. Sounds like a plan. I should be home by 6. He took his cup and bowl into the kitchen. Naughty followed. You really slept well last night, she asked. No, none, he lied, opening the dishwasher. Am so glad, Sam, she said. That feels like progress. Totally, he said, loading their dishes. What did Dr. Portnoy tell you? A month without nightmares and you're on your way. Something like that. He slid shut the dishwasher. And how many days does that make without one? 7, he said, and this time felt a little sick about the lie. At his basement desk, Sam spent an hour pretending to read the overnight traffic. His calendar, visible to the entirety of Moscow X, was blocked out from 1 to 3 p.m. The red box said, doctor's appointment. That was a stand-in for appointments with his Office of Medical Services mandated psychologist. Though the readouts of those sessions, written up by Dr. Portnoy, were submitted to Sam's personnel records, and he knew his Russia House superiors and a few up on the 7th floor, no one had once asked about these chats, much less pointed out if he left early or returned late. Russia House has many rooms. One of them is known as the back room. The door is green painted and unmarked. Behind it is a honeycomb of cubicles staffed by the small team of officers managing the agency's most sensitive Russia cases, many of which, even today, are documented in hard copy. At 9:30 he called Lanzasta, one of the backroom analysts, on the Green Line phone on his desk. "James," he said, "how's it hanging?" But before Lanzasta could misread this salutation as an earnest question and respond, Sam barreled ahead. "Awesome. Look, we've got a potential inbound from a Russian financier who's living in the Gulf. Thought I could put a few questions to you about Moscow. Guy's a rambler, and some of his stuff on the city doesn't add up. I'll pay you back with lunch. Pick your poison." The offer was dead on arrival, and intentionally so. Lanzasta always brought his own lunch, typically lugged in a cooler large enough to transport a decent batch of organs. And, like many analysts, Lanzasta preferred to eat from the relative peace and security of his high-partitioned cubicle. Lanzasta declined the offer of food, accepted the invite, and Sam said, "I can come up your way. 11:30 too early? I've got to make a doctor's appointment out in Fairfax by 1. The backroom crowd usually thinned out over the lunch hour, decamping to read newspapers over silent lunches in the cafeteria, yet another awful feature of this place that made Sam wonder if, by osmosis, he was becoming all he had ever hated.
Sam did not have access to the vault, so he punched the buzzer and waited for the click. Once inside, he cheerfully greeted the few reports officers and then Lanzasta, squatting in the first bullpen of cubicles inside the door. The far back wall of the back room held a bank of safes, each for the material produced by a single human asset. The number is 132-1. Procter's Roblox character had scrawled on its message board, over on the left. From his current vantage, he couldn't make out any numbers. He noticed sweat sticking to his pants and shirt. He set the gym bag down in an empty desk in the bullpen next to Lanzasta, who joined him at the circular table in the center. He and Lanzasta had worked on Syria together back in the day, when Procter had been chief in Damascus, and he had expected that they would fall into a conversation that was completely natural, even casual. But immediately upon sitting down, Sam could tell something was wrong. "James," he said, "what's up?" "Something happened in Moscow last night," he whispered. "Asset didn't show for a meet. You know Tarman, one of the case officers out there?" "Yeah. Well, they arrested him, brought him to Lefortovo, PNG'd him and his wife, killed all his cats." Sam made a face. "The Tarmans are okay, though?" "Yes, bodily. They're out of Russia and on their way home." "What happened to the asset?" Sam wanted to ask which one, but he would not. He didn't have access, and Lanzasta was oversharing as it was. "We don't know." "Well, gosh." "Anyway," Lanzasta said, tossing his lunch bag toward a trash can and missing horribly. "Crap day up here. What did you want to talk about?" Sam, reeling from the news but refocusing on the task at hand, put to the analyst a few questions about the atmospherics in Moscow. A volunteer in Dubai claiming access to a variety of Russian oil tycoons had provided his debriefer with a ream of information on his life and times in Moscow. Sam, at Raptus's direction, had been tasked with the evaluation. It was a softball, a way to keep him dizzy, make him feel included, and it was a microcosm of the Langley self-licking ice cream cone. Sam knew of at least 4 others across the alphabet soup of agency components who were evaluating the case. When Lanzasta had finished answering, Sam thanked him and proposed the first essential lie. "I've got about a half hour. Gonna log into one of these machines until I head out." This was not technically permitted, but practically it happened with sufficient frequency that Lanzasta did not bat an eye. "Cool, good to catch up," was all he said before returning to his desk on the other side of the high-partitioned cubicle. Sam logged in, pulled up the cable database, and for about 5 straight minutes simply stared into the screen. Sweat was pouring through his shirt. Hearing the murmur of Lanzasta and his teammates, Sam typed out a few senseless paragraphs so they might hear the clack of keys. He checked his watch. Standing, peering over the top of the cubicle's partition, stretching for good measure, he wiped his hands once more and made friendly eye contact with Lanzasta. Sam's ears felt like they'd been put in an oven. This was a regular tick during surveillance detection runs in the field, and in this moment it was reassuring, making him feel dialed in, ready to cross the line, to commit the act. "Safe 132-1, Procter had written, "will be 3, maybe 4 to the left from the one at center." "How many up or down?" he had asked. "No clue," Procter had written. 10 steps, and Sam was looking up at the wall of safes as if it were a hill he might climb. A ball of saliva crowded his throat, his ears were aflame, but he could rise above it to remind himself he appeared casual, normal. This was simply the rush of stealing. He wasn't dead to it. Thankfully, they didn't want you dead to it. They worried what you'd do if you got dead to it. And it was here he made his first and only mistake. Later he chalked it up to the rust one collects in the penalty box. Rather than pounce on the opening granted by the room, at that moment populated by Lanzasta and 2 disinterested analysts, Sam instead went to a safe to which he had once had formal access, the case file of an executive for Russia's state-owned arms exporter. Sam unlocked the safe and took a stack of papers back to his workstation. His vision watery, he stared uselessly at the reports, silently counting to 180, randomly turning pages, and doing so quite loudly, almost jerking the staples out, as if Lanzasta simply had to know how feverishly he was working over here, on business that was critical and clearly entirely legitimate. He flipped more pages, felt beads of water tickling his legs, sliding into his socks. His hands were steady, though, and bone dry. He mentally ticked through the combination he'd committed to.
3 steps to the left, same row, and he saw the safe's number, 132-Warmerus Trove. Sam turned the dial, swishing and clicking, swishing and clicking. Click. The bolt released. First try. The safe swung open. The creaky hinges might well have been a gunshot. Bam! Violation of Agency Regulation 2353-5, Procedures regarding handling of sensitive reporting material in agency safes. Specifically, the line stipulating that if you mishandled said material, they would submit your file to the Performance Review Board and/or consider termination or prosecution pending security investigation. Bam! Bam! Now the vulnerable part. As the chief had said, the stack was healthy. There was no reason to lift an entire case file out of a backroom safe in a single haul, but he'd have no guarantee of operational cover in a really minute's time, and so he fished it all out and shuttled it to the workstation and began sorting, rifling to be sure he had it all. The structure inside these safes varied wildly by case, and Theo Monk, Remora's current handler, was a notorious slob. First folder, copies of the finished product, into the gym bag. Next, the personality file, the background material, photos, into the gym bag. 6 folders, labeled chronologically, with the entirety of the ops cables and notes, gym bag. The GQ oath documents, the finance Smurfs accounting, gym bag. Next up, asset valuation and assessments. Drop of sweat from his nose, gosh, into the bag. Then, thick reams of the operational traffic. He set the papers down and wiped his face with his sleeve. Next, logistics. Buff-colored folder. Commo might be in there. Had to be, right? What else was there? Move. Fingers still and serene, Sam reassembled the remaining folders and documents into the sandwiched order in which he'd found them, and stuffed them back into the safe. He spun it off, then peered around to see if anyone had taken an interest in him. Lanzasta's head was tipped down over a binder. He wiped the safe with his dry sleeve, no use leaving prints on there, and returned to the workstation for a breather. The backroom door buzzed, then clicked open. He snatched a look at the entryway and watched as Mac Mason, Gus Raptis, Theo Monk, and the DDO, Deborah Sweet herself, walked into the vault. Sam felt his stomach slingshot into his head. Sam gripped one of the arms exporter's reports and pretended to read. The words were squiggly black lines. "Just Singapore," Deborah was saying, cocking an eye his way. "Gosh, committee." They were walking toward him. He looked up as they passed, each shooting him curious glances. Mac nodded as he went by. So did Theo. Gus offered a grunt. Deborah Sweet stood outside an empty office. At his eye contact, she gave a thin smile. Mac had wandered in front of Remora's safe. Hands on the dial, Sam saw now, in pure bright terror. Mac was turning the dial, tongue on his lips in concentration. And the door, oh gosh, the door was cracked open when Gus called out. "Never mind, Mac. Theo's already got a copy in here." Sam's breathing slowed at the clunk of the safe closing. Footsteps. They went into the empty office and shut the door. He wondered if he should stay put until they left, just to be sure. But his window was closing. It was either bolt or put it all back. From the gym bag, he removed a folder of medical questionnaires from Dr. Portnoy, along with copies of Foreign Affairs and The Economist. These were left on the desk, reasons for a return visit this afternoon to replace the documents after Procter had made copies. He returned the arms exporter's material to the safe, logged off, and called, his tone steady and calm, goodbye to Lanzasta, who said, "Later, Sam," and did not once look up. Out the door, gym bag slumping along his waist, he marched and weaved down the headquarters hallways, basking in the curious realization that, For the first time since Singapore, he felt in control, that he was the one making things happen. The consequences, the risks, were no less real. They were merely less relevant. The run of sweat had thinned to a remnant trace along his lower back. He reveled in the weight of the stolen documents on his shoulder, swishing in the bag, and the smack of adrenaline pumping through him. He smiled at friends and acquaintances and strangers on the way out. About time, he thought, some proper spying got done around headquarters. Crystal City. Procter was in the self-park garage at the Crown Plaza, staring at a dirty handprint on the rear passenger side door of her RAV4. Maybe the driver of a neighboring car had bumped into her. But had anyone even parked nearby? She looked up and down the rows of the sparsely occupied garage and wondered about that. Maybe someone at the hospital. Had Sam shimmied around to that side when he'd fed the remora documents into the trunk house scanner earlier that afternoon? Had someone tampered with it? She could not know. They called it seeing ghosts, believing hostiles have you made when in fact you're free and clear of tics. Throughout her career, Procter hadn't been one to see ghosts. That she was wondering about them now made her feel washed up and pathetic, like a retiree loser past her prime, a slander all the more galling for being inconveniently true. An eerie feeling took hold in her mind. She made a patrol around the car, checking the doors, handles, and hood for any signs of entry, scrapes, more prints, missing flecks of paint. Flicking on the flashlight she kept in her glove box, Procter searched for evidence of a rushed beacon install, the telltale small box stuck on by magnets, typically under bumpers or inside wheel wells. She found nothing, but the commercially available beacons were now so small that she could not be sure that she would. After a mental recap of her stops since arriving in Northern Virginia, Procter concluded that any watchers would have probably conducted the beaconing here. The deep install jobs demanded too much time and privacy for even a skillful surveillant to have pulled one off anywhere else. Plus, by now her hotel was common knowledge. They knew where to find her car. Gosh, she muttered. She did not want to review the camera footage now. There was so much to read tonight as it was. She lit a slim and puffed a lungful of smoke over the creaky handprint. With the cigarette penned in her teeth, Procter wandered to the soiled concrete wall behind the RAV4. She got on her tiptoes and grasped for the metal electrical enclosure. She'd used magnets to stick it on the electrical box beneath one of the lights, where it had a clean view of her car. She plucked it off, tucked it into her bag, stamped out her slim, and went up to her room. On her hotel room desk, she opened the box and removed the Arlo camera she'd purchased at Best Buy. She'd forked over an additional $80 from the reptile fund for the upscale model, with a 2-month battery life. That was more than enough. And if it was not, by that point, someone watching her car would be the least of her problems. After 2 grueling hours reviewing the footage on fast forward, Procter had convinced herself no one had done an install, quick, deep, or otherwise, in the Crown Plaza garage. Anticipating a long night, Procter packed toiletries and a change of clothes in her duffel. Sliding the camera into the electrical enclosure, double-checking that the lens had a clean view out the hole she'd drilled, Procter gathered everything up and returned to the parking garage. After remounting the camera, Procter removed the gym bag with the scanned remora material from the trunk. With the documents slung over one shoulder and her duffel the other, Procter set off on foot, on a carefully planned and zigzagging route toward the Crystal City safe house. In the makeshift safe house, she hauled her ratty legal pads and the box of printed remora documents to the living room.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative.
drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. She arranged the papers in piles, each stack a square on the chessboard of the floor. Biographic trove, another for the ops traffic, yet another for the validation cables, a heap of the finished reports. She sat down with the documents stacked in a circle, like friends around a campfire. Terror and ghost stories assuredly to come. To recruit assets, case officers must possess the delusional optimism of the well below average male hitting on the perfect woman, the energy to eagerly face rejection 99 times out of 100, fueled throughout each and every time by the fervent belief that success undoubtedly awaits. And so it began with Remora. Mac and Theo, eyeing the Russian in Paris, believed him recruitable. Significant potential, Theo wrote in one of the cables, by dint of his ego and greed. That was 2 years ago, Procter saw. 1 in 100 shot, and they'd hit the mark. She skimmed the Remora biography. Raised in Nizhny, father had been KGB First Chief Directorate. Now a colonel, he had done a run of tours in Europe, first attracting CIA's attention while stationed in Paris. Theo and Mac's bants with Remora in the City of Light had been one of mutual interest. "He's trying to recruit us," Mac wrote in one missive back to Langley, "and he's not hiding it." The meets happened in public, in restaurants, and sometimes with the French in tow. Everyone knew who everyone was. The courtship unrolled in the pure, bright light of day. There was camaraderie, yet there would be no consummation. Remora's Paris tour was winding down. Theo made the formal pitch, which Remora politely rejected. 2 weeks later he was back in Russia, and a few months after that, CIA heard of a new crop of promotions. Remora was on the list, Deputy Chief of the 5th Department, Europe. For a full year out from Paris, the Remora file was empty. Then, last autumn, CIA learned Remora was traveling to Morocco. The recruitment went down in Marrakesh, yet again a dance between Mac and Theo. The reams of cables from that week sat in their own pile, which Procter now leafed through. Dawn neared, but she paid the morning no mind. Procter snagged a red pen and slid over to the stack of finished intelligence reports sourced from Remora's information. She thumbed through 8 from the Morocco conversation alone, all graded by the analysts as either outstanding or excellent, a trend that would continue for several months. By midwinter, though, Remora's information was becoming fluffier. And here Procter sat up with a frown. A case assessment, written by Petra Devine,
argued that Remora's most recent intelligence could have been written by a U.S. think tank, and its primary points and messages have indeed already been included in such reports, she wrote. But the White House was hooked. Unique insight into Moscow's strategic thinking, said one of the feedback notes appended to the file. When the Gosford regime took power, Debs had carted reams of Remora's intel into the Oval, Procter now saw. In fact, from the write-ups alone, one could be forgiven for believing Debs had played a leading and possibly heroic role in Remora's development. Procter's journey through the files now slammed into the France meeting at which Remora had issued his vague warning, in March, days before Singapore. It was here that Debs, the DDO, had most unusually traveled alongside Mac and Theo. She considered that meeting in France, playing through the sequence of arrivals, the batting order, comparing what she'd so far heard from her friends to what she saw in the cable. 5 or so minutes alone with a Russian, she thought. Plenty of time to pass a note, offer a warning. Procter read and reread the ops cables and meeting readouts. She studied the commo plan, she reviewed the finished reports, and compared these to the prior fluff. She soon came to a July cable sent to Mac and Theo by Petra Devine. Can you detail the chain of custody of Remora's information with respect to our captive case officer? Please clarify. Theo had basically told her to screw off. Russia House heard it from the chief of the American department on the squash courts. $30,000 each month, Petra Devine wrote, is an exorbitant sum to pay for think tank reports with SVR blue stripes painted on them, but by summer, this tack found no purchase. Remora had policymaker attention, the good kind, for a change. He'd provided penetrations selectively, carefully, Petra wrote, the stream still too constipated for my liking, and his access, when coupled with the blessings from Mac, Theo, Gus, and Debs, cemented institutional faith in his information. Petra again. I have yet to obtain reasons from Russia House for the rapid fluctuations in the specificity of Remora's intelligence, particularly given sources' consistent access. Procter was lounging on the sofa like a drunk leopard, bars of morning's first light rippling through the slats of the soiled blinds. In the anodyne language of her dermatologists, Petra was calling bullshit on Remora. About a month after drafting that note, Procter recalled, scribbling the dates in her chronology, and Petra Devine would be fired. Reston, Virginia. Theo Monk would have risen far higher inside CIA if not for his strong appetites and thirsty liver. Not that either disqualified you from the 7th floor pantheon. Such appetites could well be marks in your favor. But overindulgence did travel with certain risks, chief among them the prospect of domestic bedlam. Case officers were expected to tolerate a certain amount of personal chaos to excel in the job. But there was a limit, and somewhere around the time he finally achieved his GS-14 in his pursuit of ladies and booze, he had found it. Theo had been in her farm class, and one of her favorites. He hadn't been attractive really, but he was charming. He'd talked his way into the agency during a recruiter's visit to the University of Michigan, where he was drinking and, when he found the time, studying international politics and journalism. In those days, the meager late Clinton years of the post-Cold War peace dividend, before 9/11 and the bureaucratic fattening to come, farm classes were small, hiring a trickle. How Theo had cleared the bar was apparent to Procter on day one. This was a guy who, through his spirit and charm, encouraged the spilling of secrets. Gus had been the teacher's pet because he put in more work than the rest of them combined. Theo was your B student, cleverer than the top man with none of the drive. If Mac had been pressed into CIA service by his father, and Gus had joined eagerly to fill the father's shoes, Theo had signed his papers because he didn't want to while away his days in the Rust Belt. His family owned a plastic extrusion manufacturing business in Grand Rapids. He seemed to love them, but he loved adventure more. And he'd told Procter in the early days of the farm that if he'd stayed in Grand Rapids, he'd have drunk himself to death out of boredom. Turned out he would very near accomplish the feat at CIA. Theo was also a womanizer. Sometimes lovable, often deplorable, always a good time, if you were in the mood for one. The man had a strong appetite for intimacy, Gus had said once, she forgot when.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The second wife, acquired not long after he lost the first, was a hippie lady called Fela. That her Christian name? Theo Procter had asked, and never did get a reply. He'd admitted to marrying Fela because of their intense connection, and, footnote, she was also pregnant with his first and only child. Fela named the daughter Milangela, though to Theo she was always and only Millie. By the time Fela had packed up and moved out west with Millie, she'd stolen most of Theo's furniture, drained a portion of his retirement, and, in a fit that would grow to legend among those in the know inside Russia House, taken a hammer, literally, to what at the time, as now, was Theo's primary extracurricular interest beyond, in order, liquor, intimate relationships, and espionage: exotic fish. Procter was in his living room now, bathed in the rippling glow of the tanks. She had completed a quick circuit in search of the work hat he'd stolen from Gatorville during his visit a few months earlier. No dice, and she wasn't going to ask because he probably didn't remember. Theo was making martinis with Seagrams. He pressed a dangerously full drink into her hands. She watched a few fish disappear behind a large plant. Did insurance cover it when you had to replace the whole setup? Hard to insure 54 grand worth of exotic fish, Artemis. If J-Lo can get insurance for her physique, you could have managed. But I meant the water damage, Theo. Oh no, God no. That was almost as expensive as replacing the fish. How's Millie doing anyway? You told her I was sorry I didn't take her to the zoo this summer, right? I did. She knows you like her more than me. And she's good. 5th grade this fall. Can you believe it? Getting big. Knows a bunch of bad words. Makes me feel old. It's nice when she comes in June, and nice when she leaves in July. Theo's living room, she thought, looking around, was doing the noble work of preventing a third marriage. 2 huge fish tanks, each must have been 300 or more gallons, consumed an entire wall. Smaller tanks were scattered throughout the rest of the home.
Opposite the large tanks was a shimmering bar stocked with dozens of liquor bottles Theo seemed to collect but never use, and the rail stuff he drank like water. Between the bar and the fish tanks were 2 couches where they took their drinks. What fish is this? With her martini glass, Procter gestured at a rainbowy shape emerging from the rocks. Theo perked up immediately. "Grandma de Jangi," he said. "Its name is Grandma?" Theo looked as if he'd been stricken with sudden nerve damage. "No, moron! Grandma de Jangi is the species. It's also known as the Cuban basslet. Tough to find, very difficult. Sanctions." Excruciatingly long slurp of his drink. "They are endemic to the waters off Cuba, so you gotta get 'em from dealers who'll do business with Cubans. Black spot on the dorsal fin, gold with purple patches on the fins. Fascinating fish. There's a platinum type too, which I'd like to acquire." Tip of the glass, and the rest of his martini was gone. The fish had flitted back into the rocks, and Theo trotted to the bar to shake out another drink. "How much did that really set you back?" Procter called out. "About 600, but that one wasn't so bad. In one of the tanks upstairs, I've got a soapfish I dropped 10 grand on." He started shaking another martini. "How's the drink? You could afford better booze if you bought cheaper fish." "I meant, do you eat a refresh?" She shook her head, though with Theo's drinking habits, 10 grand would not go very far if he was buying top-shelf booze. Theo refilled his to the brim and fell back onto the couch, somehow without spilling. "If you're here for intimacy, we should start now, before my bloods run to gin." "That's thoughtful, Theo, really is, but I'm gonna pass tonight. Not the most romantic vibes in here these days. I've also heard rumors about your medical issues, and I don't need the rash." At this he laughed and took down half the martini, then set to foraging for the olives at the bottom with his tongue, like a lizard. "I got pills after Budapest," he said, "cleared everything up real quick." They both laughed. His smile was mischievous and cheerful, but Procter, who hadn't intended to veer this direction, immediately regretted her playful comment. Because it wasn't a joke, not really. Theo had gotten a medical issue in Budapest. Which one, she did not know or care to know. And his health might have recovered, but his career had not. The circumstances surrounding its acquisition had meant that he was doomed to ride out his days inside Russia House, never to rise to the coveted 7th-floor jobs beyond. 2 years earlier, Theo had traveled to Budapest to bump a visiting Russian businessman. A nickel magnate, Procter recalled. Guy hadn't said no to the pitch, but he also hadn't shown up at the bar Theo had picked for the follow-up. So Theo hung out for a few more days to see if he'd get another shot. And at some point, a woman named Katya intersected his drinking, and they drank and went dancing, and Theo woke up in a hotel room feeling unwell, a minefield of bite marks across his neck, the live Katya replaced by a man who called himself Daniil, who had a pack of incriminating pictures of Mr. Theo. Daniil said that these were reminders of his sins. And Theo had said, in his effortless Russian, "Seriously, Daniil, who ran your traces on me? Who thought any of this would be compelling grist? I'm a well-known sinner, inside Langley and out. This is like trying to blackmail the village drunk inside the tavern. Facts are well known, Danny. Come now, really off." Bluster aside, and the fact that Theo, to his credit, had reported the pitch, he'd gotten his foot and other things snagged in a Russian honey trap, and couldn't really remember critical details, such as when he'd been drugged by the delightful yet diseased Katya, or what, if anything, he had told her. Procter and Theo had swapped stories, because the same Russian blackmail shoe dropped on her in Dushanbe about a year later, and Theo was good company for commiseration, as long as you were clear, up front, that it wasn't going to end in bed. But in the glow of the aquariums, Procter regretted tickling that slice of his memory, because she wondered now if he'd made other, similar mistakes, which he had perhaps not reported. "Look, Theo," she said, snatching a few quick sips of courage, "I need your help. Singapore is scratching at the old memory. I've been trying to piece together a few things that are still grinding my gears." "Sure," Theo replied distractedly. His attention was directed toward a school of fish. "What's eating you?" "You're meeting with Remora," she said. At mention of the asset, his head swiveled to face her, right before the Russian snatched Sam. "I've been thinking about whether we had the clues then to prevent it from happening." Theo, back at the bar, this time to pick at the olives, "I don't follow." Remora said the Russians were aiming to kidnap an American in Asia. He'd flown the emergency signal and moved personal travel around to deliver the message to you and Mac in France. I've been beating myself up about it. Wonder if we should have yanked Sam back, if we plowed ahead blindly. You're asking if we should have been able to determine, among all the Americans at that moment across Asia, the continent of freaking Asia, that the one officer we were sending to Singapore was the target? Yes. Theo laughed with a mouthful of olives, the chuckle still running when he fastened back into the couch. "Come on, Artemis." For a moment they watched the fish, the throaty hum of the filters filling the silence. "Debs went to the meet," Procter said, aware she was sliding a rock to the conversation's edge. "I always found that strange." Theo licked his lips, then the rim of the glass, and shrugged. "She wasn't—"
The seventh floor toadies want to hop into the field and look the agent in the eye. Who cares if it's hell on the handler? I recall that you and Mac took the meeting and then Debs joined later. Pitched it as a sort of fireside chat with you two, make sure everything was square. Then open the cage, let in the political animal. That about right? That's. Long sip, doleful glance almost through her, toward the fireplace. Gosh, gimme a sec. Gosh. He returned a few moments later with a purple net on a telescopic pole and the same mournful expression on his face. Theo cracked open a larger aquarium on the floor by the fireplace and dipped in the net to scoop out a black mass at rest on the pebbly bottom. "That fish? Gosh?" she asked over her martini, twisting for a view. "That," he said sharply, "is a wrought iron butterfish, deceased, very rare, and just purchased yesterday for $2,000. Makes me wonder." He just stopped talking, his attention consumed by the dead animal. The fish went into a styrofoam coffin. He had a stack of them handy, which he marked with a Sharpie before collecting a water sample and heading into the kitchen. She heard the freezer door clack open, then shut. Theo was mumbling sadly when he shuffled back into the living room. "You freezed them for dinner?" Forensics. The delivery was entirely humorless. Autopsy at the store tomorrow for a refund. Where were we? I was asking how you and Mac and Debs set the batting order for the Remora meet. You and Mac did the fireside chat, that right? Then Debs swooped in. "Right," he said, and pounced at his remaining drink. This time she held out her glass, which he dutifully collected on his way to the bar. "Mac and I did the fireside, and that was where Remora said his piece about the Russians looking to hunt Americans in Asia. Yes. Was there any extra color beyond the cable? Anything at all? We wrote up what was said, Artemis. Come on. Shake, shake, shake." He slid her the martini and started on his own, his third of the evening. "What are you after here? How was his mood? Max?" "Theo, focus. Remora's." He'd moved his calendar around to make the meet, to give us that intel. He thought there was value, right? Was he excited, nervous, sniffing for your approval? He was calm, Artemis, as usual. He's a pro. He had solid cover for the meet and its associated operational acts, again, as usual. He was a mercenary, believed he had something of value and wanted payment. Simple. Remora talked much about whether SVR frowned at him moving around his vacay, jetting to Europe 2 weeks early. Not much. Some. Not much. Remora arrives first. She delivered the falsehood evenly, casually, without fanfare or the hint of a question. "Right," he said. "Remora was there first. He almost always arrives first. Mac and I meet him, do the grunt work. Debs takes her victory lap." Her heart sank. Was he lying or did he not remember? Because she remembered the cable word for word. Co-Mason and Co-Monk arrived early. Remora was 20 minutes late for the meeting, in good spirits.
DDO Sweet joined after the fireside chat. "Why'd you want Mac to go?" "You're the handler." "Artemis," he said. Pause. Shake, 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 the metal furring with condensation. "I love you, but I am finding this conversation frustrating." "That's a good tool, labeling the emotion," she said. "Therapist helping you with that?" "Dr. Seagram manages my mental health, and he tends to recommend that I bury it all down deep and drink for sport while I'm at it." He smiled into the glass, then, for effect, tipped back a long sip. When he came up for air, he was sporting a Cheshire smile. "Why'd Mac go?" The question erased his smile. "It's simple, Artemis, and I think you know the answer, don't you? So I wonder why you're asking me. The dynamic between Remora and myself is fine. It is workable, but it is not as productive as the trio. And, if you recall, when I took over the case, that bag Petra Devine and her derms were hounding me to step it up. Quality of the output was dropping, and Mac wanted to help. He wanted the handover executed perfectly so Remora would keep producing. Me, Mac, and Remora, the best intelligence arrives when the three of us are present. To Remora, the whole thing is a financial arrangement, a negotiation, so we're looking for advantages. And it's an advantage to have a partner when engaging with him. That work? Works. "Want to tell me why you're poking like this?" Theo said. "Want to tell me why you aren't sure who arrived first to the meet?" Procter asked. This was her sharpest foray yet into the fray. She wasn't sure she had it right, but she knew something was off, and she'd socked Theo across the face for a reaction. Theo set his jaw and stretched out his arms, bringing the heel of his hands to rest on the bar top, his eyes downcast, glued to his feet and the floor. She'd known Theo for 25 years, knew him well enough to know that he was hiding something. "Mind your own freaking business, Artemis," Theo said, slowly raising his head. "You want to answer mine?" "My conscience," she said. "As I noted earlier." "Well, cut that crap out, will you? It's pointless and it's making me furious." Procter met a stare from Theo blending frustration and fear. "You're right," she said. "I'm sorry. I got carried away. I should go. I've got to be up early for interviews, and you have a fish to bury. Thanks for the breezy chit-chat and the gosh martinis." They hugged goodbye without enthusiasm or warmth, Theo's eyes still shining with anxiety, and the front door clapped shut behind her, and she was out, walking briskly into the night, hearing the rattle of the shaker pouring through an open window, and her heartbeat keeping frenetic time inside her head. Washington, D.C. Procter and Debs had come to the bar twice, she recalled, before Afghanistan. Basement karaoke joint off DuPont. Then, as now, it was a shadowed warren of low-slung tables separated by half-height dividers. Neon lights played along the walls, the strobe twirled above, the air was thick with the funk of salty socks and a croning Korean guy belting out Beyoncé. A smoke machine, rolling from behind the stage, enveloped the singer. Procter pressed through the crowd toward a table in back, where Deborah Sweet sat sipping something that had an umbrella poking out of it. Even from a distance, and through a considerable amount of smoke, Procter could tell that this getup was a doozy. At some point after leaving CIA, Debs had shed the dreary pantsuits and sensible shoes for a wardrobe that functioned as a massive neon sign, directing everyone's attention her way. Tonight her old friend wore a poof of a fur vest, chunky pink eyeglasses, white snow boots, and skin-tight black pants. The vest recalled a Highland sheep or perhaps a bath mat. Procter's purse went onto the floor. The snow boots she saw leaning over were pearly white and pristine. She took the seat next to Debs, facing the smoky stage. "Still no waiters?" Procter asked. Debs pointed off through the smoke in the direction of the bar. "Still gotta make the hike." Procter flicked the umbrella of Deb's drink. "They're out of pineapple," Debs said, gathering the drink closer. At the bar, Procter ordered a clippertini and listened to the Korean guy while the bartender worked. From her vantage, she couldn't see Debs. She could barely make out the stage. The bartender draped Procter's drink with a pineapple wedge, then tipped in an orange paper umbrella. They told me they were out of pineapple, Deb said angrily when Procter eased back into her seat. Procter shrugged, took a sip. Pleased to see the place still in business. Are you? Deb said, eyeing the now empty stage, momentarily visible between curtains of smoke. The din of conversation floated all around. They sat close, each speaking at times directly into the other's ear. When I got your email, Artemis, I had to fight the urge to delete it. But I realized I was more curious than angry, and these days, you're not really formidable. That's a good tool, labeling the emotion, she said. Therapist helping you with that? Dr. Seagram manages my mental health, and he tends to recommend that I bury it all down deep and drink for sport while I'm at it. He smiled into the glass, then, for effect, tipped back a long sip. When he came up for air, he was sporting a Cheshire smile. Why'd Mac go? The question erased his smile. It's simple, Artemis, and I think you know the answer, don't you? So I wonder why you're asking me. The dynamic between Remora and myself is fine. It is workable, but it is not as productive as the trio. And, if you recall, when I took over the case, that bag Petra Devine and her derms were hounding me to step it up. Quality of the output was dropping, and Mac wanted to help. He wanted the handover executed perfectly so Remora would keep producing. Me, Mac, and Remora, the best intelligence arrives when the three of us are present. To Remora, the whole thing is a financial arrangement, a negotiation, so we're looking for advantages, and it's an advantage to have a partner when engaging with him. That work? Works. Want to tell me why you're poking like this? Theo said. Want to tell me why you aren't sure who arrived first to the meet? Procter asked. This was her sharpest foray yet into the fray. She wasn't sure she had it right, but she knew something was off, and she'd socked Theo across the face for a reaction. Theo set his jaw and stretched out his
That an olive branch, strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. That an olive branch? Your small talk could use some help, Debs. Don't they have people to help with that sort of thing up on the 7th floor? You might consider hiring someone with good communication skills. Just a thought. They could have helped you too, Artemis. Kept you from committing dire errors such as calling the new director a difficult person. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling so tip-top that day, Procter said.
Plus, I said his idea was a shade difficult, not that he was one. Oh, right, forgive me. Deb snatched a drink and took a breath through her teeth. Anyway, I was trying to remember the last time we really talked. I'm a glutton for pain, what can I say? When was it? I recall a breakfast or something before Afghanistan. Foggy memories of bacon and stilted conversation, so north of a decade. From behind a wall of smoke, the Korean guy had returned for an encore. This time, Sinatra, and mangled horribly, even by the handicap of a sparkle karaoke Thursday night. North of a decade, Debs repeated. So what's up, Artemis? Is this a clumsy stroll down memory lane? A plea for your old job? Do we have business to conduct? You weren't always such a grumpy jerk, Debs, Procter said. I liked you better back then. Deb's dad managed an unsuccessful grocery store outside Cleveland. Her mom hadn't been around. Debs had come to CIA through the kind of banal corporate pathway that probably had Langley's skull and bones forebears twisting in their coffins. A job fair. All it took was 4 years of Division I volleyball and a 3.4 GPA at Ohio State, and the 6'1" Debs was towering over an agency recruiter explaining that she wanted to change the world. They'd been the only 2 women in their farm class, and the shared gauntlet of joining a boys' club had drawn them together, as had Procter's valiant attempt at playing setter in the pickup volleyball games Debs had organized. At the end of the farm, one of the instructors sat Debs down and told her flatly. She'd flunked. Debs wasn't fired from CIA. There were plenty of other, lesser jobs to be done. But a stone wall now blocked the path to the summit, the only way to join the jocks that ran the place. What had done her in? Oh, sure, there had been rumors, all terrible. The most popular had it that the long-legged and comely Deborah Fraser Sweet had been flunked by the species of crusty farm graybeard who still considered women's capabilities a straight line to secretarial work, or, depending on brain size, perhaps to do whatever it was the analysts did over in the new headquarters building. But Procter knew better, and it was not merely that she'd passed the farm while being a woman. No, Procter had spent 6 months watching Debs plan and run ops. And the plain fact was that the woman had committed 2 fatal sins. 1. She'd cracked under pressure running her surveillance detection routes, always thought she was clean when she obviously was not. 2. She couldn't write. And spying is writing. Procter had once walked into the lead instructor's office and found him hunched over his computer. He didn't look up at her. "I'm spying now," he'd said. "Watch and learn. I'm spying very hard." Tap, tap, tap on the keyboard. And it turned out the grocer's daughter from Grafton could not write so good. Deb's washout opened a gulf between the 2 women that grew and never did close. But what precisely had happened between them? There'd been Afghanistan, of course, but by then things were already bad. Procter's prank had laid bare the disdain, not caused it. The best she could figure, Debs had come to see Procter as a traitor to their cause, whatever that had been. But if Procter was a traitor, Debs had become something far simpler, a bully. Less than a year after washing out of the farm, 9/11 happened. The agency ballooned, and CIA began to grow fat on its success finding and killing terrorists. It was in those waters that Debs honed her skills at 7th Floor Trapdoor, the Langley tradition of officers play-acting something akin to Stalin's Politburo during the Terror. Meetings, lots of them, and yanking the rug out from beneath colleagues and friends. When Gosford left for a consulting gig with Bain in New York, he took Debs with him, and together they cashed out. Of all breeds, Debs was, to Procter's tribal mind, among the worst. A washout case officer, all politics and no talent, who'd returned like spurned royalty with the wild wardrobe to boot, on the backs of a foreign army, conquering and burning her ancestral home in exchange for a throne. "And you?" Debs said, smirking toward the stage. "Well, you were unfortunately always just like this. Some things never change." She flicked the paper parasol in Procter's drink. Procter stuck it in her own curly hair. "You want me to get you another?" "No, I'm here out of some measure of curiosity, and because we were once friends. The tank will be empty in about 5 more minutes. Fine. Look, Debs, She'd rehearsed the pitch a dozen times that afternoon, but now had to fight the swell of exhaustion rising at the thought of groveling before this wretched woman. I'm up here doing a spot of interviewing and seeing old friends. I've heard dribs and drabs about what Sam went through over there, and, well, I've been wondering if I could have done more to keep him safe. And I thought about you, about how we were close, and then we weren't, and I honestly thought we might bury the hatchet, put the muffin and yogurt aside for good. It's a good thing the Russians didn't know about your weakness for chocolate chip muffins. Why do you love them so much, Artemis? Debs laughed, and her mouth parted into a cruel smile. Now, here, even as she savored the delightful fantasy of smashing Deb's face into the table, Procter began to feel a bit queasy about the next bit. As a matter both of deeply held principle and her suspicion of tactics advertising the power to end conflicts without bloodshed, Procter did not engage in apologies. But she'd gamed this out. With Mac, play to his vanity. With Gus, his sense of duty. With Theo, his spirit of camaraderie. With Debs, you had to grovel. There really was no other way. The karaoke had stopped, replaced by blaring house music. The fog machine rolled, and the strobes turned and twisted, throwing a smattering of blue-green light pinwheeling across Deb's face. Both had their arms folded on the table, elbows nearly touching. "Debs," she said, working the words up and out, "I'm sorry about Afghanistan. I got a skosh out of control, and I'm sorry we fell out before that. I wish we hadn't." A silence spun open. Procter began toying with her hair. She had wondered if Debs might also apologize for conjuring sadistic mischief to run Procter out of the service. Instead, Debs brought her hands together in front of her mouth and treated Procter to an absolutely sickening display. A curt nod of acceptance. With it, 25 years of chaotic history were suddenly decided in favor of Deborah Sweet. Procter was now jerking her hair around her fingers. She snagged the parasol, which snapped. She pulled the pieces from her hair and set them on the table. But the whole point of groveling through a really apology was not to receive one from her old friend. The point was to throw Debs off kilter. And in that moment of imbalance, Procter struck. Look, those few months after Sam disappeared, I blamed myself. Still do. You know this gosh inside and out, Debs, and I need your perspective. I screwed up. Where did I go wrong? A scrim of confusion, wonder, pulled through Debs at this display of prostration. What do you mean? The warning we had from Remora. It's eating me alive. Her forehead's Botox-smooth parchment creased ever so slightly. The meet in France before Sam was kidnapped? The one during my first week back in the building? Right, Procter said. Remora had a warning for us. I've wondered if we could have saved Sam.
I've had some time away to think on this, to reflect on my mistakes, and I can't figure this one out. Where did I go wrong? Could I have done something with it? Debs sat back, thinking. Unlikely, she said. We pushed him hard for specifics. He didn't have them. You think the warning was even about Singapore? How do you mean? Well, first, Remora tells us the Russians are looking at snatching an American in Asia. Then, a couple months later, he tells us snatching Sam was an accident, a snafu. She let the tension, the apparent contradiction, hang there without resolution. She hoped Debs would not ask how Procter knew of the July meeting. "I'll get the next round," Debs said. She smacked the table and disappeared into a wall of smoke on her way to the bar. A Korean duo had taken the stage. Procter watched them break into a heated argument over their song selection. When Debs returned, this time only her drink had pineapple, they snatched a few sips and watched the couple on stage decide that, no, the creative gap simply could not be bridged. The girl shoved a microphone into the guy's chest and huffed off stage before they'd even started the song. Debs dipped back in. "I've spent a lot of time with the Remora case," she said. "It plays well downtown. And his product can be quite solid. But sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's the dregs, but he tries to sell it to us anyway. In that case, I think he heard rumors about something going down in Asia, and Americans involved, and he got excited, over his skis, as it were. I was there with Mac and Theo. He never had the details we would have needed to keep Sam at home. Much as I might enjoy blaming you for it, I don't think you could have stopped it." A middle-aged man in a rumpled suit filled the onstage void to a chorus of applause and boos and drunken hoots. His untucked shirt, windsock of a tie knot, and cow-licked hair gave the impression that his journey to Sparkle Karaoke had been perilous, perhaps terminating with a leg strapped atop a bullet train. "K-pop," Procter murmured. "It's going to be very K-pop." It was, and they both set to hastily sipping their second Clippertini, rushing on account of both the chalkboard-clawing acoustics and the reality that a frost was yet again settling on them. And it was here, with Procter's ears under assault, sensing that this rare spot of grace from Deb's would run maybe a moment longer, that she cast out from shore for a trip further into the deep. Procter pressed her mouth close to Deb's ear. There was a debate this spring about Remora, whether he was providing intel in line with his access. I thought I recalled Mac or Theo proposing a fireside chat with him. That happened during the March meet? Mac and Theo did it. Both of them? I think so. They had the place all set up. Remora is usually late, so I planned accordingly. Showed up after Mac and Theo had warmed Remora up. Procter logged the order as she put back the last of her drink. The cable had this order of arrival: Mac and Theo, then Remora, then Deb's. Her friends had provided jumbles of that same roster. Could be a series of innocent mistakes, she thought. Could be, could be, could be. Deb's checked her watch, said she really had to go. "Hey, one more thing, call it a crazy idea," Procter said. Deb's wasn't looking at her, was instead rifling through her purse. Petra Devine was a crazy old derm before she got canned, but she was competent, and as you recall, she had a theory running during my last months. The skin twitched where Deb's crow's feet would have been if not for the filler. And I wasn't sure then what I thought of it then, and am even less sure now, but it came up at our busted-up meeting on the 7th floor, as you probably remember. The basic gist was that the cleanest explanation for the losses that weekend was that we had a breach inside CIA. Deb's face was lit by some dark wonder, and I'm curious what you think about that idea. If someone on the inside betrayed us, burned Galikov and Sam and Buccaneer. She refrained from mention of Claw, that hadn't yet made the papers. There was a long sigh, and Deb's blew a stream of breath from the corner of her mouth across Procter's hair before wrapping a tuft of it around her fingers. They have serums that could make this less psychotic. Deb's let Procter's hair fall and put down the last sips of her Clippertini, watching the stage. "The untamed vibes," Procter said, tying her hair back up, "work for me." "Makes you look like a mop," Deb said, "a pissed-off little mop." Then, after a snort of laughter and a glance at her watch and another sad sigh, she said, "This past summer, Remora laid his hands on solid intel explaining what happened in Singapore, Artemis. Snatching Sam was an accident. Galikov was there to sell us a trove of documents. Seems more likely, does it not? And Buccaneer? He was recalled from Athens, for all we know. Are we looking?" "Artemis, I cannot discuss this with you," Deb said, with some measure of satisfaction. "You know this. Shame on you. Now I've got to run." Shame being a foreign emotion, Procter let that one wash right over her and went back to it, scanning intently across Deb's body for some sign, some tell. But all she saw were the red bruised cheeks and lips curling in anger, and the back straightening as she marched her way through the maze of tables and smoke toward the door. Procter snagged her wrist before she got there, and Deb shot her a look like she might clock her. But Procter was desperate and said, "Why is the derm shop shuttered? Who had Petra Devine pulled from the Remora case assessment?" Debs now took a single step toward Procter, pulling her ear nearly into her mouth. Shouting over the house music, she said, "You think poisoned muffins are bad? Just wait until you see what I'll do next if you keep trying to dredge Gosh up." "Unfortunately for you, Debs," Procter said, "I escaped your Langley labor camp. You may have crawled back to the swamp hole you came from, but you still receive a pension.
And I imagine that pension's a load-bearing beam for your drinking problem. So, if I hear of you digging where you shouldn't, I will sick the Phoebes on you. Maybe have the lawyers take another hard look at all that shoddy paperwork you filed before sending Sam off to lose his wits in a Russian prison, along with about $250,000 of taxpayer money. The game is much harder now than it was when we were in diapers at the farm. And you won't have a clue how to play against me, much less win. Debs jerked loose her wrist and zigzagged through the crowd until she was lost to the smoke and the door. The karaoke had started again, a crew of 20-somethings belting out more K-pop. Procter reclaimed the table with her purse and went to the bar. The bartender pointed to her empty. "Another?" he asked. "Gin this time," she said. "Huh? Can't hear. Say again." "No, straight'll be fine, thanks." Langley, Crystal City. The call originated in Moscow. On that, at least, CIA would have no doubt. It was quite short, 36 seconds to be exact, but that was expected. Anyone listening, and there were more than a few possibilities on that score, would have heard a middle-aged man speaking French with a Slavic accent, phoning a Parisian number inquiring about cigars. Cornelia Huggins had served in Russia House for 38 years. Her vault was small, the size of 2 or 3 broom closets jammed together, and visitors could be forgiven for assuming Cornelia was, in fact, a loyal and unrepentant communist. The wallpaper was mid-century socialist realism, bright red chugging tractors, belching factories, rough-cut collective farmers clutching stalks of wheat in patriotic ecstasy. On her desk sat busts of Marx and Lenin. A portrait of Stalin hung above the door.
Since Cornelia's maiden days in the Cold War twilight, her room, known as the parole bank, had held 20-ish odd phones that would ring when internal agents signaled, through elaborate verbal messages, their imminent departure from Russia and availability for a chat with CIA. The room was often lifeless. Many agents could not leave Russia more than once in a blue moon. But today, one of the phones was blinking when Cornelius completed her morning ritual of opening the vault, flicking on the lights, kissing her fingers, and pressing them to Lenin's bronze pate. "Oh my," she said to herself, logging into the database with the voicemail. Was one of her boys ready for a chat? Ready to emerge from the deep freeze? The thought stretched Cornelia's heart. The small group cleared for the traffic inside Russia House, and the 7th floor received an urgent cable from Cornelia with the collateral. Matching the coded parole to the layered maze work of the case's global commo plan yielded the agent's request. A meeting at 10 p.m. local time 3 days out at a property near Lacoste, France. An old Luberon farmhouse rented by CIA solely for the use of one of its most productive Russian agents. To be fully certain, the techies ran a voice match, comparing the clipped phone call to the hours of recordings hoovered up from microphones worn by Gus Raptis during brief encounters on the streets of Moscow and by Mac and Theo during those early visits in Paris and Marrakesh. It was him, Remora. A tear welled in her left eye, and she nearly wept for joy. Langley was a social hive, a watering hole, and today, even in the basement, the animals working on Russia had their noses up, sniffing at the wind. Something was happening. When Sam Joseph reached the Moscow X spaces, the buzz in the air was so thick it might well have been humidity. Murmurs of conversation seeped through the crack at the bottom of Gus' office door, and Sam logged the oddity that today the boss had chosen to actually sit down here. Did it have anything to do with the Tarman debacle in Moscow? A few minutes later, the door swung open. Gus ambled over to Sam's desk. "Gotta head upstairs for a few minutes. Walk with me." Moscow X was still sequestered in the basement near the hot dog machine, so on the walk through the zigzagging ground floor corridors, past the loading docks, the desks manned by the green-jacketed minders, and into the elevator bank, Gus pressed Sam about an inconsequential report he'd requested 2 days prior. Upstairs, when they'd crossed through the Russia House front office and reached the green door of the back room, Gus said tersely, Sam thought later, "This is where you get off." He punched the code and went inside,
careful to shut the door behind him. Across the room, Sam saw Mac's office door open. Mac was examining the 3x5 card holding his schedule. Theo shambled out from behind him and began chatting up his EA, arms folded across the top of the cubicle partition rising above her desk. The EA's phone trilled. She answered it, said yes, yes, of course, a few times, and hung up. She looked at Theo with a smile and said, with a cheerfulness that could only be explained by ignorance or malice, "The DDO's on her way down now." "Now?" Mac, from across the room, in disbelief. He'd looked up from his schedule, shock congealing to frustration. "Now," the EA confirmed. Toothy smile. Malice, Sam thought. Gleeful anticipation of delivering bad news to Theo. "She's going to crash it again," Theo growled. "Ramrod us." Mac said, "She's tweaked because of Tarman, because Claw's gone missing. She wants answers. We should just let her run the very meeting, take the weekend off, or send poor Gus." At that moment, standing stock still outside the back room, lacking operational cover for his stillness, Sam instinctively began collecting every bit of sensory information. He logged Theo's facial hair, wispy and overgrown, sprouting in uneven thickets from the chalky pallor of his cheeks and neck. Sam thought the guy looked like he might be ill. He was standing still, clutching the EA's cubicle partition, swaying as if he were light-headed or so slight to be wrecked by the breeze of recycled air fluttering through the vents. What he looked like, Sam thought, was a man nursing a crushing hangover. If Theo was sick and tweaked about some mysterious slight, Mac appeared to be weighing something, lost deep in thought. His eyes met Sam's, then filled with recognition. Maybe amusement? And he smiled broadly. "Sam, what brings you above ground?" "Gus and I were discussing something. He left me here." At that moment, Gus swung open the back room door. He eyed Sam curiously, right where he had left him, then beckoned to Mac and Theo. "I've pulled what she asked for. Let's—" Then Deborah Sweet stamped into the Russia House front office. Mac began by saying they were just getting things ready, but her hand went up. Glacially slow. Sweet, as always, was dressed for the spotlight, and this day provocatively so, in a too-tight blouse covered by a jean jacket. Sam knew the gossip, of course, of this group's shared history, much of it nasty, and it came through now, in the little twitches of her mouth, in the glaze of her eyes as she stared them all down, which he interpreted as a pure malice countering the Bratva's contempt. "I told you three," she said. "I was explicit that I was to be added to Remora's distro list. So why do my EAs hand me cables sent to you three alone? I'm to be in the loop. I am the deputy director for operations. POTUS has taken a personal interest in this case, and the director has asked me to be involved, to run point. I was clear on this. I am to be told immediately when he sends word or signals, and that's even more critical when it occurs mere days after another Russian asset goes missing. My office has communicated all of this to the woman in the parole bank." Sweet slid her bright red frames to the crown of her head. She marched past Mac and Theo, toward the backroom door, blowing past a seething Gus. Mac and Theo followed, sidling past Sam. Gus shot Sam a look of disgust. "If I'm not back in my office in 30 minutes, send help," he said under his breath. "Until then, scram." He shut the door. Alexandria, Virginia. As agreed with Sam on Roblox, Procter found a parking spot in the Hoffmantown garages, bought a movie ticket with her credit card, watched half of a flick whose title she'd forgotten by the end of the previews, and then returned to the car. In an era of ubiquitous technical surveillance, movie theaters were helpful places to convince digital watchers that her pattern was boring, unworthy of any further analysis or interest. Her alibi for today, visit to Dinecotel, nap in the room, soaking in a mindless movie, was entirely consistent with the movement of her phone and car. And yet the reality was very different. Reviewing counter-surveillance footage, clandestine commo with Sam, and now an urgent face-to-face meet outside the theater. She waited. At precisely 9 p.m., Sam slid into the car. The top level of the parking garage was nearly empty, and it was quiet except for the buzz of the lights overhead. Remora signaled for a meeting or sent a message, Sam said, shutting the door. And an officer in Moscow, guy named Tarman, got picked up by the Russians last week while trying to meet Claw. You remember Claw? I do. Well, he's missing. Another Russian asset disappeared. That makes 2 in about 6 months. Plus Golikov, plus your kidnapping. Not a normal trend line, Sam said. Not so much. How'd you find all this out? Gus asked me to follow him upstairs for a chat. We parted ways outside the back room. Mac and Theo materialize. I'm standing there and I hear maybe a few seconds of complaining about the DDO. Then Sweet shows up, snarling about not being included on all the Remora traffic, griping about Tarman and Claw. And Debs was upset? Procter asked. Yeah, furious. Her office flagged the cable.
She wasn't included on the distro. And she said, Remora? She did. She said the crypt aloud. Mentioned that it was all the more important she be involved, given Claw's disappearance earlier in the week. Then they all disappeared into the back room. Who? Gus, Mac, Theo, and Sweet herself. I assume you've got no clue what came out of that? You assume correctly. Well, gosh, Jaggers. And then from nowhere, for a vanishing second, the image of the chief's younger self crashed into him. And upon fading, it left him with a hollow feeling of loss. Procter sighed. It's hard to figure Remora signaling for a meet, isn't it? She said. Quite the fantastic coincidence after my conversations this week. It feels like we've rubbed someone the wrong way. You go way back with these four, Sam said. As soon as the words were out, he could feel a silence split open between them. They hung there for a moment. Procter grunted. Back then, farm classes were small, she said. You knew everyone, but they were your friends. They are, in most cases. Remind me, what class were you in, Jaggers? 29. Late 11. I was class 7, 2000. Heady really times. She was staring out the windshield as if watching her mind drift elsewhere. What was the DDO like back then? Sam asked. Hard to picture her as a trainee. Deborah Sweet, Procter murmured wistfully. Lot of the instructors figured Debs would only be good for laying or typing. Turned out she was also good for ringleading savage pranks. The DDO was a prankster? Sam asked. Come on, hand to God, we all were. See, back then, CIA hadn't gone soft, and the pranks were unchained. When someone left for a few days, they might come back and the door would be bricked shut. Or, for the truly ambitious, we might brick people in their dorm rooms overnight, without waking them up. Eyebrows were shaved, of course. A few instructors got their boats painted bright purple. You might be driving up to D.C. unaware that stuck on your car there's a magnetic bumper sticker with an inappropriate image, and you're wondering why people are honking and reacting strangely when they pass. Procter smiled for a moment. State trooper pulled me over for that one. Sam laughed, shook his head. In my class, the worst that happened was we filled an instructor's shower with leaves. That's because your generation has no gosh darn fun, Procter said. I've always wondered, Sam asked, when did she get the nickname? Was that at the farm, or did it predate the agency? That was a gift from Theo at the farm, Procter said, Lil Debbie. She laughed. 6'1" without shoes, and the makings of a colossal difficult person. So neither little nor sweet, as it were. I usually just called her Debs to both sides of her, but what can I say? I'm polite. A thoughtful lady. So what was the best prank you guys pulled? Sam asked. Procter again looked out the windshield. He could see that her eyes were shining. There was an instructor, a graybeard named Ganston. He had one of the houses down on the river. One night I'm hanging with Debs in the bar, and Ganston's name comes up, and suddenly Debs is smiling. And I know that smile.
She's got an idea, a way to practice our recent breaking and entering training. It's solid, a few rough spots, but nothing we can't smooth out. And look, for any breaking and entering op, you want to limit your time on the X, don't you? You do, Sam said, smiling. You certainly do. So we needed more hands. I recruit Mac and Theo. Debs pulls in Gus. Operational conclave begins around midnight, all of us hunched around in a circle, gaming it out, building the shopping list. Next day, Saturday. Debs and I head to a bunch of dirty bookstores in the city. Gus and Theo go out for crafting supplies. Mac preps to handle the lockpicking. Ganskin locked his door? Sam cut in. No one locks their doors at the farm, Procter said. You spend a good bit of the 80s in Moscow, and you'll lock doors when given the chance. Anyhow, all of us spend Saturday night in Mac's room cutting out pictures. Everyone's got their own scissors and collection of magazines, and we're all telling jokes and laughing and drinking. The chief shut her eyes and took in a long breath through her nose. Even now, Jaggers, I can travel to that room. Beery smell and friends laughing and the thrill of a crime lumping in your throat. I stay in that room, and I can make a dozen mistakes, and it'll be fine, because I've got time to fix them all, to walk down other paths. Books not yet written. Procter opened her eyes. Instead, I'm here with you, committing felonies in a parking garage. Could be much worse, Sam said. Somehow, it could be worse. She laughed. Well, Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m. sharp, we're outside Ganston's house, because they're out on the boat. Mac picks the lock in about 2 minutes, tip of the hat to the BE guys who'd given us the demo just that week. We're in. Theo's lugging a box that looks like we're here for some illicit crafting work, which, in a way, I guess we were. And we get to work. Where'd you hide the pictures? Sam asked. Where didn't we hide them? They went everywhere. Books, mugs, drawers, into picture frames, tucked under carpets, taped beneath clocks, slipped into pill bottles, into pillowcases. Where else? Ah, yes, into boxes of breakfast cereal, between slices of bread, inside the toaster oven, but we fished those out because we didn't want to start a fire. We're not lunatics. Clearly, Sam said. Obviously. But hold on, the pictures. What did you guys end up choosing? Oh, a little bit of this, little bit of that. They ran the gamut, I'd say. It was a real collage of varied experiences, least as of the turn of the millennium. We did hit a snag, though. What was that? Ganston came back early, found out later that Priscilla got sick. Beckup rolls into the driveway an hour early. Gus, who is downstairs, hears the car doors. He calls to Theo, who's in the kitchen. Theo tramps to the foot of the stairs and calls up to us, says it's time to boogie. I'm up there sliding a meaty stack of photos into the sheets of the Ganston marriage bed. Debs is working in the bathroom along with Mac, and you know what we all hear upstairs? I'll give you a guess. No clue. Nothing. Nothing is the answer, because Theo's not speaking so loudly. None of us upstairs heard the warning. Theo and Gus have already bolted out the back door, expecting we'll follow. And about 10 seconds later, I hear Priscilla Ganston coming up the stairs, talking about pills and a nap. And there's only one place to hide, the closet. Me, Mac, and Deb squeeze inside barely, and we hold our breath. It's one of those closets with slatted sliding doors, so we can peek through into the room. Priscilla marches in, opens a drawer in the bathroom, screams. And Lordy Jaggers, I can still hear it now. A laugh almost burst right out of me. Max got his hand over his mouth and also over Deb's mouth. Everyone shuddering in the closet. By this point, Ganston's up there asking what the hell's going on. And I can't quite see everything that's happening, but I can tell that Priscilla's holding up a picture like a badge. And if memory serves, Debs had handled that bathroom, and I wouldn't say the selection was so conventionally oriented. And Priscilla is of course wondering about this. Her tone's accusatory, I'd say. And there's an argument, Jaggers, a rather bleak marital argument, which drags on in that bedroom for about 10, maybe 15 minutes. And me, Mac, and Debs are in that closet, holding each other up, dying of laughter on the inside. I couldn't see much in there, but I could see Deb's eyes, I could see Mac's, and we're all feeling it. We're in communion, folded into Ganston's pants and shirts. That kind of thing just doesn't happen very often, does it? Life is mostly fights. Rare to have a moment of pure joy. It was a very nice afternoon. How did you three get out? Well, the Ganstons discovered other pictures.
And once you found a few mixed in with the tea bags, and maybe another in the mug itself, well, you've got a pattern. You've been pranked. They eventually flipped on the television in their front room, and we tiptoed downstairs and sneaked out the back door. Reunited for beers with Gus and Theo that night, and spent the rest of the farm reliving every minute of it, as one does. Ganston never caught you? Not officially, but he knew. He figured Theo was involved, and probably Debs, and it wasn't a stretch to cast the net out wider to me and Mac and Gus. Though Mac was sly about that stuff, he was the ideas man who could stay under the radar, slink off when the heat got cranked up. Only time it ever really came up, though, was with Priscilla. There was a Christmas party a few months later, and I'm standing in line for a drink. Priscilla sidles up to chat. The weather, plans for the holiday, books she's reading. And toward the end, she gets this freaky gleam in her eyes. She grips my shoulder, leans in close, mouth basically on my ear, and says, "Next time, leave a few more of those pictures." Then she gives me a little wink and melts into the party. Holy hell! What pictures did you hide? Sam asked. I have absolutely no clue, Procter said. Then and now. I probably should have asked. She laughed and smacked the dash. Makes more sense, Sam said, why Debs did what she did when she ran you out. Yeah, it was direct payback for when I poisoned her yogurt in Afghanistan. It was yogurt, he said. A strawberry yogurt, she replied, if memory serves. There was a particular brand Debs favored, name escapes me now. Fast forward almost a decade from the farm, and we're in Afghanistan. Debs is working for Gosford, and they're paying our base a visit. I found a Marine, kid from New Mexico, who kept a ghost pepper hot sauce handy, mailed to him monthly by his abuela. There was a Mexican place in the city we liked when we were at the farm, and Debs wouldn't touch anything spicy. Makes me queasy, Artemis, she'd said once. I didn't actually see it, though. When I came into the dining area for breakfast, there was a facilities guy working a mop across the floor, and another using towels to shovel the mess painted on the counter and the side of the fridge. 2 or so others milling around like it was a crime scene. What happened? I said, and the one polishing the side of the fridge just said, that crazy boss lady in from headquarters must be equal parts lactose intolerant and stupid, because 1 spoonful of yogurt and we're on the set of The Exorcist here. But she knew, Sam said. That it was you? Sure, the chief said. But just like Ganston, she couldn't prove it. The events of that evening overtook everything in the end. Not the prank, of course. What happened later. Not many nights mark the eras of your life, but that one in Afghanistan was clear as it gets. There was a before and an after. He knew the stories about Afghanistan, the blood and the scars and the rumors. He'd just not heard them from her. But he knew that good friends don't ask just because they are curious or have an opening. On her face he could see that the reminiscing was done. The door to her memory was closing. The chief started the car. When you showed up at Gatorville after the swap, she said, there was a part of me that thought, better not to know. Even Christ put off confronting Judas until the Last Supper. The good Lord was God, but he was human too. He knew that uncovering a double is pure anguish, turns everything inside out. What convinced you? Sam asked. To dig. Well, she said, they really messed with you. On my watch. For 1. Sure. And 2? I'd wager this traitor played a role in running me out of the service. And not being the goat is something of a North Star for me, Jaggers.
I'd intended to commit career suicide on my own terms, in spectacular fashion, not for a quarter-century of work to fizzle out with a dull murder that's easily forgotten. He turned to her, pained look in his face. Speaking of murder, whatever we've rustled up has one of your friends bothered. I've been thinking, you might want to split for a bit, get out of D.C., lie low. She put her finger to her nose. I am going to have one conversation I've been putting off. I'll touch base after that, maybe in a few days. He stepped outside, shut the door. She rolled down the window. Hey, Jaggers, one more thing, seeing as we're getting all really nosy and sentimental tonight. How'd you manage to keep the secret all those months? Color me curious. I knew that if I told them they'd kill me. They couldn't send me back home if I knew about their mole. The only way out was to hold it back. I'd have thought that after a while death would have held a certain appeal. Sure, plenty of days I thought, maybe just tell them, be done with it. Well, Sam began to chew his gum as if otherwise he might grind his teeth down to dust. My cell had fabric-lined walls stenciled with tiny red stars. I needed a job, a project. I could count those stars. That's what kept me going. Didn't matter what happened or who was in my cell. I just had to count. No fantasies of revenge, that sort of thing. Revenge seemed pretty abstract in that cell. The stars were real. The mole was not. Still feel that way? Less and less each day. She put it in drive but kept her foot on the brake. Jaggers, she said, how many stars were there? He leaned closer. Over 60,000. Come on. A spurt of air escaped his nostrils. 66,528. Bit of time required to cycle through, it turns out, even if you do manage to stay on track. Things slow down when you get to the higher numbers. They take a while to say aloud. Moscow. In an unmarked and windowless room on the ground floor of the forest's second and newer tower, Rem Zhamov sat at a chipped table, sifting through the latest haul from Dr. B, freshly arrived in that morning's dip pouch from Paris. There were the usual goodies, including a thumb drive that would keep his analysts busy for months, and a run of images from the sub-miniature digital camera Dr. B used to photograph documents inside Langley. The contents, Dr. B wrote in an appended ops note, should answer questions 6 through 31 on the list of intelligence requirements recently passed by SVR, excepting questions 12, 18, and 27. These stragglers would be addressed in the next tranche, assuming continued cooperation from a raft of unwitting sub-agents inside the CIA's China Mission Center. Dr. B's intelligence was typically greeted by a celebration inside REM's special section, and this tranche should have been doubly so. Dr. B had sent reams of information on the agency's China operations, political assessments, technical programs, the names of officers enrolled in Mandarin language courses, those in the pipeline for Beijing Station or NOC assignments in China. Here, as Rem had promised the director, was one of the near-term promises of Dr. B's platform. The collection of information Russia might trade to Beijing for a windfall, including higher prices on exported oil, drawings and plans for stolen technologies, and political assistance for Russia's agenda in the broader Ruski Mir, the Russian world. But he could not celebrate now. In fact, the first page of Dr. B's 22-page ops note made Rem wonder if the dosage on his blood pressure medication was up to snuff. The first paragraphs detailed how Artemis Procter, a personage well known to Rem, had ventured up to Northern Virginia, in part it seemed, for conversations about the debacle in Singapore and the circumstances surrounding the kidnapping and eventual swap for Samuel Joseph. This, Dr. B wrote, was not worrisome on its own. Procter had been run out of CIA in Singapore's wake. She was emotionally distraught at the kidnapping and interrogation of a good friend. The conversation, wrote
B was fine, but had been too specific for my liking, particularly with respect to the peculiarities of our case. Dr. B knew of at least one other similar conversation Procter had pursued with an agency colleague while visiting Virginia. The summary: Procter is pursuing the line of thinking that required us to force her out in the spring, her pet theory. namely the existence of a penetration inside CIA. Dr. B explained that because of the nature of her questioning and the use of a few specifics with respect to Singapore and our case, I began to wonder if Procter had access to our documents. I brought the light inside for a look. Blood pressure now seemed a quaint concern. Rem could feel his heart plunging into his stomach. The light was a small black light concealed inside a watch fashioned by the SVR techs for Dr. B. At the beginning of the case, Dr. B had outlined the procedures CIA would use to safeguard the documents, and the doctor had suggested spreading METCA, spy dust, across the case files. The compound nitrophenylpentadienyl was a tagging agent, a colorless and odorless powder that could be applied almost anywhere: doorknobs, car handles, computer keys, papers. There is a risk to bringing the compound inside the building, Dr. B had argued then. But if we are to run the case in this way, we require a failsafe, a backstop to track at all times who has accessed the documents. Dr. B had immediately noticed something amiss. Metka lingered on a table inside the Russia House back room, one that Dr. B understood had been occupied in recent weeks for a brief spell by one Samuel Joseph. A subsequent visit with the light to Samuel's spaces in Moscow X revealed yet more Metka. And Samuel Joseph, Dr. B wrote, does not have formal access to our files. Gosh, Rem muttered. Bloody hell. He did not know it, but he was sitting so far forward, stooped over the ops note, with only his toes remaining on the floor, that he looked like a hunchback ballerina. His face was a mere inch from the document, and that was not only because his eyesight was fading. If anyone had walked into the reading room at that moment, which would not happen, only 3 SVR officers possessed the fingerprints to unlock the door. They would have mistaken Rem for a calm, yet avid and engrossed reader. Nothing suggested that beneath the surface, Rem was stuffed with an anxiety flooding into rage. He sat up for a moment, realizing he had been failed by his sentimentality, and perhaps his greed. He cursed himself. I should have killed him, Rem murmured, fastening the rubber reading thimble tighter on his thumb, before flicking over to the next page. I should have killed him. An investigation run by Artemis and Sam places everything we are working toward at risk, wrote Dr. B. But I do believe we have options. Dr. B said Samuel could be shoved out. He is an emotionally damaged officer stuck at a desk at headquarters and will not be missed. But Procter is a different animal. Much of the reasoning here rested on Procter being, as Dr. B described, a pain in the neck of world historical proportion, a woman who will not rest until she is satisfied, and who, despite her mistreatment, seems to harbor a slavish devotion to CIA because she has nothing left but her sense of duty. For much of her career this was an asset. Now it is a glaring liability. Dr. B had appended Procter's and Samuel's phone numbers and the physical addresses on file with the agency's HR and alumni relations departments. And here, at the end, even Rem had to admire the cold depths of Dr. B's commitment to the cause. The SVR's crown jewel asset was laying out a compelling case that the surest method of safeguarding the security of our strategic partnership was to forcibly silence an old friend and a recently imprisoned colleague. Wherever my mission has collided with my friendships, concluded Dr. B, I have chosen the mission. The Americans glamorized black work. Their spy movies, which Rem had consumed compulsively during tours in Rome and London, featured jet-setting assassins in tuxedos, diabolically clever technology, too cutesy, had Snarl, and Ninel would bop his shoulder and tell him to hush, and beautiful women spilling out of too tight dresses. The Americans saw black work this way, Rem thought, because they'd not been forced to shoot dozens of traitors through the neck. Their political strongmen had as of yet refrained from poisoning rivals or gunning down dissidents in daylight, broad or otherwise. In America, it was uncommon for politicians to fall to their death from balconies. Not that their hands were clean. No, the Americans had spent the decades after 9/11 killing their adversaries in foreign lands, often pulling joysticks, not triggers. At such distances, one could afford to glamorize a business. But in Rem's experience, black work was a pudgy former convict in an ill-fitting suit shoving a drugged man from a third-floor window. It was an underpaid civil servant slathering poison in someone's underpants. It was a heroin-addled former gangster from Peter stabbing a journalist to death in her apartment for sums equivalent to a few weeks' pay. Rem had no appetite for this work. In truth, he considered it beneath him. He was an artist, not a thug. But Rem was not squeamish. He understood that sometimes the solution to a problem was death. And in this case, he believed it necessary because Dr. B was at risk, and Dr. B was worth hundreds of millions of dollars to the Russian Federation, billions even, according to the higher-end estimates from the analysts. He supposed the Americans would also believe that a Russian decision to kill someone would be made by the president in a wood-paneled room at the Kremlin in dramatic fashion. This had not once been his experience. More than anything, the process was marked by its vagaries, its lack of clarity. You had to discern the deep things of such conversations. You had to scrape the meaning out from under the words. Rem, seated in the SVR director's anteroom, rubbed his fingers. Arthritis was acting up that morning, as if anticipating the brittle cold of the coming winter. The director's aide put down his phone and said, "Rem Mikhailovich, you may go in now." Easing up from the tired blue chair, Rem trudged into the director's office. There had been a time when Rem wondered if he might occupy this space, but long ago had realized that the director's chair required its occupant to forfeit the actual work to play politics, and he could not bring himself to make the sacrifice. "You wouldn't have succeeded if you'd tried," Ninel would say. She was right, of course. The director's office was situated on a corner of the forest's executive third floor. Picture windows covered the exterior walls, affording expansive views of the woods sprawling across the campus. The birches had flared to bright orange. Many were already stark naked in preparation for winter, Rem's 64th. He eased into a seat. For some reason, the very cushions at the director's table were thin as sandpaper and about as scratchy. The director took his own chair, tapping his thick fingers on the glossy wood. "Rem," he cleared his throat, the signal a lecture was coming. You, designed the special section to avoid the very situation we now find ourselves in. Our top asset is in danger because of leaks. First Singapore, and now this." Rem saw the director had a note in his hand, sliding it idly back and forth across the table. Rem jostled his crotch into a more comfortable position. He'd begun to wonder if the director, or even the president himself, had accidentally let slip Dr. B's identity in front of Golikov before Singapore. This, though, could not be said aloud, much less investigated. From this opening, Rem could not figure how the meeting the director had held that morning with the president had gone. Did they want a scapegoat, or did they want the problem solved? "I agree with you," Rem said.
"And if I could go back and do it again, I would shoot Samuel Joseph. But as it stands, we cannot, which is why I have proposed shooting him and his friend now. But you recommend starting with the friend, yes?" "Yes. And why is that?" "Because she is the only one capable of piecing it all together." The director's eyes twinkled with mirth, and he slid the note back and forth once more on the table before shoving it to Rem, who put on his reading glasses. The margins were blank. There was no signature.
The few paragraphs that Rem and the director had penned together were maddeningly unedited. When he looked up, the director's hands were folded across his chest. The president wouldn't mark it up, much less sign it. We had a very general conversation about the rules of the game with our American friends right now, and the aggressive shift this would mark in our posture on their soil. The president is keen to do what is required for Dr. B. He understands the grave risks to our top American asset. His words, Rem, and you know he reads every scrap of intel the good doctor is providing. But when I pressed the memo into his hands, he simply took it, read it, and handed it back to me. He would not say yes. He would not even nod. Rem grunted, flapped his tie against his shirt, and folded his arms across his own chest, mirroring the director. But did he say no? Moscow. Rem slid an Alka-Seltzer into his water and watched Gennady patrol the bookshelves. His former protege was now also a general, head of Directorate S, Illegals, because Rem was of an age where all your old friends and enemies were the ones running the place. Unlike Rem, as Gennady had aged, his hair had thinned. His shirts were perpetually untucked, his hair mussed. He'd considered pursuing an academic career prior to the forest, and still carried the sartorial preferences of a university man. Gennady took his first tentative sips of tea as he wandered along the shelves, scanning the titles with mild amusement. "Your poetry selection is thinning out, Rem," he said, plucking a history of the United States from one of the shelves. "Your library is becoming too practical. And I am getting old, Gennady. There is a correlation. Aren't we all?" Rem's office was spacious but sparse. His desk had been used by Lenin for a season during the Civil War, but otherwise the furniture was soulless. A circular table, chairs, a tired couch running along the window that he used primarily to store books. The shelves lining the available wall space were groaning with them. He'd long ago hit capacity. "What are you reading these days, then?" Gennady said, flipping open a memoir written by George Tenet, a former director of CIA. Rem shifted in his chair. His arthritis had worsened as the day ground along. He'd felt brittle and achy putting on his suit. Now his bones creaked from the mere act of sitting still. "Your case files," Rem said. "I see," Gennady said, sliding the book back onto the shelf and joining Rem at the table. He cleared his throat. "Is there a problem?" No, nothing like that. I need some black work managed, and I'm looking for a particular profile." "And you don't want to use the Vimpel?" "Oh, you know how it will go," Rem growled, flicking his hand in the air. "It will be echoes of the preparation for Singapore. Bunch of very meetings to figure out who will do it. Us, or the cousins, or, God help us, the bats at the GRU's aquarium. This time we will lose weeks on ridiculous meetings alone. How long, then, to infiltrate a team into the States that doesn't require us working through mobsters and the cartels? That is time we do not have. And in the end, in any case, we risk such clownish buffoonery as we saw in Salisbury, in Bulgaria, and in the mess with Navalny. I understand that sometimes the warning, the theater, is the point, but not here. I don't need poison in someone's jockeys. I need a problem solved." "Have you found any of my cases interesting?" Gennady asked. "Mickey and Minnie," Rem said. "Your American volunteers, the patriots we discovered online before cultivating them in the flesh. They've never done black work before," Gennady said flatly. "Their file says otherwise." "They freelanced," Gennady interjected. "She freelanced. We did not ask her to do that." "Well, in any case," Rem said, "they seem to be eager. the type that might say yes. Gennady was staring through the bookshelves behind Rem. And, as you doubtless saw in the notes, the case hasn't progressed much because, quite frankly, we're not sure what to do with them. Their access is peripheral. And the woman is, Rem said. Gennady looked up, as if the elusive description lurked on the ceiling. When the words came to him, his lips parted into a thin smile. A budding patriot. Rem laughed. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots, if I might quote their Jefferson. Eager patriotism is just what we require. And tyrants, Gennady said. Mr. Jefferson also felt their blood was required. Well, based on your files, I would wager Mickey and Minnie are sufficiently patriotic. There should be no need for such excess. The blood of patriots, that should be enough. The security footage in the file, Rem, did you actually watch it? Gennady inquired with a thin smile. His academic sensibilities, Rem thought, sometimes made Gennady appear apprehensive, tentative, passive. No, my friend, I merely read the summary, Rem said. I am an old man. Sleep is difficult enough already. It had been at least a decade since Rem had stayed up all night planning an operation. On the drive home from Lefortovo, he nodded off in the back seat and awoke, head heavy, to the lurch of the driver braking outside his Kamovniki apartment. Ninel was at the kitchen table in her robe, her wet gray hair pinned up in a towel, sipping tea while reading a magazine. The kitchen smelled of burned toast and her shampoo. Standing, she planted a kiss on his forehead and put on water for tea. Rem flung the suit coat over a couch in the living room and stared for a moment at the obscene number of missed calls on his phone. He powered it off. He required a few hours of rest. He had to be able to think. It was his only advantage. He joined Ninel at the table, where she was steeping his tea. "Some toast, my dear?" she said. "Or selyodka? Let me fix you something." "No, thank you, my love," he said. "Just tea. I am too tired to eat." They sat for a long while in a companionable silence. "I am proud of you, Rem," she said. "Do you feel proud?" "I feel exhausted." "Don't be sarcastic. You are not handsome anymore, so you cannot be sarcastic. Now you must be sweet, gentle, and thoughtful to hold my attentions." He sipped at his tea with a widening smile. "I'm still quite handsome, I am told." Ninel arched one of her painted-on brows and snorted, mouth bending into a crooked smile. Taking her teacup in her hands, she fixed him with a stern gaze. "It doesn't suit you to be cocky, Rem. It never has." He yawned. "My looks are my one indulgence, Ninel," he said wryly. "Humor me." She rolled her eyes and said, "I would, but that rumpled suit says otherwise. What were you doing all night? Should I be jealous, given how allegedly handsome you are?" He'd found his appetite. He eased up and stood at the counter, where he parachuted bread into the toaster. All of the young girls helping me plan the operation were ugly dimwits. Ninel smiled, generously refraining from a reminder that through the years their various infidelities had but one thing in common. Whether they had been 20 or 50, trysts had occurred with lovers their own age. The young were not necessarily to be feared above the old, at least not when it came to the Zoramov marriage bed. Still smiling, Ninel opened her magazine and languidly turned the pages, letting the conversation fizzle out. Rem ate his breakfast and finished another cup of tea. Ninel leafed through her magazine with a breezy disinterest.
With each casual flip of a page, Rem could sense that she had things to say but was holding her tongue. "Out with it, love," he said. "Tell me." The magazine slapped shut. She regarded him thoughtfully for a few significant seconds. Italy was such fun. And do you know why? The pasta. Because it was all in front of us. Youth has that quality. You are going to be bored when they don't call you away late in the night, she said. I fear that boredom for you. It will make you even more insufferable. You will become a grumpy, irritable old man who waits by the phone for the youngsters to call and ask for his advice. It could be worse, he said. Imagine if no one wanted to call. I look forward to that day, she said. I'll find a hobby when they run me out, she laughed. Like what? Drinking? You haven't had a drink since Piotr was born. You are not so good at drinking. Maybe carpentry then. I will make you a rocking chair. You will cut your fingers off with a saw rim, and then I will have to change your diapers. No, that will not do. I think it is too late for hobbies. She went back to her magazine. He finished his toast, set the plate in the dishwasher, and as he'd picked up the suit coat from the couch, he could sense her presence behind him. He turned to her. She kissed his forehead and took the suit coat from his hands. He lay down for a nap on the couch, setting the alarm for 3 hours so he could return to the forest by lunchtime. He drifted off to the sight of Ninelle ironing the suit coat. She was whistling a song he did not know. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Petra Devine's home was buried in a pine forest outside Gettysburg. Thin reeds of sunlight reached the dirt through the trees. The yard was needles, the drive a minefield of pine cones. Procter knocked 3 times and stepped back. Dogs barked for a while. She knocked again, and now could hear Petra's shouts mixing with the barks. The door opened to a slit, chain lock still in place. Confirming every instinct Procter had about this visit, why she'd put it off for long as she could, Petra met her own half-smile with a severe frown that buckled into a look of abject disgust. They sent you? For what? To kill you. The dogs set to barking, though only one of them had the nerve to stick its nose through the door, a little hairy wiener dog yipping away in a nagging tone similar to that of its owner. Blythe! Blythe! Petra shushed them in Dutch. Blythe! The door was still open a crack, not that the chain would hold if Procter threw her shoulder into the wood. I told those clowns on my last day, Petra said, after the dogs finally shut up, that if they were going to kill me, they should very well contract a handsome gigolo to do it. Send me to the afterlife satisfied and in style. Instead, they sent you. I can rise to the challenge, hun, Procter said. Don't tempt me. Procter put out a hand toward a dog peering through the crack in the door. Sniffing her, it backed into the house. And I wouldn't say they sent me. This is a shade unofficial. The kind of visit various seniors might be in the dark about. I had heard you skipped town, Petra goaded. I took my talents to Florida. I'm the chief of operations at a place called Gatorville, 3rd largest alligator-themed amusement park in Central Florida, if you can believe it. They didn't send you? Gus? Theo? Mac? Or maybe Deborah Sweet, that Puckin wife. You swear it? Gosh, Petra, I show up unannounced in biker shorts and a ball cap, and you think they sent me? You always were a nasty little one, she said with a cackle, and flung open the door. The dogs badgered them for at least 10 minutes. Petra would squawk at them in Dutch, Procter would shove them away, but a scrap of peace could not be found until a few squirrels skittered along the pine trunks outside the living room, and the dogs focused their energies out the window. Petra made lemonade and laid out a spread of tea cookies on the coffee table, and the wiener dogs poached about half before they were swatted and treated to more Dutch profanity, to which they were all quite obviously accustomed, or perhaps deadened. Pictures of Petra's dead husband and their foreign adventures filled the tables and walls. Helsinki, Amman, Beirut, Paris, London. She'd become a citizen after marrying Chester. The Dutch usually make such nice things, Theo had said once. But Petra? All the goodwill from the flowers and cheese and fancy wooden shoes nullified by the export of one psychopathic mole hunter. The woman wore a black vest over a baggy red sweater dress that swung at the ankles.
When the dogs had finally settled, she melted into an easy chair and brought her hands to rest on the pouch of her belly. Procter set her lemonade on a daily and ran her tongue along her teeth to dissolve the grains of sugar. "We'll have a nice cool drink," Petra had insisted, but she'd skimped on the water. Procter's mouth was a very sandy beach. Squirrels reappeared outside the window and the two women sipped their drinks for a few minutes, listening to the dogs go wild. "Well," Petra said, crunching on the sugar, after the dogs had calmed down. "I need your help," Procter said. "I've been thinking about a few things on Singapore. It still bothers me, for the obvious reasons." Petra was pulling on her chubby fingers. "Huh," she said. "Trip down darkened memory lane? That's about right. You mind traveling with me? Never like stories with happy endings, so you go right on ahead." The sun was about an hour above the horizon. The house was a well of shadows. Procter flicked on a lamp next to the couch. It took a lot of nerve for a Russian team to enter Sam's hotel room. That's off-brand right there, and we're not even to the kidnapping, exfil, and prolonged interrogation. I know we had some reports that said it was all a mistake, but why would they go through all that trouble, take on all that risk? What do you make of it, hand to God? There's no God, Artemis, just the cold black stillness. All right, hand to the cold black stillness. That Galikov was going to tell us we had a big problem, a penetration, mole in the CIA. It's a theory, though, nothing more. Petra stiffened as she spoke. Her gaze, which had been adrift, anchored on Procter's and remained stuck there for a few significant seconds, until her attention flitted to the lemonade. Petra had said as much during the briefing for Gosford months earlier, the morning after Singapore, but then there'd been no specifics, only vague mentions of big problems. And it's no more than a theory? That's what I just said, Artemis. Your derm shop make any progress after I got canned? Well, we never did have another briefing with Gosford or that Puckin wife, Deborah Sweet. They did not want to hear a word about a mole hunt, wouldn't even consider the possibility. All those conquer-whoring cant about were their own careers. Oh, we had the matrix all right. Every shred of reporting scoured, every anomaly surfaced. But you know how it goes. Those things are unwieldy and inconclusive. You end up with several theories that fit the facts, which meant I didn't have the right facts, or close to all of them. Did I figure into any of these theories? Petra cackled. Well, you were right at the top of the list. I'd say you've fallen a few spots down since you made a mess at the director's table while he was firing you. Maybe a few more after you came here tonight asking after moles. Maybe I'm here to find out what you know before I off you. I did tell you I was here to kill you. No, I'm afraid it is unfortunately all too clear that you're not here for that. You hated my guts when we were inside. You wouldn't draw it out with all this chit-chat and lemonade. You would have slid that trusty shotgun of yours into my mouth when I opened the door, painted me across the wall in here, nice and quick. Maybe I'd have used the bat, Procter said, once you let me inside.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "Oh, well, then the dogs would have killed you," Petra said and laughed. The lamps cast a warm glow over Petra's flabby face. She'd been pawing at her sculpted hair and it was now tilted off-center. Maybe a wig, Procter thought. "Petra, who was on your shortlist?" Procter asked. Procter asked her an unkind glare. These were not uncommon, but this one felt different, mirthless and brutally cold. It said, "You found the line." They hung in a short, stilted silence. "If there was a penetration," Petra said, tugging on her lower lip and shutting her eyes to knock the conversation onto a new path, "it would be run out of the SVR special section, Rem Zhomov's shop." "That name," she chuckled, "Rem, R-E-M. I mean, goodness, it's an acronym for the Russian phrase Revolutsky Mir, World Revolution. His shop's a home for the true believers, the fanatics, and it's old school through and through. Though I do wonder how those fanatics are getting on in old age. Could be they've evened out. Maybe their extremism has been eclipsed by a few young Turks, so it's now quaint and faintly pitiable. Zhomov's only a whisper, of course. A shadow. We know so little. The wife had a doozy of a name too," Procter said, "if memory serves." "Ninal," Petra said, and a cackle came out. "Lenin spelled backwards. Remind me, where'd we hear about Zhomov, about his group?" Petra's eyes snapped open. "Oh, well, yes, that traces back to Imperial." Procter snorted. "Oh, for goodness sake. That degenerate? He is an insufferable rake and a giant nuisance, but Imperial did have impeccable access before his defection. For a while, he was our taproot sunk deep into the Kremlin. Where did he get resettled anyhow? That most American of towns, Las Vegas. Retiring from both Russia and espionage, Imperial sensibly chose a spot where he might gamble and drink and indulge himself to death." Petra stood and muttered something about feeding the dogs their dinner. When she returned to the living room, Procter was patting one on the head. The dog slunk over to Petra's lap with a low growl. "Zhomov, Zhomov, Zhomov," Procter said. "I seem to remember a file you maintained on the opposition, on the Russians who were trying to cause trouble, recruit us, penetrate Langley. You've been in the game so long, so invested in the struggle, that I'd wondered if it might have been something that made the trip out here after retirement. Little memento, I don't know. Possession of such material would be illegal now, wouldn't it?" "Sure would, hon, but I'd be a pretty unlikely candidate to honey trap you into a confession, wouldn't I? You think they'd send Artemis out here to wreck you over a box of pure nostalgia? They'd have sent the gigolo for that," she said, her voice firm. "Now you've got it." Petra shooed the dog from her lap and heaved up from the couch, wincing as she stood. "Go into the garage and get one of the shovels," she said. "Insect repellent is on the shelf by the door. You'll need it." The spray did nothing because Procter's legs were devoured when they reached the thicket behind the house. The woman led with the flashlight, 3 wiener dogs slithering behind, Procter trailing the hounds with the shovel on her shoulder.
whistling show tunes. "Stop that," Petra hissed, pushing aside a branch. "It's insufferable." They soon reached a clearing with a sagging bench and a headstone. Procter squinted at the name in the frayed moonlight. "Chester's buried out here. Lord Almighty. Oh, can it? What was I to do? Send poor Chester off to a very cemetery on the edge of town with visiting hours dictated by some doky rent-a-cop? Pay for a plot when we have land?" He agreed. "Want it to be close to me, close to the house. I'm not in the business of looking the other way. Death is all around us, Artemis. Why cover it up?" Procter, caught in a rare speechless moment, paused, looked down at the headstone, then to the shovel. "It's not. Don't be absurd, Artemis. I buried them over here." Petra was tapping her foot around in the pine bramble. The bench accepted Petra with a loud creak. She steadied the beam on a brick. "You're not going to help?" Procter asked. "You only brought one really shovel." After a few minutes, Procter struck something solid, and a while later, with Petra watching in obvious amusement, she hauled out a pelican case wrapped in a large bag. Petra shimmied off the bag and clicked open the case to begin sorting. Procter noted classified commendations from past directors, grainy surveillance photos, a few pieces of hard copy SIGINT. "My mementos," Petra mumbled, though Procter had not asked. "This one," she shoved the SIGINT report into Procter's hands, "is a favorite," she explained. "Had mentioned Petra by name in a phone call intercepted by the NSA." Procter read the transcript. Mention of Petra? Brief, offhand, wildly obscene. The woman let out a riotous laugh and stuffed the report back into the bag. "Russian animals," she said, "as brutal as they are perverse. Ah, here it is." Petra clutched a folder stuffed with documents, a few photographs peeking haphazardly out. On it was inked SVR SS. Petra grasped Procter's wrist to stand, held it tight, and didn't let go. "You can read it on 3 conditions," Petra said. 1, you give me your phone. No pictures, no writing. 2, I'm going to lock you in Chester's study and let you out in the morning. And 3, you tell anyone about this little stash and I send someone for you. There are plenty of boys outside Gettysburg who like their meth, and there never is enough money for it. I'm sure they'd be willing to manage your mouth if the money was right." Procter shook loose her wrist with a half-smile and tucked her phone into Petra's vest pocket, sealed it with a pat. "No meth heads," Procter said. "I want the attractive companion, same one you asked for." Books were piled throughout Chester's study. Military history, spy novels, academic journals, hard-boiled detective stories. There was also a shelf holding Chester's self-published erotica, of which Procter had heard rumors but never seen. The titles alone made her wish she'd known Chester before he died. The Adventures of Herr Dr. Blunderbuss, Dame Rita's Tales, D. Flower's Story. Procter had flipped a few pages into the D. Flowers book searching for clues as to what was his and how it might have been gotten. She had hunches, but it was getting late. She spread Petra's files under the green glow of the desk lamp, starting with the folder labeled The Opposition. Out of what Procter imagined to be a grudging respect and certain hatred for the Russian crew attempting to wreck CIA, Petra had shuttled mementos on her tormentors out of the building. There was a profile on Zhomov that she had drafted, with sources running back to the 80s when he joined the KGB. There were incomplete biographies of Zhomov's lieutenants, a roll of grainy photographs of his known associates, a transcript of Petra's debrief with Imperial with the parts referencing the special section highlighted. Procter ticked through a draft roster, compiled by Petra, of the likely composition of the special section. The interviews with Imperial stopped around the time of his resettlement in Vegas, 2 years prior. After a few hours of reading, with calculated breaks to stand and stretch and patrol the room, Procter had grown as certain as she could be that the study was not wired with cameras. A few hours before dawn, Procter began
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspense for pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect, then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Petra sat across from her, one eye shut, the other squinting at a crossword puzzle, pencil tapping on the table. She was sipping coffee from a mug that bore the faded remnants of the seal of the U.S. Embassy, Amman. Chester had been a case officer out there 100 dim years ago. After 10 minutes of silence broken only by occasional bursts of Dutch profanity and the sound of an abused eraser, Procter couldn't take it anymore. How do you figure Imperial's grasp of the special section? Accurate but incomplete. Man's a degenerate, but he sometimes tells the truth, and he'd received initial briefings from Zomov when they were standing up the special section. Her eyes slatted at Procter, then turned to the crossword. 5-letter word for the law. What does it start with? Maybe an E or a G. Procter took a spoonful of cereal. Gosh, if I know, hun. Petra pushed aside the crossword. Imperial was a nutcase. He'd managed to get a bunch of his money out, so he was rich, too. Felt like he didn't need us. Hard to hold his attention. He was a wild animal, an appetite inhabiting a human body. But he was the only one we had who'd had a look, as it were. He'd met the team running their moles. You think Zomov would have been the one, ultimately, running any penetration? Petra was back in the puzzle. E, D, I, C, T. That might work. Well, isn't that nice? And yes, to your question. He'd be the top man on the case, and he'd have a team in place to manage the details. His prince would be on it, in a way. You think you could help me arrange a chat with Imperial? Quiet and casual. No need to involve Vegas Station or, God help us, Langley. Little chat between friends. Petra sighed, plunked her pencil on the table, said, "It's not a normal process to meet with a man such as him. Last time I saw him, in Vegas, out at his place, he got on a roll at the tables and wouldn't come for the meeting." Procter was pointing her dripping spoon at Petra, who now had a cheery smile on her face. "How'd you manage to pry an Olympian gambler away from a run of cards?" 3-letter word for confidence. Procter crunched on a spoonful of cereal. "Ego," she said. Petra shut one eye to write. She got up, collected a pencil sharpener from a drawer, and twisted the shavings into the trash.
We had to lure him from the tables with a companion, Petra said. He can procure his own, of course, but I thought, what else separates a demented Russian from his gaming? A unique approach, that's what. Moral of the story? 2 days in Las Vegas, about 20 minutes of cogent discussion, all the next day. And what did he have for you? Well, when we land on the topic of Zomov and the special section, Frankie, that's his new name, of course, well, Frankie says that Zomov wasn't normal. Zomov's not one of Putin's Chekists, the shills with the slick suits and cushy apartments suckling off the state. He was a Spartan monk who lived simply, Frankie said, a middle-class worker bee stiff who still referred to the SVR as the first chief directorate. His religion was the idea that Russia, in the 80s, Petra said, he would have subbed in communism, was in a death struggle with the United States. His mission wasn't to steal our secrets, it was to wreck us. He was out to smash America and CIA, to usher in the collapse, Frankie said, as the Sovs and the KGB had collapsed a generation earlier. Sounds like a fairy tale, Procter said. You believe that? An unfriendly cackle escaped Petra's lips. I told you last night, I believe in the cold, black stillness. Now, Artemis, finish your cereal. Time to go. Wait, Procter said. One more stroll into the darkness of Singapore. The vague warning we received before Sam went. From Remora. Mac and Theo's case. You wrote the assessments. And you? Petra cut her off. You're going to ask me what I think about him. That right? Procter poured herself another bowl of cereal. If you'd humor me. It seemed like you thought something was wrong. Petra had shut her eyes. The lids shivered as if her brain were vibrating inside her skull. She hiccuped. Remora passed us some goodies, no doubt. But the quality was uneven, I would say, and I wondered about that. You know how we derms can be, Artemis, always hunting for an anomaly, and I merely wrote that I would have expected more consistency in production. Bluntly, some of his gruel was thin, and some of it was very specific. I wrote the assessment a few weeks before they fired me, I said, and you know how it is, always with the caveats, like a really analyst. I said, look here, it could be nothing. Could be he's getting his feet wet with the espionage and doesn't want to give us the goods. Possible? Yes, but still anomalous, said slowly, as if Procter wouldn't understand. This is why, Procter thought, case officers despise the derms. Fact was, derms shut down cases, or shackled them, and you didn't get promoted, didn't get that tingle of excitement from saying no to cases, from not recruiting assets. You got it from hunting and scoring, and if case officers were hunters, the derms were sniffing at the meat the hunters brought in, concocting reasons to pass on the meal. So who yanked you, in the end? Procter asked, crunching through some cornflakes. What was the name? Petra said, so loudly a few of the dogs